Okay, hello friends. You might know that normies can sell on TCG Player right now. So singles of Final Fantasy product are coming down considerably. Box prices are going up. So this is a good time to open a box. It's not, but I'm going to do it anyways. So we have 12 packs of goodness. While I do think you're going to need a very incredible box to see value out of this, I think I'm going to get a lot of satisfaction out of it anyways. Hopefully you will as well. So let's go. Good luck. As always, prices are up in the corner. I think we'll do anything over $3 TCG low and see how that works out, because there's still a bunch of price movement. If you're looking to buy singles, probably in the next week or two is going to be a good bet for you. Okay, foil Wandering Minstrel. All right, okay. Oh, normal Golbaz. I thought that was foil for a minute. Thought it was foil for a minute. Ooh, okay, foil Y'shtola, not surge foil. Regular foil Y'shtola. Happy about that. That's cool. That's sick. Gao, Feral Youth. Beatrix, Loyal Guardian. Foil Knights of the Round. That's cool. A Forest. Surge foil Zidane. Prompto. Shantoto. Okay, I think that was a pretty good pack to get things started. Not mad about that one. This is pack 2. Oh my god, why did this open so weird? That's gonna mean it means it's a good one. I know how to open a pack, I promise. Foil Ultima, that's very cool. I am very happy about this. It's foil battle at the Big Bridge. I am personally going to try and collect all of the Yoshitaka mono arts, probably in normal and foil. So this is exciting for me. You do wish it was a better foil hit out of there, but whatever, it's fine. I'm happy. Trommel Seymour's Butler. Edgar of the Brothers. Setzer. Oh, this is my first Setzer. Okay. Exciting there. Joshua, Phoenix Dominant and foil. Swamp, a very pretty swamp. Another Zidane in foil. Oh, Grahatia. We're really in those uncommons looking for Sids. I would really like some Chocobos as well. Hey, Dion. Maybe one of the best limited rares. Dion and Surge. Cool. Emmett Selk. Brick. Foil Reaper Scythe. Normal Saz. I guess extended Saz. Water Crystal. I like that art style on the Water Crystal. Foil Zodiark. That mountain. All right, we need better surge hits. I mean, Dion's all right, but come on. Surge Vincent. That's cool. It's kind of hard to see for me, but I think you guys can see it pretty well. Surge Vincent. Vaughn. Foil Graha. With a big chin, it looks like. Might be offset off, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the way the letters pop out the top. Foil Graha, which is cool. Bartz and Boko. Okay. Lulu. Foil Ultima. An Island. That's cool. Stolen Uniform. Okay, this is pack 5. Pack 5. Foil Furion. Foil Mizzet's Mastery. This is Dawn Warrior's Legacy. Interesting. Clive Extended. Normal Arden. Ardbert. Hey, Warrior Darkness. Good to see you, buddy. Jumbo Cactuar. Island. Normal Prompto. I guess foil, not Surge. Doing a little housekeeping before pack 6, moving some stuff around on the table, but I'm feeling this pack. I know it. Believe it. Foil Darkness Crystal. Foil Shadowbringers. Another Vincent. Non-foil Vaughn. Yuna's Decision. Foil Xanarkand. Plains. No Sids yet. We gotta turn the corner here. We got a lot of ground. We got a lot of ground to make up here. Foil Moogle's Valor. Brainstorm. Endwalker. How many Ardens is that? It feels like a lot. Arden. Masmune. I love the art on that. That's sick. It is pretty sick. Summon Leviathan. Foil Jekt. That was not turning the corner. Torgal. Pack 7. Foil Fire Crystal. Light Up the Stage, Promise Fulfilled. Malum Garden, Seed Academy. Summon Kujata. Non-foil. Okay, the cool art for the Jumbo Cactuar, not in foil. GF Cerberus foil. 7th Heaven's Plains. Ramu. Alright, 4 packs left. Normal Raubon. It's pretty sick though. Sorry, in normal foil. Hey, foil Golbez. Cool. Non-foil Joshua. Soldier. Military Program. Extended Genova. Foil Aerith. And a Swamp. Like that Ambrosia. Okay, Chocobo. I don't know, some mythics. Let's get some more. I don't know. I feel like maybe there's something in these last few packs. Gotta be. Primal Odin. Okay, and foil. Kind of sick. Squall, Laneheart. In foil. Yuna. Grand Summoner in foil. Non-foil. Sorry. Wow. Hermes. Overseer of Elpis. Krill! This is my first Krill that I've seen. Earth Crystal foil. Swamp. Double Crystal Fragment. Okay, penultimate pack here. Let's see what we got. Need a little bit of luck. Foil Tifa is okay. Non-foil Furion. Hey, a Tyrion Prywin. In non-foil, but that's cool. Pretty sick. Another Tifa. Helitrooper. Primal Odin. Foil Torgal. Ignis. Okay, last pack. The final one. This is a big moment. Hey, foil Aerith. That's okay. I'll take a foil Aerith. A foil Emperor. This is Yawgmoth. Throw on Physician. Okay. Hey, okay. Cloud non-foil, but still cool. Dishguard. Professor Hojo. Foil Noctis. Plains. Foil Fang. Double Fangs. This is a tough one. I mean, your Stola's great. There's a couple good things in here. But I don't know why I put a hero token down here. That was me signaling my defeat. But this obviously does not get there. But it was fun to open. It was. You'll see some of these cards come back up, I believe, after a few weeks. A lot of the stuff that you can get on play boosters are going to just continue to fall unless they find a home in some constructed format. Because play boosters are just getting opened a lot. And so there's just going to be a lot of product on the market. Some of the stuff that is unique to the collector boosters will immediately drop, as it already has. And then they may climb over time. If you look at the, like confetti foils as examples, where they were high, set launch, they dropped for a month or so, found a bottom, and then they just slowly climbed back up as the quantity in the marketplace has gone down and the demand kind of stays steady. So we'll see on these. In the long run, this may be like a fine box, but right now it's not. Right now it is definitely not, but it was still fun, and I'm glad you were here. Hopefully you enjoyed, and if you would do me a favor, do those YouTube things, it would help me out a lot, and I will see you in the next one. I do have some more Final Fantasy stuff coming soon, so stay tuned. Okay, bye. Hello friends, you might know that normies can sell on TCG Player right now, so singles of Final Fantasy.
All right, welcome back, guys. Been a while. Got a special one for you today. Final Fantasy has been the talk of the town. I did manage to snag one of these from locals. I ended up paying, I think my cost was around $450, $460, but these things are currently sitting at $850, lowest listed on TCG Player. And I've been debating ever since pre-release if I wanted to rip this thing or not. And after talking to the wife about it, we decided that we're gonna take our chance at it and see if we can't pull a serialized chocobo. Only 77 of them, or even one of the neons would be fine too. I've ripped a lot of what would you call them, the blister packs, the ones that you can buy individually. I picked up some from GameStop and Best Buy, but yeah, this has got to be the most expensive booster box that I've ever ripped, and I had to record it for you guys. So let's go. I can't even rip. It won't rip. All right, there we go. I think. Did I get it? Yeah. I'm a little nervous about this one, boys and girls, but seal has been broken, and there's no going back. There's no going back. Only 12 packs in this thing. Some of the biggest chases, other than like the big boys, I am looking for the Sephiroth. Cloud would be nice too. And then what else do we get? I think Sephiroth, just mainly Sephiroth is the big chase for me in this set. And as a matter of fact, I mean, I have it already. But the Surge foil would be nice. First pack, here we go. We got a hero token. Balam Garden Seed Academy. Laboratory Maniac, there we go. Dude, the artwork in this set is beautiful. Seriously. Xenos, and that's a flip card. With Shinryu, Transcendent Rival. Shinryu. Matoya.
Good to see you again.
Estenin Verlinio. Kane. Full Plains. Summon Primal Garuda. Foil. Eden, Seat of the Sanctum. And I think that's it. After that, it's just uncommons and commons, right? Yep. So it's just the first couple cards. Nothing crazy in there, but you know, it just means it's gonna get better. All right, here we go. We got a bird token, Buster Sword foil. That's got to be a hit. That's got to be a hit. That's got to be a good hit. That's got to be good. That's really got to be good. I might need that too, as a matter of fact. Vayne, Dion, Vincent, Vengeful Atoner, nice. Noctis, Stiltskin, Moogle Merchant. I heard a lot of people talking about this card. Lifelink, 2 tap, target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. Nice. Planes, another full planes foil. Crystal Fragments and Gase, and that should be it. Yep. All right. We got a good hit so far. Buster Sword. I should have pricing on screen for you guys, so you guys will be seeing what the totals are of the stuff that we're pulling. Hero token with a horror. Ooh, I haven't been flipping the tokens because I'm also looking for the emblem for Sephiroth. Midgar City of Mako, Deadly Dispute foil or Baron Rivalry. Cecile Dark Knight turns into Redeemed Paladin, not bad. Gilgamesh, nice. I like that artwork. It's a sweet artwork. Barrel Avalanche Leader, Genova Ancient Calamity. Alright, got a full mountain. Fang Fearless Isol. That's the bottom half. Okay, and Geoke, King of the Dwarves. And then that should be it. Zac Fair, Magic Damper, Instant Ramen, Glacial Cat. Alright, come on. Whew. This is big right here, boys and girls. This is big. Well, at least the biggest thing for me that I've ever ripped. Alright, we got a hero token with the bird on the back and print lines on it too. Alright, we got Xenos foil. Well, we already looked at that one, but still, that one's foil. I think the other one wasn't. Alright, we got a command beacon. That's a sick command beacon. That is pretty sick. Champions from Beyond. Ultima Origin of Oblivion. Jeez. That's good. That might go in my Eldrazi deck. Or you could make him a commander too. Legendary God.
Good to see you again.
Alright, another Gilgamesh extended. Hope foil. Alright, we got another Plains. Summon Fat Chocobo. Give us one of the big chocobos. Come on. Don't fail us. Ash, Prince of Dalmasca. Alright, Tactician, Dragon's Lance, Cargo Ship, Slash of Light, White Mage's Staff, and Kikirin Merchant. Something like that. Kikirin. Alright. Still got we're not giving up hope. And this set is really good. I really liked it. I didn't think I was gonna like it. I'm not a big Final Fantasy fan, but this set, oof, got a lot of good stuff in it. Alright, here we got another hero token, followed by a knight. Oh, we got a Jumbo Cactuar foil. That's a good one. 10,000 Needles. Chromatic Lantern. Hey, that is nice. That's another nice one. Go-Go Master Mimicry. Shalinda. Moogle's Valor. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. For 3 and 2 white. Nice. Full foil mountain. Summon Shiva. Cloud of Darkness. You know what I just started thinking about? Where are our Surge foils? We haven't hit a Surge foil yet. Uh-oh. I mean, if they swapped it out, you know, for a serialized, I wouldn't be mad, but still. I've seen some cracked booster collector booster boxes with like six of them in one. But then I've also seen, you know, some with like maybe a few only. Alright, that was a rough little pack to open. Alright, we got a hero token with a treasure. Foil borderless water crystal. That's nice. Stroke of Midnight. Foil. Sarah Farron extended. Crystallized Sarah. Go-Go Mysterious Mime. Elena Turk Recruit. Jill flips into Shiva Warden of Ice. Foil Island. Summon Ifrit, GF Ifrit. And Torgal Fine Hound. Eden Seat of the Sanctum, Torgal, Travel the Overworld, Precious Wanderings, Dragon's Wyvern. Oh, we got a Suplex foil. Nice. That's a good one. Took a little hit in the back. Alright, we're halfway there. Halfway there. We have not seen a Surge foil. Come on. Give us something. Give us something. Don't do us dirty. Give us a good what's it called? Impression of a collector. Alright, we're still looking for that emblem for Sephiroth. Oh, nope. We got a food token. Arden the Usurper. Light up the stage. Promise fulfilled. Jill. And the portrait art. Warden of the Ice. Non-foil. Spyro's Punishment. Excalibur 2. Nice. Starting Town. That's a good town. And it's foil. That's pretty good. Full Art Mountain foil. Secret Rendezvous foil too. That's got to be a good little hit, right? And Garnet Princess of Alexandria. Ignis. Dark Knights. Barrett. I can't pronounce that. Coeurl and Commune with Beavers. Oh, the Commune with Beavers. I remember I used that during the pre-release. But what was it? That red card. It was one in a red. The Sabo Tender. I ended up pulling 3 in my pre-release kit. And that card put in some work for me. How did you guys do in your pre-release? Did you guys attend? You guys go? Make sure to leave a comment. And tell us how you feel about this box so far. We're down after this one. We got 4 packs left. All right, still looking for that emblem. Hero, treasure, and AO. We got Kefka foil court mage. That's another one that I was thinking about building as a commander. I think that's a pretty good hit. Look at that. Sheesh. Not bad. I think that's a pretty good hit. I'll put that right there. And then we have Master Zand. Legendary creature, human wizard, 2 and 2 blue. Flash when enters, return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Oh, okay, we'll take it. Hey, we got an extended Titus Eunice Guardian. As a matter of fact, I did end up buying the precon of him, but I did not rip it. I'm still trying to figure out if I want to build him or not, but I did pick it up. I figured it was worth the pickup. Summoner Sending. Zodric Umbral God. That is some crazy artwork right there. Legendary creature, God Indestructible. When it enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zodric. Sheesh. That can be a little oppressive, right? Pretty expensive. I mean, it's costing you, what, 5 black? It might. Maybe you could use that in Sephiroth. Summon Titan. All right, we got a full island. Followed by Summon Esper Ramuth. Ex-Death Void Warlock. Lock Cole, Ultros, Reno and Rude. Crossroads Village. Kill Gigas. Dreams of Laguna. All right, come on. Give us something good. Give us something good, because it ain't. I don't know if we're hitting on nothing yet. Nothing crazy. But for this thing being worth $800, I doubt we get all our money back out of this thing. But we're enjoying it. We're enjoying it. All right, we got a bird, followed by Dion Baumut's Dominant. I think I pulled that one pre-release night as well. That was another good little pull. Dovin's Veto, Shadowbringers, Summon Magus Sisters, Summoning Materia, Eranger Aguirlet, Aider and Prewan, Foil Swamp, Zidane, Foil, followed by Vanilla, Cheerful Icy, Reaching Horizon, Summon Shiva, Poison the Waters. That's another good card. Macedon Elder, Vane's Treachery, White Orisset, something like that. All right, 3 packs, and we have not hit a single Surge Foil. I'm getting a little worried, chat. I'm getting a little worried. I'm not gonna lie. Looking a little rough. Looking a little rough over here. Not even a single one, and we're down to 3 packs. Oof. All right, Hero Token, followed by Treasure, Squall Seed Mercenary, Fatal Push, Battle of the Big Bridge. That's a nice one. Cloud X Soldier, the portrait art. Nice. We'll take that. Lindblom Industrial Regency. Kane Treacherous Dragoon. A Fire Crystal foil, followed by a Full Art Forest, Torgal Fine Hound, and Stolen Uniform in the uncommon. I think that's a pretty good card. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. Nice. Ultimissa, Diamond Weapon, Circle of Power, Lunatic Pandora, Root Turret, Thunder Magic. Sheesh. Alright, 2 packs left and not a single Surge Foil. This is not looking good. But it could all turn around real quick. It could all turn around real quick. Real quick. Alright, Hero Token. Oh, I think I skipped a card. Alright, we got a Wizard, followed by Balthier and Fran, Captain Lannery Storm, foil, Reaper Scythe, Aerith Gainsborough, Interceptor Shadows Hound. Dog, we got a doggo. Alright, Xenos, Full Island, Surge Foil Prompto Argentum. I don't think that's a big one, but it's a Surge Foil, so we'll take it. Zach Fair, the Gold Saucer, Unexpected Request, Ash, Fight On, Red Mages Repair, Ice Magic. Alright, last pack, chat. Last pack. Why did I separate these? I don't know. I think they should go there. But if you guys have enjoyed the video, I feel like this is rough, but last pack magic, this could be the big one right here. Overall though, I did get some good pulls. I feel like I got some good pulls, and we're gonna finish off strong right here and get a serialized Chocobo. I know. Either that or we're gonna pull a neon one. We'll take a neon. Or what if we'll do something like that. I'm not sure how many it is, but we'll just put them to the back. I think this is gonna be my token. Put that to the front. And I think if it's serialized, it's this one, I think. So we won't see the little pack trick there. All right, we got a hero, followed by the bird token. We got a summon anima. All right, Prompto Argentum, Side Quest Catch a Fish, Zidane, Grahatia, Ice Flan, Trino Dark City, Outrub Ferrer, got a Minwu Rebellion Strategist. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, we got another Kefka. That's we got a foil and a non-foil Kefka. We got a Tela Great Sage. That's pretty cool. We have a Champions from Beyond. Guys, if you liked today's video and you enjoyed it, make sure to leave a comment, subscribe to the channel, and tell me what you guys thought about it. Maybe I'll do some more collector box openings. Oh man. All right, we're getting close. Champions from Beyond. Summoner's Grimoire. We got a Forest. I think the last it should be behind here. Royal Forest. And we got a Go-Go Master of Mimicry to finish it off. So we only got one Surge foil in the whole box. One Surge foil in the whole box is what we got. Jeez, that is rough. I've seen way better. I think we got a rough box. But we'll take it for our first Laboratory Maniac is fine. There it is. And I think that's a pretty cheap one. But the art in this set is amazing. Like, I'm pretty happy for the Buster Blade, the Buster Sword. Cloud was a nice hit too. We did get 2 Kefkas. I'll be sure to put the total that we managed to recoup out of this box up on the channel. Right now, these things are about 850 bucks, lowest listed. So they're pretty pricey. All right, guys, that's gonna do it for today. Like I said, leave a comment, subscribe, tell us what you thought. What was your favorite pull that we got today? And keep a lookout, because I do have a couple more collector boxes, not of this set, but I have some other ones. I might end up ripping another one, because after this one, oof, we didn't get a Sephiroth. Sephiroth is a hard pull from what I'm noticing. But all right, later, peace out.
All right, gamers, this is it. This is hopefully our last Final Fantasy collector box. We'll see. Unless we pull that Chocobo, then I might buy another one. We'll see. But yeah, this is the last of all the ones I purchased originally on pre-order back when they first popped off. So we're finally getting to the end of it. Yeah, let's hope for the best here. I think 3 out of the 4 boxes we've opened so far have been actually really, really good. The last one, I think we kind of just broke even. But hopefully this one here has got the good stuff in it. And on a strong note, we'll see what we can do. First pack, still never got that serialized Chocobo, but you know, there's always hope. We got a Wind Crystal, Foil Dark Ritual. Hey, we got Tifa, Martial Artist from the Commander decks. Very sick. Summon Ixion. Rejoin the fight. Raoban. And our planes. I know some people care about these, we'll look through them. Torgal, a Fine Hound from 16. Ignis, Cactuar, Aerial Unit. Choco Comet, Insomnia, Dreams of Laguna, and Vane's Treachery. Alright, one down. Yeah, the set's been really cool. A lot of cool cards in the set, so I'm really excited to actually get to be playing some of these cards. Darkness Crystal Foil. Got a Foil Sir Conrad. Wrecking Ball Arm. Bannon. Another Darkness Crystal, non-foil, and Zell with a Waste. Summon Anima with some phenomenal art here. Queen Braun. Limit Break for Tifa. Trep, Orange Inspiration. It's a shame he didn't get a card in the main set. Castle Guard and a Coeurl. Yeah, a lot of cool cards from this set. A lot of awesome cards for Standard, Commander. So it'll be interesting to see how well this set sticks. Alright, we got Cecil, Dark Knight. He turns over into Cecil, Redeemed Paladin. Very sweet. Oops. Lightning Bolt. Master Seymour. Heidegger, Shinra Executive. Hope. And Choco, Seeker of Paradise. Our Plains. Got Summon Fenrir. Hunt the Mark. King of the Dwarves. Ether. Evil Reawakened, Monk's Fist, could be with Beavers, and a Rook Turret. Alright, we had one hit so far, and that's about it, so let's see if we can pick it up here a little bit. Alright, what do we got here? Jill, Shiva's dominant. And we have the backside, Shiva, Warden of Ice. Very cool card. Baron, Rivalry. Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, turns into Trance Kuja, Fate Defied. We have Terra, Herald of Hope from the Commander set. Taturu Taru. And Ishgard, the Holy Sea with a Swamp. Summon Shiva, Barrett Wallace, Eden, Lionheart, The Final Days, Instant Ramen, White Oracite, Red Mage's Rapier. Okay. So far, it's not good, but there's always more packs to open, so you only lose if you stop, right? We got Squall, Seed Mercenary, Vayne, hey, another Tifa, this is the regular version, Martial Artist, Buggenhagen, Wise Elder, that's certainly a name, Balthier and Fran, I think it's our first one we've hit, Dion, Bahamut's Dominant, an Island, got Ambrosia, Crystal Fragment, Fenrir, Freya Crescent, Adalbert, Blitzball Shot, Thunder Magic, and a Forager. Okay, this is our, I want to say, this is halfway through the box here. This is pack number 6. Come on, give us something to write home about. The Masamune, Sephiroth's weapon, very cool, and borderless foil. Captain Lannery Storm. We got a foil, or excuse me, not foil, borderless Balam. Transpose. Summon Cerberus, Minwu, and a Swamp. Secret Rendezvous. Trep, Behemoth, Prime Vista, Love Song, Retrieve the Esper, Ice Magic, and Dongaga Reactor Town. Alright, that's half of the box down. And we have got not much to show for it, unfortunately for me. However, we got a Balam, Seed Garden. A foil Bolus's Citadel is pretty nice, I'll take it. Rejoin the Fight, Protection Magic, the Falcon, Cypher, and an Island. An Omega, ooh, wrong pile, Omega, Garuda, Plate Blitzball, Elixir, Salvagers, Royal City, Airship, and a White Mage's Staff. This box is going to be kind of rough on us, I'm not going to lie. Nothing really too crazy here, but there's, like I said, there's still some time. Summon Leviathan, that's not going to help us. Dovin's Veto. That's pretty nice though, I'll take another Sephiroth. Now this is the regular version, excuse me, regular non-foil I should say. Sephiroth One-Winged Angel on the back, very sick. Sephiroth's cool, I'll take it. Got Waka, Zenarkand, and a Cloud. Foil, regular, in the main normal art. I'll take Cloud and Sephiroth in the same pack, that's not bad. I mean, you know, it's fine. Fat Chocobo, Whiteheart, Ultimecia, Cloud of Darkness, Demon Wall, Dire Rat, Wanderings, Gardener. Okay, that was a decent pack, I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him there, that was a good pack. Now can we continue good packs here? Kuja, Genome Sorcerer, Trance Kuja in the foil, regular foil. Got Squall in the regular foil. That's nice, I'll take that. That's a Tifa, Martial Artist, Surge foil. That's pretty good, that's pretty good. Ruban, however you say it. Cloud Limit Break. The Wandering Minstrel in the Forest. Primal Garuda. I keep putting the Forest in the wrong pile. Garuda. Gladiolus. Sazza Chocobo. Restoration Magic. Ultros. Pandora. Merchant. And a Chocobo Kick. Alright, 3 packs to go here. Still a chance for those Chocobos. Serialized or, what are they called? Neon Inks. Let's see. Not a Chocobo, but a, not serialized, a Balthier and Fran in the, what's the word, Surge foil. A foil Strixhaven Stadium, Ultimecia, Balthier and Fran again, a Snort, and This pack had 3 of them in it. That's crazy. Okay. And a Plains. Esperama, Torgal, Fine Hound, Gold Saucer, Chocobo Racetrack, Thief's Knife, Ice Flame, Sabatender, and Shinar Reinforcements. Alright, we have 2 packs to go. Hopefully, instead of like the Balthier and Fran, we got like 3 Sephiroths in a pack. That'd be nice, right? We have a Foil Clive, a Freet's Dominant. Very sweet. Art's really cool. I like this card a lot. In the back side, a Freed Warden of Inferno. Got a foil Fatal Push. A second Clive in Ifrit's Dominant. Don't tell me this is the Clive pack, but this is a Balthier and Fran's Clive. Alright. Is there another Clive somewhere in here? No. Ooh, Terra. Terra Magical Adept and Foil. Let's say if that was the 3rd Clive, I'd have been like, okay, what's going on here? An Esper Terra on the back. This is a very cool card. Got a Mountain, Vanille, Cheerful, however you say the last word, Side Quest, Black Box number 3, Tonberry, Magic Damper, Mooglebound Cloud, and the Hill Gaius. Alright, this is our last pack. Probably last pack of this set as well, so hopefully it's a good one. We'll do the whole put it to the back thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we know what one of these are. We'll do that. Put it at the back here. Got our forest. Alright. We have a Surge Foil Fang, Fearless Icy, however you say it. Shantoto, Vanille, Judge, Armor, Marlboro, Ventures in Blitzball. Alright, we have a, oh, that's sick. Joda the Unifier, non-foil, but that's very cool. Warrior Light, reskin. Dion, Bahamut's Dominant, we knew that already. Jador, Cypher, the Regalia. For our last card here, it's a Surge Foil Arden, the Usurper. I'll take it. It's a Surge Foil. Those are worth a lot more than the regular ones. Sadly, no Chocobos. But there you have it. Let's see what we got here. I think this was a good box. It's hard to say. So Surge Arden, Foil Terra, regular Clive, Foil Clive in the Borderless, I think it is. The Woodblock, whatever you would call it. Tifa Surge Foil, Cloud regular foil, Sephiroth non-foil, Tifa in the regular, Terra in the regular, and another Tifa in the non-foil. So I don't know, I think that's good. I think the only thing we really hit out of value here was the Joda, and I want to say the, where's it at? The Bolus of Citadel is also really good. And honestly though, Dark Ritual Foil is really good, as well as the Bolus of Citadel. So, not terrible hits on that either. But yeah, that's, like I said, it's probably my last box of this set. It's been super fun to open. Really enjoy all the cards in this set, so. Yeah, let's, I'll catch you cats next time, when the next set comes out, Edge of Eternities.
Alright, you ready for some more Final Fantasy?
No. Okay.
This is the end of the video, thank you guys.
I was told today if I bring enough energy for this box, you'll allow us to open up another box. So I feel a lot of pressure today.
No, you don't have to feel pressure. It needs to be a natural flow.
Alright, I see.
Jesus.
Okay. A serious question. How much did you pay for this box?
Good question. More than regular play booster boxes. Because it's Final Fantasy. I don't know how much exactly. I think it's like
Are we going to take them all out and like put them nicely? Get rid of the
No,
box?
no, it's nice. It's Final Fantasy box, man. Come on. Alright.
Oh, I like this plates.
I forgot where the good stuff is. Oh, in front. Okay. Sin. Side quest. So,
Is it possible to get any foil full art lands in these boxes?
good question.
Is it possible to get any
Yes.
good cards in this?
Absolutely not. No, Vivi is still the big one right now. Cloud, Bahamut,
And Yeshka only opened one pack, which got a Vivi yesterday.
and a Vivi. It's crazy. It's crazy. And a pack I bought, so something wasn't making sense at all.
She didn't open it.
Oh, look at that. Balthier and Fran. Not a bad one, I think.
Can you get those in foil or fractured foil in these?
It's not fractured, right?
You don't call it fractured?
It's not called fractured.
Surge?
Surge, yeah.
What's the difference?
It's different. Fractured is with all the sparkly
One's
glitters.
fractured, one surge? Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah,
I pulled one of those.
you did. A really good one.
Yeah.
Multiple. Right, so I really want the Bahamut. That's what
Did
I...
a Chocomon.
Oh!
Okay, so you get some of these good
Yes,
ones.
but not foil.
Okay, but it's still cool you
And
get
a
some.
Venat. Yeah, for sure. But there's not much foily goodness in it. So I know how much you like collector booster boxes, but this is great to just have. Oh, this was a great card. And I played the pre-release yesterday. I lost.
So that one helped you lose?
I lost every single game.
And that was part of the reason.
Probably. I then removed my black cards because I like my black, and it was even worse. So it was not good. Oh, Cerberus, not Bahamut. All right, this one was also on my pre-release. I really suck at balls. I don't know why, but it was really bad.
You're gonna get demonetized.
Demonetized.
Then we won't be able to buy any more packs. I'm not sure if it makes a difference.
No, it does not. All right.
For every video we make, you kind of can afford to buy a pack.
A pack. Well, that's great.
Play booster, not collector.
Laboratory Maniac. We already have this one. And a Summon Titan. I got destroyed by these.
They're good.
I played this. So for anybody asking, I played Ragdolls with blue in it. It was not good.
How's it Rakdos with blue in it?
Yeah, so Ragdolls and I splashed blue in it, and then blue became a little bit too much, so then I splashed in Ragdolls with my blue. It was horrible, but I should have gone.
These are my favorite parts of this. You didn't show the.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Oh, and it's Tifa. Look at that. Oh, she looks different here. I'm not sure if I like it.
Don't wear my glasses. Don't know where they are.
And a
My
ban.
glasses.
So these are in here too, but they're not foil, of course. Oh, and I've got a double one. Double whammy.
So when are we gonna start a My Little Pony channel?
Well, let's see if the fans would appreciate a My Little Pony unboxing channel.
Didn't they do a My Little Pony Secret Lair?
Yep, and it's going for a lot of money, that one. It's a fan favorite. Oh, Summon Titan foil.
Mill 5 cards.
Yep, Returnal Land card. This is actually quite good. I was considering putting it in my mill deck.
That was foil, no?
That's Finn. No, you can't have these in foil.
No, the last one was foil.
Oh, yes, that one. The Regalia. I think it's the first time I pulled this one. So yeah, Bahamut. I would really like to pull that one. Then I think I'm happy with all the pulls that we got.
Because God is focusing on your happiness.
God
There's
is-
nothing else to focus on.
Yes.
I never asked you, are you religious?
Oops.
Maybe we'll talk about that in our other channel.
We'll talk about that in our other channel. Jesus. Magic Pot. And the Zodiark. It's a god. It's a god. Alright.
Aspen's gonna want the gods.
Yep, for sure.
So you said I should create a bird deck.
Yes, you seem like a bird lover.
I kind of, lately on the Dodo, I've been watching a lot of bird videos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but like, I'm getting older.
What do you not watch on YouTube, man?
Anything education?
For sure. Oh, and the water crystal. So, is it still going for something? I don't know. Ifrit.
Software engineering roles at brands like Instagram, Twitch, and Oracle. Huge names there.
Pretty cool. Reminds me of the game I'm playing. Alright, so far this is a dud box. So
So
far.
why don't you like playing standard? I feel like this is a therapy session today.
No, it
It's
does
not
not.
like we're going to talk about the cards that are coming out of these packs.
Come on, man. We have to.
Oh, look.
Hero.
A card. With 4 corners.
I need a new person. I'm recruiting a new person to open play booster boxes with me. Please apply below in the comments.
It's kind of like Joe Rogan, you know, he only shows up to like the UFCs. He doesn't go like a UFC fight night. And
If we would have really great hits on this, it would be amazing. We would be excited, you know.
so what do you think the...
Showing it. Oh, see, there's a foil one
Oh,
in it.
that's the next one. Now we just need one in the planes.
Yep.
Well,
Oh, you stood out. Is that our first one? After
think
1/3 of the box? My God.
so-
Oh!
Oh, 2 and 1.
Wow, that's a good pull. Buster
Buster
Sword. Buster Sword. Finally, some sleevable card.
Plus 3 plus 2.
You can put that in your newly to be made equipment deck.
But you have an equipment deck.
Yeah, I already pulled that one full art foil, remember? I think it was the first pack we opened in the collector booster video.
I don't even remember my own name.
Right. Oh, I saw another one here.
I feel the play boosters for Final Fantasy are a little bit better than play boosters of the past.
What do you mean?
They're putting a little bit more artsy stuff into it.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know, instead they're just choosing not to put foil.
That I kind of don't like.
I know, but it's they have to put a.
It's like
They have to distinguish the two sets, right? And justify the price difference.
collectors is just dopamine hit after dopamine hit. This is like, okay, let's hope I get one good card. I get a lunar whale. That's not what I'm looking for. Raised chocobo.
What is a chocobo?
I told you last time, it's a bird. And you can ride on it. Oh, this is a
Oh yeah, like never-ending story. But like, does it do anything else?
in the game. I don't think so. Like I didn't play all the games, right? Maybe in some games they are like superheroes, but
They chose to make the chocobo of 77.
yeah.
Like,
Oh, Nature's Claim, nice. Did you pull that one last time? I'm not sure.
yes.
Oh, here, Barts and Boko. That's the bird.
Oh no, somebody on the internet pulled it. Sorry, I'm mistaking you for some stranger on YouTube.
Jesus. Well, now I have it. All right. Come on, Bahamut.
Great accent.
Bahamut? I don't know. Oh, Heart Series. Boom. Some kind of dragon. Hope Esteem. Cryptic Command.
We're getting a lot of these,
Well, it's 1 in 3 packs, I think. So we're not getting a lot of them.
but for a play booster, I'd say that's pretty good.
I would like to have
I know
the
you
mythics.
like things.
The mythics of those. Ancient Copper Dragon, man. Ancient Copper Dragon. Ristic Study. In the pre-release, there was one person who, like the box before me, they had a Ristic Study. It was not Jaws at all. I don't think they put this one in collectors. Ether. Oh, Arcane.
Enable.
Traitorous Tribune. Is that a flip card? No, it is not. Last time I got the comments that I have to flip the cards. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, you were demonetized because of it.
Yeah. On TikTok. Demonetized on TikTok.
Have you made any money off TikTok?
No, we don't. Like, I don't even know how. I don't really.
Would you like me to show you how to use a computer?
No. It's fine. Carry on. Sit. Okay, this one comes in multiple versions. I haven't seen this one. It's like I don't know. Oh, it looks funky.
I was thinking of getting a mullet for the channel.
Why have you seen somebody with a mullet opening magic?
You introduced me to meaty magic.
Meaty
today,
magic. So yeah.
And it felt like torture.
Oh, Kefka and sign one. Digitally signed.
At least you keep the cards in the
Yes. Yes. Oh! I didn't forget this time. CISO. Midgar. My God, this box is
great.
it's amazing. So I think
I wouldn't know.
people watching.
Is it a
people
good
watching-
box?
No, not at all.
What would make it a good box?
Pulling a Vivi, pulling some mythic through time. It's not Bahamut.
If you wanted those, you should have got a collector box.
Well, we opened 2, and we had a 0 mythic through time. Man, I got destroyed by this.
Oh, you forgot to hit record.
Imagine. I got destroyed by this in the pre-release. It's not fun. If you play pre-release still, I recommend you play white. My God. White, green. Very strong. Very strong. What is it?
It's a personal thing then.
Yeah, I don't know what's that this one. Oh, Ranger Captain Wheels! No way! Mythic? Well,
That's a huge.
it's a huge pull. I think it's like the 3rd or the 4th best one. Well,
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
box delivered. Well, sorry, it's,
That was very nice of you to
you can get it if you buy me the foil of that one.
But how does that?
Ranger Captain of Wheels, what a great pull. That's one you've been wanting for a long time.
I'm too cheap to buy it.
Yeah, I know. It's good that you have a friend who buys boxes.
You got a friend in me. Yeah, 'cause I don't buy any boxes.
You got a friend in me. Alright. I don't know this guy
I just
either.
don't open my boxes.
What is this? What Final Fantasy is it?
Answers.
Does it say on these?
Let me check.
Okay, why don't you?
What you asked?
The Wind Crystal.
Square Enix.
Enos?
It says Square. Oh, Square Enix.
My God.
It just says FF.
John is the biggest fan of
Of
Final,
what?
Final Fantasy.
Absolutely not.
All right, this is the last row, so we're at 2/3 of the box. Now the big pulls are gonna come in.
If they did Last of Us, Days Gone, I'd be a huge fan.
Oh, like did they not do? No, they did. What's it called? With the zombies, Walking Dead.
NBA 2K.
Tuna, nice. NBA 2K, come on, man. That's. Oh, this is great for your human deck. Oh,
I've only played that like once or twice.
yeah.
Thank you for building it for me.
I noticed.
I haven't played Magic in a while.
Yeah, you should.
So I'm tired of getting beat down.
You don't get beat down. At least not when you play against your family. Lunatic Pandora. And... Oh, Earth Crystal. I think we almost had all of them. No. Summoner's Grimoire. Alright, we were due for some mythics.
Oh,
Yes.
is that how it works?
Yes.
I still have a lot.
I do think this is a tough pull, though.
This is, for white players, this is a huge card.
Yep. Still one of the best. Bird. Montañas. Opera Love Song.
Ooh.
Oh, and an Ancient Adamantoise.
What movie is that? Adamantoya. It's
No
it's
idea.
not the Count of Monte Cristo, is it?
You always talk about that movie, but
Have you ever
don't
watched
watch
it?
No, it's boring. It's a bit old.
So have you watched it or not?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I swear, like, you know, he tries to get back as his best friend, stealing his girl and putting her in jail.
Oh, for a second.
It looked foil.
It looked foil, but it wasn't. Oh, Jill. Again, Jill. Jill is haunting us, man.
Is it one out or two?
Duel, so it's female. It's the female version of Jill.
Oh, is that why Jill only has one L? I just
I don't know.
some Belgian thing.
I think so.
You're gonna have to ask him. Jill,
Jill. Let's see if he watches this video. I probably won't.
or did your parents just want a girl? He's
All right.
an only child.
Oh, Excalibur 2, but it's not the one you want. And a side quest.
Which one do you want?
I don't know. Is there an Excalibur 1? I thought there was, but I haven't seen it, so probably not. All right, we're this is turning into a disaster. We have 4 more packs.
Well, is so you made money off this?
What?
You made money off this one.
Absolutely not. Not yet, at least. Ooh, that's beautiful. I think, is that Gilgamesh? I'm not sure.
Humoristic study.
Life's Hideaway. Well, asking for 2 mythics in one box. Well, this is a dud pack. Asking for 2 mythics through the time in one box, I think, is a bit too much. Gotta be real. You gotta be real.
We'll get serialized. I'll get my pen and put 101 onto the card.
Please.
Oh.
SRAM! That's my commander!
Oh.
I would love to get this one in foil. That's nice. That's a cool pull. And a Darkness Crystal. Okay. I played this fairy in my previous. I had 2 of them. And at least I won 1 game.
Oh, you won a game.
A game, but not. I didn't win any. Like it's always you gotta win in 3 games, right?
Oh, it's best of 3. I forgot about
Best
that.
of 3, and yeah. I won 1 game with that fairy, just doing 2 damage each turn. So it's,
Wasn't your first ever deck a fairy deck?
yes, it was. Yeah. Dovin's video. Okay, we're getting more of these now, but what do we want?
Fat Chocobo, that's me.
Fat Chocobo. All right.
Kinda look like Fat Chocobo.
Lost back already. Holy shit. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can get something. Oh, what's it called again? Dion or something? Dion's?
You're looking for the wastes.
Oh, it's well, it's not called. Oh, I thought it was Vivi. Same colors. And it's nothing. And it's nothing.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
It's fine. I'd like to give the reality of opening the packs to people. But you know what? We only had to buy a full box to buy a $30 card.
That was, and this is why.
And
you
this
don't
is
manage
why.
other people's money.
And this is why you buy singles, because we could have just bought this for $30 instead of buying a what $200 box. Now $150,
No, this is more than 150.
$180. I'm not sure. I'm not sure anymore. You will see it on the thing that is.
Wasn't it like
on top of it.
$300?
For a play booster? No way. No way. They haven't really gone up in price.
But the collector is like 800.
Canadian, yeah.
So, is it usually like a half price? Is it usually like 60?
No. It's usually like I say 150 USD.
Okay.
125 to 150 depending on the set. So
Okay.
Final Fantasy has a premium.
So it's probably the 250 CAD.
I think that's what we paid, yeah.
We?
Well, I mean, not me.
It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, I know. Alright, guys. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Or I get fired.
Alright, John. It's finally time. It's finally time.
I felt like this day would never come.
There was some delays, but boom. Just like that.
You got it.
This is the most expensive opening of the year. Probably ever. 2 boxes.
When Lord of the Rings came out, was this how expensive was it?
Like the holiday edition ones, we could buy them for 400 Canadian, even less.
Wow. Okay.
Come on, first pack, gold chocobo.
Then we stopped filming right there.
Well, then I stopped opening packs because why opening more, right? All right, hero. Let's be the hero today. Ooh,
Okay.
immediately a foil. What? These in search are going for a lot of money. But this is great. Go.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Oh, and a foil.
Dovin's Vito. That's nice. I love these.
Stunning.
I definitely want to collect him. And Vincent Valentine. Very nice. I love the art. Like, oh, I needed this one. There you go for my Kona deck. Jumbo Cactuar. Really nice. And a soldier military program.
You know what? They look better in real life than on the videos that I saw already.
It's very nice. Very nice quality. And oh,
Swamp stunning.
yep. I really want the wastes in foil with the wolf on it. It's really
Beautiful.
cool.
The foil it feels different. Very
It's
clean.
yeah, it's very clean. Ambrosia. So I'm gonna go a bit slow in the beginning through the uncommons, just to soak it all in. Affinity for towns. That's nice. Random encounter.
Lunatic.
So did you play any Final Fantasy games, John?
Oh, I couldn't because you were on my TV playing Final Fantasy. Did you finish the game finally?
So I started playing on PlayStation 5 remake, so 7 remake. I think it's called Integrate or something like that. And I'm at chapter 13 now, so I think it's one of the. Oh my God! The Buster Sword. This is a really good pull. Oh, that's really good.
Don't hit the table.
Sorry, you're gonna have to sleeve this one.
Oh,
and a
another
Mythics
foil.
Mastery foil. Oh my God, that Buster Sword. That is a great pull. My God, that's really nice. Genova Ancient Calamity. And a Hermes. Oh, that's a good pull. That's a good pull.
Are you putting in your
Look at
cooking
that.
deck?
Look at that island. Yes, for sure. Look at that island, man. Beautiful.
Salmon Island. What you did on purpose?
Clash of the Acons.
I gotta say, there's something different with the foil.
It's very nice. So Sid, this one comes in like what, 12 versions or more? I don't know what the exact number is. Different arts.
Why?
Somebody's pointing it at me. I didn't really get it. Something like 16? No, he's writing it down. Oh, Cactuar. This is the smaller version.
Oh, there's multiple cactuars?
Yeah, but this one is just a creature plant. Okay, 15 Sids are in the set. 15 different designs. And then there's another one, Secret Rendezvous, which I'm really hoping to pull a few off. Also has a few versions. I'm not sure how many. All right, so far, Buster Sword has already, made my day.
This is a stunning card.
I would love to get
Stunning
the Sephiroth in the same style. Then I'm good.
I always wondered how he could lift that heavy sword.
Yeah, he's very strong. He's a soldier,
Maybe he does CrossFit. Like you.
Gilgamesh. Oh, and another
Another
foil.
foil, wow.
Damn, Strixhaven Stadium. So, I already told you I'm going to collect these, all of them in foil. Oh, wait a second. Are these the commanders that are Hishtola Knights Blessed non-foil? I think that's the one we want to pull. I think this is like a couple $100.
This card right here?
Yes, because it's rare in non-foil. Let's put that in a sleeve.
Wait, a non-foil is
A
rare?
non-foil is more rare than the foils, I think. Oh, Antifa Lockhart. That's from Final Fantasy VII. You remember her?
No, I don't. I do not watch you.
Oh, and the Masamune. That actually was introduced in the first Final Fantasy.
How many of the Final Fantasies did you play?
I finished 1. I played 7. And I think
beautiful.
6, but never finished it. Landfall. I was too young. So I'm like getting into it more because of this of the Magic release, and it's been really nice. I love the 7 remake. It's really good.
Like, is Final Fantasy like the equivalent of Zelda from my time?
It started at the same time. It's probably even the same age.
Zelda and Final Fantasy started at the same time?
I think the first Final Fantasy game was 87. 1987. I don't know how old Zelda is, which one came first.
I was busy playing Blades of Steel.
I was busy being a baby.
You don't know what Blades of Steel is?
No.
It's the hockey game.
Golbez, Crystal Collector. Oh, and a Brainstorm. That's our first one full. Probably. Yeah. I love the card though.
It'd be nicer in foil, but it's beautiful.
Well, you know. Summon Kujata. And a Heli Trooper. Ishgard. Oh, beautiful. The Holy Sea.
Is this a good card? I'm trying to figure it out.
Return. Maybe. I love the art. We'll see. Oh, and another. Oh, that's another swamp. So there's multiple ones. Oh, and a first search foil.
Oh shit! Search foil. Wow.
Fang Fearless. So this is an
It makes
uncommon.
this search foil. I'm telling you, the quality of these cards are so much better.
This is actually
than
really
previous
good, a
sets.
really good card. Yeah, the foil is beautiful. This is the surging. It's better than Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's
it
the
looks
nicest
better.
I've ever seen.
Very nice.
You don't mean
No, it's an uncommon.
Okay.
Fat Chocobo.
Oh, that's me.
Yep. Well, they call you Garden Gnome. The fans, they call you Garden Gnome.
I prefer to be referred to as Fat Chocobo.
Okay, so everybody, you heard it. Circle of Power, and they retrieve the Esper.
But if I was a color, what color would I be?
Purple.
Why purple?
I think you as a Garden Gnome has to be either red or green. All right. So this is the time where we pull a Chocobo. Let's see. No, we didn't. Baltier and Fran. I think that's a good pull though. Oh, and another one. That's amazing. This is Moldrota, the Gravetide. Oh, that's nice. I love the art.
Stunning.
Love. All right. Coin of Fate. Professor Hojo.
He was my favorite professor in high school.
Barts and Boko. So a lot of birds. Oh, the wastes is there. That's what I wanted to pull. Beautiful. The wolf or dog.
What's the difference between a waste and like a swamp? It's just a type of land, different type.
Yeah, it's a wasteland. It's a like uncolored basic land, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the Eldrazi decks. Oh, and another Sid, Timeless Artificer. Another completely other art. We still have to get the Secret Rendezvous. Undercity Dire Rat and a Light of Judgment.
I will silence my calls.
Please. Thank you. All right, 6 pack. I've been asking all the people at home to manifest a Chocobo, a golden one.
And they're too busy manifesting for themselves.
Yes. Oh, Ultima Origin of Oblivion.
These are stunning.
Beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely. Oh! That's my favorite art in the whole set, but non-foil. That is that's beautiful. Really beautiful. That's Tifa. Ultimate Magic Meteor. Beatrix, Human Soldier.
No.
Oh, but for equipment, that's quite high cost there.
Very.
Tromel. Excalibur 2. I didn't know there was a 2. I know there was a 1 from Final Fantasy 1. At the end, you got the Excalibur.
So does this cover just certain Final Fantasies, or does it cover all of them?
There it is.
Oh.
Secret Rendezvous. That's Barret and Cloud from Final Fantasy 7. So, and this comes with Tifa and another one. And
Did you remember this scene?
I don't think there was a scene about this, but it's the characters.
Okay.
So that's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna go faster to the uncommons now that I've seen the Secret Rendezvous and an Iron Giant. All right, halfway. Okay, we need another banger. Sephiroth, please.
So Final Fantasy, the game is at what right now? It's way higher than 7 or 8.
There's 16 numbers. Oh, what is it? 180 packs? Oh wow! For the Secret Rendezvous, one in the 180
crazy.
packs. That's crazy.
And you got it.
I got it, and I got a Titan. Summon Titan. Oh, Bola Citadel. Too bad it's not a foil. That's very nice.
Or Kefka's Tower.
Kefka's Tower. Yep. There's another summon here.
It's so cute.
Yeah. Edgar. Setzer. And the Water Crystal. It's the first crystal we pull. So every color has a crystal again.
Okay.
I don't know if they're very good. I don't see it yet. Oh, Torgal, a fine hound. Not many surges. We didn't get many surges yet. Eden.
Wasn't it like 1 surge per box on average? Or something?
No, so the mythic surges are 1 in... I don't remember. It's quite a low pull rate. So we'd be very lucky to pull 1. But I'm not waiting for the surges. I'm waiting for the through the time mythics mythic foils. That's really what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Oh, Vincent Valentine.
Stunning.
Yep.
I love the simple background.
One of the good guys. Oh, and a Deadly Dispute.
Another foil.
Foil, very nice. So uncommon this one. Oh, no way. Graha, Tia, Sign Reborn, non-foil. From the Commander set. That might actually be another good one. Let's see. Saz Katsroy. And the Water Crystal again, but in nice art. Very nice. But we seem to be getting the blue ones. Tilla. There you go. The planes.
Oh, that's the one I've been looking
Seven
for.
Haven to... I always stop a little bit longer in between the cards from the Final Fantasy VII. I just play the game, right? So it's pretty cool.
Seventh Heaven. It's sounds like a game people play in high school.
Anima. Well, it gets... I'm not going to give any spoilers for people who don't play it. So. Gulf's Final Act. Marlboro.
Marlboro?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
But I think it's written differently than
Okay.
Smokes. Yeah. Wow. You know what? I know it's extremely expensive, but I'm having a lot of fun opening this because it's like...
It's one of the one of the best sets we've ever opened.
It's very nice. All right. And the Wind Crystal. So this is the white one.
Oh, beautiful.
Very cool. But not what you want.
I suppose cost one less?
Oh, Sir Conrad. Not a fall. Too bad. If you gain life, you gain twice that many.
Oh, that'd be great for a white-black deck.
Your life gain
Life gain,
one?
life cost. Yeah.
I just want to check. Okay.
Oh,
Imagine if we weren't filming. That would be
Oh my God.
Lulu, Stern Guardian, and an Ishgard again.
that'd be the Lulu.
That would be the Lulu. Alright, Summon Primal Garuda and a Fang again.
So which cards are you most excited to put into your decks?
Sephiroth. That's number 1 for my Alinda deck. It's a very tough pull. I've seen people open 3 collector boxes and pull 0. So that's going to be my chase card. Hopefully it's not going to be as bad as the... what is it called again? Yugen in Tarkir. I had to open a lot of boxes for that one. Oh, and
Wow,
a
stunning.
Dian foil. I don't think it's very popular.
But it's stunning.
And a Danita.
Some of them I don't like. If it's not foil, I don't like.
This is a very good card for equipment as well.
There's a lot of equipment stuff.
Yep, which is great. Arden, the Usurper. I think I've seen a movie with this guy. Yeah, there's a few Final Fantasy movies and he plays in that one.
There's Final Fantasy movies?
Yeah, but they're animated. There's a few on Netflix even. Forest.
Are you excited for the Magic the
Chocobo?
Gathering animated movie? Or show?
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. Hopefully they do a good job at it. All right, we're a bit on a dry spell here.
Okay.
But it's because
It only mean one thing, is that the Chocobo
Yeah.
serializes next.
that's what we need. So here we go.
Oh, stunning.
Xenos. Yeah, I think that's... I've seen
I
this
can't
guy.
tell, is it foil or not?
It's also from the movie. That's a foil. Oh, Brainstorm foil this time. Nice. Okay, my collection is already at a good point.
Yeah.
Van.
Street Thief.
Yeah. Yuna's Decision. And Ultimate Magic Holy. Tifa. Very nice. That's I think this one is gonna do well in standard. And a Crystal Fragments. Very nice. Zidane.
Zidane.
A football player?
I think
A
so.
soccer player.
I think so.
Alright, last pack. We need something here. Either a Sephiroth or a Bahamut. Let's see.
Who?
Yeah, that's you'll
love
see
this
what
one.
we'll play. Oh, it's a Kuja. Genome Sorcerer. Oh, and a Gix Yalmot Predator. Praetor, sorry. Very nice. Unfortunately, it's not a foil. And a Protection Magic, okay. Oh, put a shield counter on each of up to 3 target creatures. 2 mana. Not bad. And a Velforce summon. A lot of summons. Ancient Adamantoise.
What are the summons?
So... How can I go? A nice planes, by the way.
That's a stunning place.
I was like, why is he not saying anything? So the summons is like... how can you compare it with another game? What games did you play? It's like an ultimate ability.
NBA 2K.
There's probably like a finisher move or something like that.
Maybe an NBA champ, but not 2K.
Second box. We got the Buster Sword in the first one, and I think this one is not a bad pull either. This one is not that much, but the Buster Sword, man, stunning. But no, where's the thing? No Chocobo, but even more important, no Search Mythics, no Mythic
get one on
through the
this one.
time foil. So
You're gonna get one here.
we're due. Would you?
The gods owe it to us.
Well, after the last boxes that we opened on the channel, we're not doing so well. All right, 3, 2, 1, Chocobo. No, it's a.
No, but
it's
still nice.
Sorry, I'm gonna just move the card so I can do the pricing. Oh, an Advencer, Shaper Savant, Dark Confident. Nice, love that card.
Field Talk Card Library.
And it's gonna get standard legal, so
Wow.
it's gonna come back to standard. Tella, Great Sage, and Chocobo Knights. Not the Chocobo we want.
What is a chocobo?
It's this thing, this bird.
It's a bird?
It's like a they ride it like you would ride horses. They ride chocobos.
Like Never Ending Story where you used to fly the...
I don't even know what that means.
It's probably too young.
Yes, Shiva. All right. Okay. Okay. I want to see Chocobo Neon in real life. I've already seen a black one being pulled, which is the hardest one apart from the serialized. It's very nice. Oh, Excalibur 2, but the
Nice.
full art one. It's pretty cool.
It's very cool.
I want. Oh, Wall of
wow.
Omens. Very beautiful.
Defender. Uh-oh.
And a foil. Yep. It's also, I think, uncommon or common. Lightning. Army of 1. All right. Edgar.
But not Edgar Markov, like another Edgar?
Apparently, yeah. This is a cool one too. You can target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card for only 1 mana. I think it's an interesting commander. Oh, Cloud is here. Midgar Mercenary. That's one of the chase pulls too, and that's that commander that you were interested in to build an equipment
Right,
deck.
yes.
It's so cool. So I'm happy I pulled that one. But there's art of that. Like
Yeah, there's
the
nice
Surge
ones.
one. The Surge one. If you pull that one, it's big bucks. Swamp. And let's see. Off summons again.
So someone's like it's a combination saga and
It's an enchantment creatures and a saga. Yeah, it's
it's the first time we've ever seen them, right?
Yeah, so it can attack as well. It's crazy. Like
But you have to do the 3 steps before it turns into a creature?
oh, it's an omen. It's a sign.
Uh-oh.
It's the first time we have this
It
bird
is,
token.
It is.
3, 2, 1.
No.
It's Kefka. It's
That's
a good
cool.
pull. It's a good pull. Court Mage Kefka. Very nice.
Wow.
Laboratory
so much nicer.
Maniac. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Oh, Vivi! Here we go. The top pull of the set.
Really?
Yes. Currently, it's the most expensive one. I hope it's this one, but I think it is, yes. Yeah, I should be putting this on this side. Firion. Observed Stasis. And an Ardent Usurper again. 8 mana. Oh, first time I've seen his mountain, I think. You didn't see that yet, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
wow,
there
search
we
for it.
go. Vanilla. Cheerful. Well, see, I don't know this character. It's from 8, and I haven't
But
seen her.
search for
Uncommon again. Oh, and this is an interesting one. Self-destruct. All right, all right.
It was a good pack. It was a good pack.
That was a fun pack. Yep. Well, every pack needs to kind of be a banger here, but okay. Let's go. Oh!
Oh,
Search
shit.
foil!
Oh,
shit!
Search foil!
No way! Clothes, Midgar Mercenary, Search
Oh
foil.
my god. Now you have to make a deck with that.
Oh my god, that is a stunning card.
gotta.
Okay, be careful, be careful. Oh, light up the stage foil. Oh my god, that's an amazing foil. That's from Final Fantasy VII, the one I'm playing.
There's a 6 or 7 behind it.
Or is that? Can I see?
I think that's
so.
a-
It says in the bottom. It's a 7 from
But
7.
look, the white behind it, isn't that the number?
Yeah, that's the number
I
they
didn't
put
know
behind it.
that.
Yeah. Yuna, Grand Summoner, very cool. And again, the Wind Crystal. Sphere Grid. Wow, that's a great pull. Now
Now we can stop.
I really need Sephiroth, man. I need it. Is it down?
I didn't realize that the number behind each
Yeah,
character
yeah,
is
yeah.
the Final Fantasy that the person's from.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you tell me that?
Oh, well, I thought it was kind of clear.
I thought it was white lights.
Well, now you know. Now you know. So that's apparently a $350 card here in Canada. That's not bad. I think that's Canadian dollar. That's actually,
No, it's American.
It's actually American.
So
okay.
that's like 2,000 Canadian.
Lindblom and another Strixhaven Stadium. Oh,
Another search foil? What the
Terra,
hell? That's a
Herald of
mythic.
Hope, Mythic as well. But I think these are not as valuable because it's from the Commander set. But let's leave it regardless. Wow, they feel beautiful too. It's like
Wow, it is stunning.
that's great. No, this box is completely different. Gilgamesh, And
This is a banger, man.
Another plains. I think that's
You know
a
what?
third
That's
different-
plains. I'd be.
That's, yeah, there's already
steal the plains from you.
three kinds. No, sorry. These are going $100 each, man.
They're not gonna go $100 each.
These boxes are crazy expensive. I'm gonna have to eat
Ramen noodles.
white bread for 2 months
Racist.
after this. Should we be something?
I don't know.
Okay, so the Terra Herald of
Yeah,
Hope. We're getting some live information here. That's one like at this time. Of course, it's pre-order prices. The price you will see is pre-order, but it's $130. Oh,
Oh my god! Another 6 foil.
yeah.
What the hell?
Hope S Team, a rare this time, so not a mythic, but that's crazy. Oh, and a Vile Smasher the Fierce. Very, very nice.
3 search foils in 1 box.
Clive, another mythic. Gata and Luzu. And Riku. Alright, man. Leviathan. Oh, I haven't seen this island either.
This doesn't even look like an island. Oh yeah, it kind of does.
There's,
What is
there's
it?
water. A Shoko Mog. Alright, now Sephiroth, man. I need you.
I watched you play Final Fantasy. I didn't see no chocos.
Yeah,
in the game.
yeah, no. So, I'm not gonna say spoilers for the people who want to play the game.
Well, they should have played it by now.
Well, it's a new game. The remake is, but oh,
And is that
Another
search foil?
search.
What the hell?
Safar Almasi search
Okay,
foil.
this is your best box you've ever opened. Period.
I don't know. Let's see. And a Primeval Titan foil. What the hell? Is it Primeval Titan a rare or a mythic? I actually don't remember. Primeval Titan. I wonder if that is the rare or a mythic. Red.
This is cray cray.
Proud Warrior. Tankred Waters.
And we're only six in.
I think this is 7.
7. So
Realm Report. Look, I haven't seen this island either.
no.
This is crazy. How many different islands? Fenrir? Let's see if we can get another secret rendezvous. My god.
This is crazy. So the card we just
How much is it? $60 for that Primeval Titan? But it's a mythic, right? No, it's a rare? Okay. A rare. So the mythics are very hard to pull. 1 in 500 packs? Oh my god.
no another search
kidding
foil?
me.
Are you fucking kidding? Sorry.
Bleed. Squall Seed Mercenary rare search.
What the hell?
Yep, and another Wall of Moments.
That is stunning. It's like everyone's gonna be in this box.
No. The Wandering Minstrel. Lord Yiskal Guado. Man, there's some funky ass names. Louisoix Sacrifice. It's a special name. I don't think we see. Look, Chocobos in the forest.
Oh,
It's a
isn't that where they belong?
Selfie shot. That's funny. Do you have any information
Yeah,
to share?
we're only supposed to get 2 search foils on average per box, I think.
Well, we're at.
And that's 1,
5?
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
We need to pull the 6th one. 1 second. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Moogle's Valor.
Moogles are from this game too?
Yep, apparently. Dovin's Fido. We had that one. Foil. Getting some double. Oh yes, Sephiroth. We got him.
Black.
We got him. We got him. Oh my god, what a great pull. Unfortunately, it's not a foil, but that's nice. And a Noctis, Prince of Lucis.
Human Avatar Soldier.
Dion. Yeah, we've seen this one. And a Vanilla again. Yeah, right now $130 for that Sephiroth non-foil. I think the foil is going for a lot of money. But that's stunning. But I prefer the other art. So they have that Buster Sword that we pulled.
Yeah?
Sephiroth also comes in like that art. And that's the one you want to pull.
I gotta say though, you're good with all.
Oh, there's one colorless that I'm chasing still. A colorless card that I'm chasing. Oh, the foil Jumbo Cactuar.
That's big, no?
Very nice. I don't know how much it's going. Oh, Lauren of the Third Pot.
I don't know. So some of them I don't like.
I think it's really good. Oh, another Clouds. Midgar Mercenary, but non-foil this time. What a box. What a difference.
Yeah.
That is insane. Insane. And I didn't pick this box myself. You know.
Did you pick any of the boxes yourself?
Nope. I don't do that anymore.
It's best you don't.
Seven Haven Plains. All right. Delivery Moogle. Wow. 2 more packs, guys.
I think we're good.
What an opening. That second box. Now, all I need is a Chocobo. But I know you're gonna say beggars can't be choosers, but I think
At
it's
least I
time.
know you're listening to me.
Arden the Usurper.
Might as well.
It's not a chocobo. Light up the stage.
Yeah.
We had that one. A Dian. And a Papalimo. Totolimo.
It's like Papa John's.
Yep. Memories returning. From father to son. Wow. Oh, Swamp. I'm hoping I can snag a Crux of Fate. This reminds me of the Crux of Fate commander card.
Okay.
I'm hoping I can get the...
I'm nodding like I know what you're talking about.
well, it's a card. And it's a beautiful art. And they Ultra Pro, not an ad, made a mat of that art. And it's
Okay.
stunning. When you see it, you would say, okay, that's you. All right. John, this is a sign. Sephiroth, one winged angel. Take the sleeves. It's time. It's fine. Take the sleeves. This is going to be the Chocobo. 3, 2, 1. No. It's Midgar, City of Mako. That's Final Fantasy 7.
Okay.
Oh, Fatal Push. Non-foil. The Warring Triad. And Ultima. Destroy all artifacts and creatures. End of turn.
Okay, that's that one I wanted.
Waka.
Waka.
Terra. And that's it. All right. Let's see if we can get Rendezvous. No. Well, we had one Rendezvous. That's crazy. I did not know it was so hard to get, but holy. What is up with this box? We had how many Klaus? 3, right? My God, this isn't like this pull. Wow, look at that.
Search for it's beautiful.
That is a stunning card.
Now you gotta use it in your deck.
Whew. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. And a Primeval Titan, which is 1 in 500. No, 1 in 250 packs, something like that. The rares.
Crazy.
And then a Sephiroth and a Jumbo Cactuar. Wow. Second box delivered.
Definitely. If you guys haven't pre-ordered your Final Fantasy, this is
time.
one of the sets that's really fun to open.
It's wow.
I've been so disappointed with a lot of the other boxes we've been opening.
But you have the Surges.
But this was a blast.
You have Surges. You have Through the Time. You have I don't know what these are called. Like the different art. And you have the full arts like these.
Yeah.
Like it's very beautiful.
No,
very
it's a beautiful set.
Yeah. All right, guys.
They delivered.
I hope you're having fun with the pre-releases of this one. I know I will.
Oh, are we playing pre-release?
Yep, we are.
Okay, we are.
In this store.
And it's Sunday.
This is not collector boxes, guys. And this is a remainder of March of the Machine Aftermath that nobody can get rid of. All right, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. We're going to be opening a Play Boosted box later.
We're trying to be like Rudy.
We're trying to be like Rudy. No, we're not. All right, see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Peace.
Okay.
John, Final Fantasy, done. The rage is over.
It's only been a day.
It's
kids these days.
It's just too much, man. It's too much. It was a lot of work, going through that.
You ever
Very emotional.
You ever played the game Bully?
I did not. Do you?
Yes. It feels like this. It feels like a
Look at
high
this.
school.
This is old already.
What year was this?
Oh, by the way, guys, so we're gonna do the guessing game. You can try it with us. There's gonna be a counter on top, and I'm hoping we'll get at least 1 or 2 right.
Okay. I just guessed good or bad card.
You can do that, but try to get the name. I'm sure you will know some as well. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, Augusta is correct. No, Augusta. Oh my. Wait a second. No comment. All right, we're gonna go with
Rookies.
Oh, Sudden Breakthrough.
So what year was this? Did you answer that?
I did not. Let's see. 2021.
21. Okay.
That's 4 years.
Feels like just yesterday.
Expanded anatomy. Oh, it's not a pull thing one. All right. You ready for guessing?
No.
Strict Proctor. Combat Calligrapher.
Okay, bird. Clear.
Oh, that's a good card.
Okay.
Wandering Archaic. Nice. Oh, Infuriate. So these are in here.
But Infuriate, this specific art, is this from Strixhaven? Because I've seen it before.
Yes. This is like I'm not. This is Mythical Archive. So here, this is the first one.
Oh.
Which one is it?
It's green. 4 mana.
I think
You know what it is, right?
Harmonize. Harmonize. You'll see when we have it correct. Oh.
Harmonize Part 2. Excalibur 2.
It's beautiful. Wow.
A girl fanning.
What is it beside here? Okay. That's I don't know this one.
Looks ruined there, right?
Yeah, it kind of looks, but it's not. I'm not sure. Not sure. So
I haven't. My Japanese is rusty.
yeah, same here. So we saw this one already.
It's Japanese, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. You were making me doubt there for a second. But yes, it is. All right. I don't know if there's any good commons or uncommons in this set. Maybe these ones. Lesson. All right. Fervent Mastery. Keen Duelist. Ooh, Mavinda. This is a good one.
Nice.
Yep. You make for 0. You may cast an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard this turn. If that spell doesn't target a creature you control, it costs 8 more to cast. Okay. Not bad at all. And Eliminate. So big pull here is Demonic Tutor, Japanese foil. If
How much mana is that?
This one?
Demonic Tutor.
2 as well. So
2.
same.
One.
You'll see me shouting. Oh, this is the Fairy's Protection?
No.
Holy shit, I think it is.
If it is.
Mythic, yeah, it's the Fairy's Protection. That's amazing. Oh, it's not foil. Wow. Gonna go to sleep, this bad boy, or
Oh, I
what?
forgot what I was doing here.
Okay, one red.
Punch me in the face.
Come on, man, you gotta try it. Okay,
There's one where it's like +3. No.
is Lightning Bolt one? No. Oh
No,
my
but wouldn't
god,
you
that's
see
horrible.
3? Like, is there numbers also? Or is there plus?
No,
minus?
there's nothing. So, well, butchered that one. Harmonize. See, I think the first one I had correct. It was Harmonize.
Okay.
All right. We are not doing well at this game, guys.
Well, we don't know. We might be getting perfect.
Lightning Bolt?
My
Is that 1 mana?
Excalibur 2 might have been correct.
Absolutely not. That's Final Fantasy.
Well,
We got the Fairy's Protection. That's a really nice pull.
you think you got the Fairy's Protection.
I'm pretty sure.
could've.
A Mythic for 3 mana? I'm pretty sure. If not,
Show me Japanese. How do you know it's mythic?
it says in the bottom. R for rare. All right, Guardian Archon. Very nice.
Okay, what's an Archon? What is an Archon?
You got a Snarl? An Archon? I have no idea. Oh!
Okay.
Oh!
Baby in a handbasket.
Giving birth. It's an uncommon. Giving birth. It has to be. No, it's something with birth. I don't know what it is. And a growth spiral. Eliminate again.
Okay.
And a Semester's End.
Sounds like a good card.
It's probably not.
That sucks.
Oh my god, we're I think we're 2 for 6 now on the Japanese ones.
0 for 0.
I thank you for the color commentary. It's good. It's good. At least it helps me think.
I didn't consent to playing this game.
Please don't use that word. That's weird when it comes to cards. Revival Experiment. Oh, this looks like they forgot some color in the card. Tempted by the Auric.
I get tempted by Auric often.
Oh, that's interesting.
Very sexy beast. Oh, another white. 2 white. Esper Sentinel.
Day of Judgment.
Judgment of Day.
Judgment of Day. Is it Day of No, I think it's Judgment. I think it's something with Judgment. It's an uncommon.
Based on the...
Channel. Not bad. Is that still worth something? I don't know. It's a
I want
mythic.
cookies. The way you said channel made me want chocolate cookies.
Well, you have them every
Defiant
day.
Strike.
It's nice. Defiant Strike and an increasing vengeance. All right. Okay, come on.
Okay.
Demonic Tutor. That's all we kind of want. If I pull that Demonic Tutor foil, I finally have my Elenda deck fully blinked. Just saying, fully blinked
How
out.
much would that card cost you?
200-300, maybe more than this box. More than this box.
$10 more?
100 maybe? I don't know. Please don't make me feel bad. Pestilent Cauldron. Do it. I turned it.
Oh, good for you.
Geometric Nexus. Ooh.
It's very geometric. Selfless
Glyph Weaver, yeah. Trill of Possibility. Look. Alright, Trill of Possibility. Oh, what is that?
Blue 3.
What is that?
Thinking man.
It's a rare.
I think, therefore I do.
Yes, that's it. I have no idea.
Oh, 1 mana Dark Ritual.
No, it does not have 3 mana cost. So this is...
It's 1 mana cost.
Yes, but it gives you 3, and it's not showing you that. And this
How do you
is-
know?
It would say the 3 mana pips, black mana pips in here. So this is... I should know this.
You should. But it has a number 2 here.
It has number 2 there.
It's kicking the 2. So it's an extra 2.
It's definitely.
On
I think
top
it's
of-
losing 2 life, so it's drawing cards. So it has Deadly Dispute. Deadly Dispute. Let's say that now it's not. It's 1 mana. It might actually be. Deadly Dispute. You know what? That's what I said.
All right. Sticking to your.
Sticking to my gut. All right, right. So we're at the 6th pack.
Why are none of those being put in sleeves?
Oh, it's an uncommon. Yeah, there's probably going to be some value in there, but I don't know by heart which one is good value. All right. Confront the past.
Oh,
It's a lesson.
therapy.
Callous Blood Mage.
Okay. Oh, and Battle Mage's Bracers.
Okay, I'm not excited. Not excited. Snakeskin Veil.
Is there one in every pack?
Japanese one? Yep.
Oh.
Swords Plowshare? No.
It's
It's a rare for 1. Oh, this is it says 1 in the back and the bottom.
Tashima's Revenge.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The sword.
It's something with 1 as well. Man, we are not good. Oh,
That's blue. I don't do blue.
uncommon. My God.
Why would you think I would be good at this game? I don't remember my name.
It's something with 4 in it. So 4.
You sure 4 means 4 in Japanese?
Of course.
Why?
We are so bad at this. I hope somebody's better at watching this video than us. My God, no idea. No idea.
You couldn't have practiced a little bit?
That would be boring.
Studied?
That would be boring. It wouldn't be real. All right,
Because reality TV is real.
but we are real.
I'm as real as it gets.
All right, right. Multiple
I'll
choice.
put on a fat suit before each one of these.
Oh. Lilia, the Blader Forged. That used to be a good one.
Laelia.
Cody. Oh,
I'm just making noises. Blossom Bloom.
3 in the sky.
Snowing.
with a little,
Snowing orange.
with like a little guy here. What is this? Oh, the camera can't handle it.
Like this person? Is that a guy?
No, like this. What is this? It's like the guy floating in the air. I'm not sure. Harmonize again?
It's probably Harmonize.
No, Harmonize is 4 mana.
Well, the Japanese one's cheaper.
Opt. Oh, that is. Come on, man.
Purple Ritual.
Dark Ritual. That's a great card, by the way.
But isn't it really great?
Yeah, it's like 10 to 20 bucks. Because it's foil.
Game changer.
Game changer. Well, you saw the box price in the beginning of the video. We need
I didn't.
We need it. No, you should not know.
I live in real time.
Because you're gonna be telling me I shouldn't be spending this money. Okay.
Oh wait, you tried to make me buy one of these.
Yeah, it's a beautiful set. I really love the art, Japanese art, but you gotta be into that. Oh, this is
A cat.
no, it is discard 1, draw 2.
Cat Ninja.
It is Fateless Looting.
Cat, wearing a long
It is Fateless Looting.
dress.
Fateless Looting.
Ninja.
I think it is.
It's a ninja.
Tainted Pact. Oof, I thought it was. My God, it has everything that Demonic Tutor has. Mythic, 2 mana.
Except it doesn't say demonic tutor.
It does. Oh,
Is that demonic tutor?
No.
Oh, that's the cat.
yeah. So
Oh.
it's again Fateless Looting. This is a great pull. There we go. Foiled
It's
Fateless
good
Looting.
foliage.
Yeah, very
They got
beautiful.
the foliage very good on these ones. So
I wonder if this is a Japanese box as well.
I'm not wearing my glasses. I wouldn't know.
Manufactured in
Yeah.
the States.
Oh, really?
States box, yeah.
Okay, this is pre-tariffs.
Oh, definitely. 2021. Back then, people loved each other. Oh, pump up again.
Well, let's not push it.
Velomachus. Elder Dragon. Spawning Kraken. Accomplished Alchemist. That's pretty cool. Strategic Planning.
Oh, we should do some of that
And
once
Demonic
in a
Tutor. Oh,
Oh, I'm going to let a dove.
is it a dove?
Doves fly.
Does fly. It has to be.
Is that dove in her hand?
There's a 3 in here.
You're a cheater.
Is that 3 life? Gain 3 life? Something?
Why would you gain life?
This
That's
is-
beautiful.
It's not Swords of Plowshare, but the other one.
So it also kills people?
No, it kills people. Kills creatures.
Creatures are people too.
Anyway, you're
Oh, one
useless.
blue. Yes.
You're useless in this.
That's also
Oh wait, is this?
Ristic Study.
No, it is not. This is.
I heard you say it yesterday. So
Come on! What is it again? It's the draw 1 card, scry 1, draw
Did
1.
you pray?
No, it's scry 1, draw 1, and the name.
Dry one?
The name of the card is now. It's not Ponder. It's. My God, I have to.
Look at the stars. Galileo.
You are not helping whatsoever. It's not Ponder. It's an uncommon. Yeah, whatever. I forgot the name.
I wish upon a star. Wish upon a star.
No, it's. I'm going. It's gonna come. It's gonna come to me.
So when you edit this video, make it so that I say all the right cards, please.
Okay.
So I look like a fool now.
Yeah, you definitely do.
Why do I feel like Coletta and Aspen would have got them all right?
Yeah, they would. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure.
They have crazy memories.
They do. Witch's Clinic. I really want to know what the name of that one was. Wither Bloom Command.
Oh, that's nice.
I think it's.
I boil your brain.
No, it's the
Cauldron.
one. It's a Deadly Dispute I said, but I think a Deadly Dispute is 2 mana, so it might be Tainted Pact or something.
Cheaper version.
I don't know. Brainstorm? Pretty cool. Cool.
Oh wait, maybe that one of I don't know.
No, it's not that one. Oh shit! Holy shit! That's the one.
That's the one.
Demonic Tutor foil. Are you kidding me?
Are you? I don't know.
Holy shit! Give me sleep. This is the.
Why can't I
This is
fucking
one of
put
the
him to
best
sleep?
pulls ever in the channel. I'm not even kidding.
What is it? $10?
No way.
Here's a sleeve.
No way. What a box. It was calling to me. I needed.
How
to
do you
open
even
this.
know that's demonic tutor?
Holy shit!
You cheated.
No, this is amazing. Why does camera go off now? Come on. Give me the full brightness here. Let me see. Okay. Wow. We did it. We literally did it.
It's luck. It's a game of luck. It's not a game of like.
No. This
hard.
was us trying hard, and it's wow.
Okay, so what exactly does this card do?
So it's a tutor for 2 mana.
Yes.
You can tutor anything out of your deck and you put it in your hand. It's the #1 tutor card in the game, and it was printed in alpha.
What?
Oh, and this is one of the most expensive versions of Demonic Tutor.
No, let's get the alpha one.
Well,
PSA 10.
Well, let's not talk about alpha, beta. That's different. That's different level. That's out of my reach. Wow, we pulled it. I just want to see what's happening with the camera here. Well, yeah, it's gonna be darker for a bit. Sorry, guys. Oh my god, I'm happy. Holy shit, that's
I've never
really
seen
good.
it happy.
That's wow, what a pull.
We're gonna get another one.
All right, now we're gonna get. Okay.
One red.
It's something with 1/1.
I love you.
No, definitely not. Definitely not that. It's a rare.
It all looks the same each one. You figure the graph would help me determine what it is, but like I don't read any emotions on their faces. Like if they're up to good,
I don't know
if
this
they're
one.
happy, if they're sad.
I'm not. We get a lot of red ones. So.
It might have been a Infuriate.
No, it's 1 mana. That one has 2.
Okay, it might have been.
Fervent Mastery. Wow. I'm shocked.
So how much do you think that card goes for?
400.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
So you made your money back.
It's probably less. I'm exaggerating. But
probably-
actually, look on the card market.
But that would, I don't know how to use the internet.
So go to.
Oh my god, you have a lot of tabs.
Yeah, so just click on Safari.
Safari.
So go to the first page. Go to the first page.
You're not on the first page here?
No. Sorry, guys. I want to know. So, yeah, so click on it.
110.
No, that's the non-foil version. So click on it. But this is not etched, I think. Is it etched?
Is it V4 or V2?
So what is the number?
Number 90.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Is that etched, guys? Is it etched, guys? I think it is.
You're just making shit up now.
So how much? So click on. So go. Oh no, it's 130.
Okay.
Euros.
So you could easily just buy it.
It's not the same as pulling it. Holy shit. Teachings of the Archaics. Oh. What is it? What is it?
Slash.
No, this is.
Prices.
It's a counterspell, I think.
I will.
It's not counterspell, but it's a because it's deflecting something, right?
Yes. Or it's card shuffle.
It is not. It's a counterspell, but I don't know the name. Man, I suck at this game. Agonizing Remorse?
Did you think you were going to be good at it?
No, absolutely not.
But you're really good. You have a crazy memory for cards.
Guys, it's Japanese. Oh, guys. Wow.
Wow.
That is crazy.
It's allegedly crazy.
The Fairies Protection and Demonic Tutor.
But we're not sure
foil.
that's the Fairies Protection.
It is. It is. Go back. The Fairies Protection.
That's the Fairies Protection. That's
Wow.
40 euro.
Well, we kind of need that after the boxes that we
Those
had.
are the two best ones. Did we get this one, Dark Ritual?
Yep, we did.
Okay, that was good.
Third best one.
So we got the first, second, and third.
My God, and 2 in foil. That is
But we didn't get
crazy.
cheated.
Anyway, we're gonna go continue looking into this. We'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching.
I might not. I'm gonna get fired.
Final Fantasy has finally arrived, and I've got a doozy for you with this one. I've gone through both the main set and all of the Commander precons and picked out the singles that I'm going to be personally picking up, and I'm going to tell you which decks they're going into. I've got 51 cards to talk about in this video. Throw me on your second monitor, sit back, enjoy, and let's talk about some Final Fantasy cards. Joel R. Magic is brought to you by Card Conduit, the best place to sell your cards quickly and easily on the internet. TCG Player, the best place to buy them. Dragon Shield, the best way to protect them. And Moxfield, the best way to put your deck lists on the internet. Hey, real quick side note, if you're going to be at MagicCon Vegas, so am I. Make sure you see me. In fact, that Friday at 5 p.m., I've got a meet and greet that's going to go for like an hour and a half. Come try and make it to that if you're going to be in Vegas. I've got an exclusive token. Regardless, you will be able to find me in and around Creator Central most of that weekend. Make sure you stop by, get a token, and say hey, and I'll see you in Vegas. I'm going to start with the main Final Fantasy set and then talk about the Commander precons after that. And we are starting with Summon Bahamut, a 9-mana saga creature. Dragon, 9/9 with flying. The first two chapters say destroy up to one target non-land permanent. The third chapter says draw 2 cards. And the fourth chapter says this creature deals damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. As a Reanimator player, I'm into this. As an Enchantments player, I'm into this. As a Dragons player, I'm into this. As a ramp player, I'm into this. It's crazy how many archetypes Summon Bahamut covers. Obviously, Tom Bombadil decks, Narcy Fablesinger. There's a commander you haven't heard the name of in a while or ever. Sigurd, Jarl of Ravensthorpe. A little Naya, taking the lore counters off, putting the lore counters back on. So yeah, we can get silly with the fact that it's a saga and an enchantment, but Zuladak, Void Gorger, huge colorless spell. Yeah, Summon Bahamut is that. Kalia of the Vast, cheating Bahamut onto the battlefield. Yeah, it's a dragon. I love this card. I'm definitely going to grab a copy, maybe 2 or 3 of this one, depending on the price that it gets down to, because I have a feeling this one's going to be in multiple decks of mine. Ultima Origin of Oblivion is a 5-mana 4/4 legendary god with flying. Whenever it attacks, put a blight counter on a land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities and has add colorless. And whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless. I just talked about Zuladak Void Gorger, definitely going in all those decks. I personally am a Ulalek player. I like to get crazy with the stack. I actually played this deck in an episode of Garage the Gathering, the live Commander gameplay show I'm a part of. Go check it out. Link is down in the description. I'm grabbing a copy of Ultima Origin of Oblivion for my Ulalek Fused Atrocity deck. That's definitely where it's going. But I know players that play Zuladak. I know people that play Kozilek the Great Distortion. I know people that have been building the Capitoline Triad. People have been talking to me about that one recently as well. Ultima goes in all of those. Pretty much just a new iconic piece for colorless decks. I definitely think that you should grab a copy of Ultima Origin Oblivion when it's at its lowest if you think that you might ever play a colorless deck, because this will definitely be a prime player in it. I want to grab a copy of Aerith Gainsborough. She's a white and 2 for a 2/2 human cleric with lifelink. Says whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Aerith Gainsborough, and when Aerith dies, put X +1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1 counters on Aerith. A little bit of a legendary sub-theme in here. Joda the Unifier decks, Dahada, stuff that wants legends that are in this color identity. That life gain sub-theme, Aloro, Ageless Aesthetic. I obviously thought of Heliod Suncrowned as soon as I saw this card, because I was like, wow, really feels like we can just go ping, 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 and start really going nutso with the +1 counters if we get these two on the battlefield working together. The new commander from Final Fantasy, Hope S theme, I think is a really good place for this to fall. Also from the 99 of the commander precons, Ardbert, Warrior of Darkness. Whenever you cast a white spell, put a +1 counter on each legendary creature you control, they gain Vigilance. Whenever you cast a black spell, put a +1 counter on each legendary creature you control, they gain Menace. Nice little interaction there, but really anything that's going to have to do with +1 counters, legends, or life gain, Aerith is a pretty wide archetypal fit here for a lot of different decks, and that's why I'm interested in grabbing a copy or 2. Cloud Midgar Mercenary, one of the headline cards of the set. 2 white, 2/1 Human Soldier Mercenary. When Cloud enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And as long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Captain America, First Avenger, Nahiri, Forged in Fury, Arden, and Rograk equipment decks. Equipment decks. That's where this one's landing. I want it for my Cloud equipment deck. I was running Nelly Borka Accuser as a goad/equipment deck. That's what I've been playing for a year. I think that now I'm going to fully just go into Naya with the Cloud equipment deck. It's just so strong. I've played it a few times. I've upgraded it at this point. There are a few cards in the set that I'm specifically pulling to get for that deck because I think that equipment strategies are going to want them just widely, and Cloud is one of those cards. Another one of those cards is Machinist's Arsenal, a white and 4 for an equipment with job select, which means it creates a 1/1 when it enters and then auto attaches to it, which is sweet. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control and is an artificer in addition to its other types, and it's got an equip of 4. Same thing, equipment commanders, Nahiri, Arna Kinnerud, Captain America, First Avenger. Anything that's playing a ton of artifacts, Mendicant Core, Guidelight, a ton of players I know have been building Mendicant Core since Aether Drift. Well, a ton. The people that wanted to build an Aether Drift commander, many of them chose Mendicant Core. That's obviously a fantastic place for it, but really any deck that is just going to be spitting out a bunch of artifacts, consider this for your food decks, your token decks. But really any deck that's going to be continuously spitting out artifacts, I think that this deserves a look. Food, clues, treasure, any of those decks that have white in their color identity maybe wants a big beater that is a giant creature for 5, and then it just equips to whatever else you've got on the battlefield for 4. That's not bad, especially when you consider +2/+2 for each artifact you control. Man, that's a lot of clues, food, and treasure. I'm telling you that. Summon Knights of the Round is a card I'm interested in. 2 white and 6 for a 3/3 indestructible. For the first 4 chapters of this saga, you're creating 3 2/2s just every single time. That seems so strong to me. You're putting 9 power on the battlefield for this 8 mana investment the first turn, and then the second turn, 6 more power. The third turn, 6 more power. The fourth turn, 6 more power. And then the fifth, other creatures you control get +2/+2. Put an indestructible counter on each of them. And I want to remind you, this is a creature. It can be reanimated. It's a creature. It can be cheated onto the battlefield. It can be snuck in if you need to. There's a lot of different ways to not worry about paying that 8 mana. And that's what I'm interested in with a lot of these really huge top-end saga creatures. I want to cheat them on. Same saga commanders play here. Tom Bombadil decks, Narcy, Fable Singer, Sigurd. I also think that Sidar Jabari is going to want to look at this card. Knights in white, Reanimator Knights. I also think Gen Arcanum Weaver is an interesting deck for this one. That is the exact thing we want to do. Reanimate those enchantments, return that enchantment from the graveyard to the battlefield. We don't need no stinking 8 mana, but we will take 9 power. Venat, Heart of Hydaelyn is 2 white and 1 for a 3/3 Elder Wizard. Says whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. The ability triggers only once each turn. And you can pay 7 and tap it to exile a permanent and transform Venat into Hydaelyn the Mother Crystal. It's got indestructible. It's a 4/4. Strangely does not have flying. Look at that art. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1 counter on another target creature you control until your next turn. It gains indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. I really love this card. One of my signature decks is Dahada Binder of Wills, and so I'm always on. I really love this card. And you can pay 7 and tap it to exile a permanent and transform Venat into Hydaelyn the Mother Crystal. It's got indestructible. It's a 4/4. Strangely does not have flying. Look at that art. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1 counter on another target creature you control until your next turn. It gains indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. I really love this card. One of my signature decks is Dahada, Binder of Wills, and so I'm always on the lookout for strong legends in Mardu colors so that I maybe can swap out some of the cards in there that I've gotten bored with or just aren't performing as strongly as I wanted them to. Venat is definitely going into Dahada. It's a 7-mana exile of a permanent. That's pretty hefty, but flipping into that ability of putting a counter on a creature we control, it gets indestructible. If it's legendary, which that deck is only fill of, we draw a card. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, if we're on the front side, we're drawing cards. I just really want this in my Dahada deck, but Joda, Ratadabric, Kethis, Captain Sisay, Asika, God of the Tree, the whole prismatic bridge decks, really anything legendary matters with white in it. I think Venat's worth a look for sure. The entire cycle of crystals, legendary artifacts from the set are very interesting to me, but I like the Wind Crystal in particular. 2 white, 2 other for a legendary artifact. Says white spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. And for 6 mana and a tap, creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. A little bit of mono white ramp is going to be attractive to decks like Giada, Font of Hope, just spitting out angels as strong as we can. Obviously, life gain decks like Aloro or Will, Scion of Peace are definitely going to want to look at the Wind Crystal, especially if they're creature based. That's really what you want to get, is that creature based deck that's life gain with this card, because giving all of your creatures flying and lifelink is a good way to win the game, really get a huge chunk of life gain potentially as well. And so you're not really putting this in a deck unless you're creature heavy. I'd say 20 to 30 creatures is where you want to be sitting with this type of deck. Have it life gain based, but creature based as well. That's where I want to put the Wind Crystal. I'll actually even throw another shout out to Dahada on this one. Dahada lets me get any legendary card when I activate her -3 ability. It's not just legendary creatures, and so lands, artifacts, enchantments, anything really that's legendary is up for grabs with Dahada's ability. And so since she gives lifelink with her +2, I figured increasing the lifelink, reducing her cost and any other white legends by 1, and then that being a creature-based deck, giving them all flying and lifelink could be a good way to win there. The Water Crystal is also interesting to me. 2 blue, 2 other for a legendary artifact. Blue spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards +4 instead. And for 6 mana, each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. This is one of the stronger mill pieces I've ever seen. I really think that this could perhaps make a mill deck function, especially if you're like tutoring up the artifact, getting it going with any of your other residual mill stuff where players are having to mill a card every time they do a thing. Nope, they're milling 5 cards. That is starting to get significant. And so just for the mere fact that it said +4, I just thought that was very interesting and worth a pickup on this card. I like Jekt, Reluctant Guardian from Final Fantasy X. It's a black and 3 for a 4/3 with Menace. Whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you can exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. And that Menace is going to help that happen better than you think it is. Menace is better in Commander than people give it credit for, and so Jekt is going to be able to get through. Braska's Final Aeon is what it flips into, a saga creature that's a 7/7 nightmare. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card on the first 2 chapters here, and then each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice for the final chapter of Braska's Final Aeon. Then it's going to go to the graveyard. I bet you've already decided why I'm going to pick this card up, and that's Dahada, Binder of Will. Shocker. It is a legend in the colors that can be reanimated, flip again, draw me cards, make them sack stuff, and be a 7/7 Menace that I can give Vigilance, Lifelink, and Indestructible to with my Dahada. Yeah, I'm interested in Jekt, Reluctant Guardian for that reason. Firion Wild Rose Warrior is a red and 2 for a 3/3 human rebel warrior. Equipped creatures you control have haste, and whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sack that token at the beginning of the next upkeep. This is a card I'm interested in for equipment decks. I want to try it out in Cloud. It's one of the lower interest ones I have simply because Cloud comes naturally with haste, but with an equipment deck being a big focus of mine right now, I want to grab a copy of Firion because I'm going to test it out in there a little bit and see if we can get some cool temporary equipment synergies rolling with Firion's their ability to make tokens that are copies of whatever you're playing. Gilgamesh Master at Arms is a card that I want for the exact same reason. 2 red, 4 other for a 6/6 human samurai. When it enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You can put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you put 1 or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control so Gilgamesh can magnetize stuff to himself. This is a fantastic one. I really want to give it haste. I love the entrance ability as well. Being on there gives it a little bit of a kick when you play it on that turn, which is always good in Commander. Don't really want to pay 6 mana and pass and hope that we get to attack with Gilgamesh. Being able to at least do it once on the ETB is really sweet. Digging down 6, getting free equipment, that can be huge. Nibelheim of Flame is another card I want for my Cloud equipment deck. 2 red, 2 other sorcery. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. And if the spell is cast from your graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. That is an equipment deck that has to do with attacking power. It's all about that 7 or higher number, you know, with Cloud. And so I know that I'm focused on high power creature already. This being sort of like a Chandra's Outrage, but we've got this Sephiroth Cloud Final Fantasy VII synergy lore-wise to it. I gotta get a copy of Nibelheim of Flame for that deck. That's where I want it to go. We definitely got some equipment cards in this set, didn't we? Raubon, Bull of Alamigo, a red and 1 for a 2/2. It's got a ward of paying life equal to Raubon's power, so you get a little damage in even if they go to answer it. And whenever Raubon attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to a target attacking creature. It doesn't even have to be Raubon. It can be, which is how you're probably going to use it a lot, because you don't want to just send your 2/2 off to die. Want to make sure you equip like a Black Blade Reforged to it on the attack, maybe. But being able to throw equipment to another creature on the attack, cheating any equip costs with any trick you can pull off is where you want to be living with a deck like that. I don't know what Triple Triad is in Final Fantasy, but my buddy Dom really thought this card was awesome and talked about this game within a game that we could potentially play by just like having this out as a format of Commander. I don't know, it got me excited about Triple Triad, red, 3 enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own, exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it without paying their mana costs. That sounds pretty chaotic and silly. I want to get a copy of this simply to play this variant where Triple Triad is just out. Everybody's got it, and there's a thing that happens, and it's just the nutso format. I think it could be fun. Have you seen this ridiculous thing? I want to get it just because it's ridiculous. Ancient Adamantoise, green 5 for an 8/20. Whatever. It's a turtle. It's got vigilance and ward 3. Damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup steps. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. And when this creature dies, exile it and create 10 tapped treasure tokens. This is one of the craziest, weirdest designs ever, and I love it. I just built that big butt Abzan deck from Tarkir with the new Felithar. Obviously, I want Ancient Adamantoise for that deck. I'm really into this 8/20 that becomes a huge lightning rod and has ward 3 built in. That's pretty sweet. You can't swords this thing without paying 4 mana, and that's just clunky. Looking forward, this is also getting built into Venom Deadly Devourer decks. You pay 3 with Venom to exile a creature card from your graveyard. When you do, you put X+1 counters on target symbiote, Venom, where X is the exiled card's toughness. 20 toughness on a creature. Any of the cards that have to do with toughness, they are going to look at this card and go, oh, something I can break. Something I can get the 20 number rocking with just by the nature of it being here. Ancient Adamantoise is going to be a mythic that you see on a commander table and go, ooh, buddy, here we go. Jumbo Cactuar, what hasn't been said about this creature? I want a couple copies of it because I think it's fun. I'm sorry, I think a 10,007 coming at you is fun. It's a removal check. It's a blocker check. You can do this. You can get past the Jumbo Cactuar. But as a resident turn things sideways commander player, I really want the big turn things sideways creature in a couple of decks, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna grab me a copy or 2 or 3 of Jumbo Cactuar.
Get ready to elevate your shopping experience at Lulu. ADCB Lulu Platinum Credit Card now brings you the greatest rewards ever. Get 8% back as Lulu points on all your purchases. Enjoy buy one, get one free on movie tickets at real cinemas. And pay 0 annual fees. Only with ADCB Lulu Platinum Credit Card.
Your 12-hour days are not making you productive. I challenge you to work 4 hours with the right system and watch as your life changes. You know that dream life that you see online? Wake up, move your body, build a business, travel, and still make money. Yes, it's real. But here's the secret. It doesn't happen by working more, it happens by working smarter. This idea of a 4-hour workday being unproductive is so untrue. But most people don't have the right system set up to make it a reality. That's what Motion gave you. Not just a task list, not just a calendar, a fully connected workspace that runs itself. Everything I need to do, organized, prioritized, scheduled automatically. When I wake up, my day is already planned. And if something shifts, Motion adjusts it for me automatically. No stress and no spirals. It's like having a chief of staff in my laptop. Now I work from 9 to 1, hit the gym, take meetings from anywhere, and have AI generate notes automatically.
Ito
I
yung mga
actually
cards
live the
ko,
life I
si
used to journal about. Motion made it possible, not by
black.
giving me more hours, but by making every hour
Puro
count.
itim ang
Try
budhi.
Motion for free by clicking below.
Sige, isang box lang naman to. Dadaling ko yan sa Monday. Then, pwede mo munang iuwi, hiramin.
Summon
Then,
Titan
pwede
is a
mo munang
7/7
box lang
for
naman to.
5. It's a Saga
Dadaling ko
Giant
yan
with
sa
Reach
Mondays.
and Trample. You
Then,
mill 5 cards in the first chapter.
Sige,
This-
isang box lang naman to. Dadaling ko yan sa Monday. Then, pwede mo munang iuwi, hiramin mo muna. Bahala ka na dyan kung anong gusto mong gawin. Para kung may mapili ka, kunin mo lang, and the rest.
Second chapter, you
Balik mo na lang
return
yun.
all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tap. That is a potentially enormous landfall trigger. And until end of turn on the chapter 3, another target creature you control gains trample and gets +X, where X is the number of lands you control. Summon Titan is here to try and finish out the game. All of the Saga commanders that we've talked about in this video are going to want this, but I've been playing a lot of Lumra, and that deck has everything to do with Crucible of the Worlds type strategies. Self-mill so I can get as many lands as I possibly can into the graveyard. Play something like Lumra with a landfall trigger or 3 on the battlefield, and you're in the money. Summon Titan's automatically going in decks like that. A lot of people recently have been building Tevel the balanced scale, including myself. Summon Titan going in that deck for sure. Self-mill, returning everything we've self-milled land-wise to the battlefield. Yeah, I like Summon Titan a lot. Traveling Chocobo's a green and 2 for a 3/2 bird. You can look at the top card of your library anytime. You can play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. And if a land or a bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. This is doubling up your landfall triggers. Those Scoot Swarms, that Bristly Bill, those Ravenous Rampaging Baloths. Every single one of those doubled. Yeah, the landfall decks are already silly, y'all. We can also do Oracle of Moldiah stuff with this bird for 3 mana. Okay. Yeah, I love this mythic. I think it's really fun. Looks awesome. Plays awesome. Gonna grab a couple copies of this one because this is just gonna be relevant in a lot of different types of decks, I feel like. To name the most popular commanders that'll want this card, Omnath, Locust of Creation, the Necro Bloom, AC Tyrant of Gyre Strait, any of those landfall, land-based commanders. If it has to do with straight up landfall or some kind of graveyard recursion, something, most of them are going to want Traveling Chocobo. Absolute Virtue is a blue, a white, and 6 for an 8/8 Avatar Warrior. Says the spell can't be countered. It's got flying, and you have protection from each of your opponents. That line of text is cool. I want to play a card with a cool line of text. Yes, this is an 8 mana card. I never want to pay 8 mana for it. I want to reanimate this. Nothing says you can't. Flying 8/8 that gives you protection from all of your opponents? Yeah. I want to cheat this onto the battlefield. Heck yeah, I do. This just seems like such a fun one to get out there early and make everybody figure out. Joshua Phoenix's dominant is a white, a red, and 1 for a 3/4 human noble wizard. When Joshua enters, you discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Nice little filter out there. Toss himself into the graveyard. Is Joel going to say he wants this one for Dahada? You bet. Joshua, you pay 5 and activate it to exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control as Phoenix, Warden of Fire. For the first 2 chapters, Phoenix is going to deal 2 damage to each opponent. Then for the 3rd chapter, you're going to return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then exile Phoenix and return it to the battlefield as Joshua. Now, when that comes back into the battlefield as Joshua, you're going to get that discard up to 2 cards, draw that many cards yet again, and we just loop it back around. We do the Phoenix thing again. This is a cool one. I want to reanimate this, as it were. I like the fact that with my Dahada deck, my reanimator thing, I can be tossing big legends into the graveyard and replacing those with cards off the top of my library. Then that 3rd chapter, returning any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from our graveyard to the battlefield. That's great synergy with everything we're trying to do with the Dahada deck already, and so you can see why a card like Joshua Phoenix's dominant is attractive to me for that reason. Lightning Army of 1 is a white, a red, and 1 for a 3/2 human soldier. First strike, trample, and lifelink. There are keywords galore on Lightning. And she has whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. And because lightning has first strike, if you're in combat, lightning hits first, everything else is doubled. This is an equipment deck play. I want this for my cloud deck, Final Fantasy equipment. It's got some synergy and a little bit of lore connection, even though it's different games completely. Ishin Two Heavens is 1 dex. I see just loving lightning. I see lightning getting built as a commander. You can just build this as the, auras or equipment or whatever you're going to do to get that trigger going absolutely insane. Saskia the Unyielding, strangely enough, quite a few decks of that have popped up with lightning in them. Joda the Unifier, a lot of people building that. Winota, stuff that's having to do with attacking already. And note, lightning is a human and a soldier. Any of your decks like Eowyn Shield Maiden that are looking for certain creature types might want to give lightning a peek. Squall Seed Mercenary is a black, a white, and 2 for a 3/4 human knight mercenary. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike, and whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. I want this for my Dahada deck. Oh, shocking revelations from Joel. Squall having that ability to give a lone attacker double strike, really strong with the Anthem, the little buff that Dahada can provide of indestructible lifelink vigilance, making it a great blocker, making it a great attacker. The fact that it's got some reanimation built in on top of that just makes it extra synergistic with the deck and makes me want to give it a look. I'll point out that Squall is a knight as well as a human and a mercenary. Warlock, assassin, rogue, mercenary, pirate, Warm P. Is that right? Is Squall an outlaw? Regardless, Sidar Jabari decks, looking at your knight creature types, Sir Gwyn, anything that has to do with knights are gonna love Squall for sure, having that creature type. I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this. Aether and Prewin. It's a 6-mana equipment. I want it for my equipment deck. Equipped creature has base power and toughness XX, where X is your life total. What? And commander, what? That's going to be 20 plus very often. And Cloud picks this thing up for free. And there's stuff like Pure Steel Paladin that lets you equip it for free. This card it's interesting, to say the least. I also run Lara Croft, likes legendary artifacts. I really like to test it in that as well. Got similar play lines. It's an equipment base. It's got some other legendary land sub-theme in there, but it's a place I want this as well. Buster Sword is a 3-mana equipment. It says equipped creature gets +3/+2, so it's automatically going in my Cloud deck. Cloud's power needs to grow by 3 more to trigger the full ability there and get the 2 treasure tokens on the attack. So Buster Sword synergizing perfectly there makes sense and makes me absolutely want it. That was on purpose. WotC likes money. says whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to the damage without paying its mana cost. That is good. Drawing cards is good. Casting things for free is good. I like Buster Sword. Buster Sword is good. Another card.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Final Fantasy draft here on the channel. Our rare is nothing to write home about. This card is really hard to use at 4 mana, and a lot of the time, you don't really want to be spending 4 mana for a 1/1. That's kind of the dealio there. I really like Albed Salvagers. It just gets a lot of like life swing for 1 card, so we are going to take it here. Though I do like the Artifacts deck, and Cargo Ship is good in that deck. And I have had Barrett Wallace be solid and Ice Magic be solid. Sorry I didn't get to talk about those as much as I normally would. So with Albed Salvagers, it fits really nicely into a black-white sacrifice deck. That's maybe its best home. Red-black is also a good home because there's a lot of incremental damage in that deck. So it just cares about the drain. Blue-black cares about like gaining a little bit of life, those things. So this pack, I really like Graha Tia. So if we are playing a sacrifice deck, Graha can be a great way to draw extra cards and get value when our things die. I think Rufus Shinra is really good in black-white, though I'm not going to take it here because it is a little bit too inflexible to take this early. Even though I could put it in an Albed Salvagers deck, I don't want to take a multicolored card because if I take Rufus Shinra and then black isn't open or white isn't open, I have to abandon it. Whereas if I take Graha Tia and black isn't open or white isn't open, I at least have something to work with still.
To date, we've processed billions of dollars of payments for our clients and connected hundreds of thousands of bank accounts with our products. As we look to scale as a finance team, we need to introduce automation, and that's where Wafix became a great partner, particularly in the account payables and reconciliation space. So prior to implementing the account payable solution with Wafix, this was entirely manual. We would rely on approvals via emails, we would rely on cross-referencing spreadsheets, manually entering details into our online banking portal, and then reconciling this in the accounting system. So rather than having to go in one by one, enter multiple details, references, check multiple boxes, this can now be done almost with 1 click. We upload the invoices, generate a bulk payment instruction, get the approval, and we're good to go. So since fully implementing WAPEC across all of our entities, enabling the account payables workflow and other automations within the platform, we have managed to reduce our month-end close period by 50%. So yeah, look, we're reduced the time it takes us now to ensure our suppliers are paid on time. We are now more confident when we are submitting regulatory and kind of financial returns that these are compliant with local laws. Being able to kind of surface transactions from our bank account in the WAPEC platform and the ability to automatically match them to invoices or kind of purchase orders that have been raised is a super slick way of speeding up that process. WAPEC's ability to integrate with that because the invoicing requirement has been exceptionally helpful in ensuring we comply with local laws and regulations. Expanding into Saudi Arabia has been a key part of Veeam's growth story. The ability to comply with local laws and tax regulations has been exceptionally important. So my advice to other fintech teams looking to scale their kind of finance function is don't leave automation too late. The earlier you do it, the better. There is a temptation to allow finance to fester in the background and make do with kind of manual workarounds and workflows, and then you realize it's too late.
अगर आप एनआरआई हैं तो रिटायरमेंट के बाद आपको भी मिल सकते हैं 7 से 8 लाख रुपए, वो भी हर महीने। यकीन नहीं होता ना? आइए बताता हूँ कैसे। एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ फ्लेक्सी वेल्थ एडवांटेज प्लान, एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ स्मार्ट इनोवेशन फंड के साथ आप भी अपनी रिटायरमेंट प्लान कर सकते हैं। अगर आपने इसमें 2005 में 30,000 का मंथली प्रीमियम पे किया होता, यानी कि टोटल प्रीमियम ऑफ 36 लाख, तो आपको 2025 में लगभग 7.5 लाख का मंथली इनकम, वो भी अप टू 100 years of your age and approx 11 crores का फंड वैल्यू भी मिलता, along with life cover, dual tax benefit, guaranteed loyalty additions, unlimited free fund switches, and much more. Get ready to plan your smart retirement with Axis Max Life Insurance. Click on the link below to buy now.
X Death is a great card for black-green. though again, similar logic to Rufus on why I won't take it. And then in the commons, I think that Weapons Vendor is solid, but here I would take Ahriman just to stay with black if I was to take one of those commons. Now, third pick. Looking at the pack, the best black card is Namazu Trader, so we might have to prepare to abandon our black cards if this continues. I mean, our black card singular, because maybe black isn't open. Though Namazu Trader does play really well with Graha Tia, so like that's a good little synergy. You make, like, it plays really well with treasure tokens, Graha does, because if you sacrifice a treasure, you get to draw cards. That's pretty nice. I think Delivery Moogle is a good pickup here. I'm going to take it, and it goes well with Graha, keeps me in white. I could pair this into an artifact pairing, and I think it's better to take the Delivery Moogle, 4 mana 3/2 flyer, gets me some value, versus something like Eject, which would put me into a third color and be similar power level. So you might be noticing my curve is a bit high right now. I've got a lot of expensive cards. When someone refers to curve, what they mean is that their mana curve. So if your curve has a lot of 2 mana creatures, you have a cheap curve. And if you have a lot of 5 mana creatures, your curve is an expensive curve. And we're currently somewhere in the middle because we don't have any cheap cards, but we just started, so we have plenty of time. Pick 4. I think the best card in this pack by a pretty wide margin is Shantoto, Tactician Magician. This card is fantastic and can absolutely be the best card in your deck if you are playing blue-red and don't have any crazy rares. You just play this and then you can start really taking over with just casting your spells and drawing extra cards. I think that card's great. There are, however, not a good blue or red cards in the pack. So what this can signify, if you see this in a pack, is not necessarily, oh, blue-red. It could mean that blue-red is not open, but it is open, but blue and red are not open. So like the person passing to you is playing blue, the person passing to them is playing red. So here we're going to just take Querl. It's a 2-drop that I have been very happy with. It keeps me in my main color and gives me a lot of flexibility. With this start, taking a Shantoto here just doesn't really make that much sense. And now pick 5, we end up in an interesting spot. We get to keep taking white cards, which is a benefit. There's Ambrosia Whiteheart, which is objectively probably a better card. Like, it is a very strong standalone card. It enters, you can return a permanent to its owner's hand. It has flash, which means you can use this to save your creatures from removal spells. So let's just double check the clock. If I have my opponent target my creature with removal, I flash in Ambrosia, bounce it to my hand, and I save my creature. I can also use this to bounce a land to my hand. So if I am not going to hit my land drop for the turn, I play this, bounce a land, play the land. All of a sudden, I get an extra mana out of the deal. However, here we are going to take Magitech Infantry. I think getting one pick 5 is around when I want to start taking them. I would play it in most decks, and if you get enough of them, you can really, really churn out a great build. So I think that I'm going to be doing that here. Now there is Tonberry as a fantastic 1-drop. So that's a really good one. And then there's also just another Graha Tia. Here we are going to take the Graha. It is a legendary, and it is a legendary that tends to stick in play. But, like, if they don't kill it immediately. But because of that, if I have a Graha Tia in play, I should be fine anyway. Tonberry is a good sign that black might be open, so that's worth noting. And then there's also Zeldinkt, which is just a totally reasonable 3-drop. It's going to be like a 3-mana 3/3 most of the time, or 4/3 or 5/3, and then it lets you retrigger landfall for the cards that care about that. But, however, we are just going to take the Graha Tia number 2. Build towards a deck, maybe a sacrifice deck. Phoenix Down does not sacrifice itself. But I think here we will just take the blue-white card. I could see ourselves being a good artifact deck. Artifacts often have like cheap things to go get with Delivery Moogle, often have some treasure or some things to sacrifice, or just are aggressive so your opponent has to block. Shambling CF is also a fine option, but I'd rather like go a different direction potentially. We don't have any non-creature spells right now, and also a 3-mana 3/3 that enters tapped isn't crazy. And our theory about blue-red being open is kind of panning itself out because Emperor is a really good blue-red card, but we haven't really seen any crazy good individual blue or red cards. And boom, Bob is our uncle, or Bob's your uncle.
وبينسى كل الملل وانا في عاص بستانس وونسكم بالقرقبة وبالمخ صار خلونا نلعب ونضحك طول العمر.
Have you heard of any of these terms? Crypto airdrop, DCA, oracles, halving events, technical analysis. Whilst the world of crypto can easily get packed with new concepts and ideas, we make it easy for you to onboard and get started in the industry. Check out Binance Academy and learn everything you need to get started in crypto.
This Golgari deck by Kipe Ando just 5-0'd a Standard League event running 2 copies of Azoni, Center of the Web, a 6-mana 5/4 legendary creature elf detective with menace. When it enters or attacks, you may collect evidence 4. If you do, create 2 2/1 black and green spider creature tokens with menace and reach. You can also sack 4 tokens to surveil 2, draw 2 cards, then gain 2 life. This is a card I've never seen or played before, and dude 5-0'd the standard event in a really interesting Golgari shell. It's got a lot of self-mill without like crazy self-mill payoffs, I would say. We have Seed of Hope, you know, mill 2 cards, get a permanent back from the graveyard to your hand, gain 2 life. Defiled Crypt is a payoff for this whole thing. For 1 mana, you get the Cadaver Lab. Again, this is a card I've never played before. When you unlock the store, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, so a little bit of, you know, value there. And then the real half is for 4 mana, which is quite expensive. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 black horror enchantment creature token. Its ability triggers only once each turn, so it's quite expensive to pay 4 mana and do nothing on that turn. But then once you get it going, there is quite a lot of mill, both to mill on your turn at sorcery speed and potentially even on your opponent's turn at instant speed to start pumping out these 2/2s. 2/2s don't take over the world though, so it's interesting that the payoff doesn't seem crazy high for this so far. Quag Feast, a really excellent removal spell. 2 mana, mill 2, pretty much kill anything. Treasure's Insight, 2 mana, mill 4. Whenever something comes out of the graveyard, get a life, you know, not bad. Get a card back to your hand. Esper Origins, a new card from Final Fantasy, a 2 mana sorcery. Surveil 2, you gain 2 life. If the spell was cast from your graveyard, aka later with flashback, exile, then put it onto the battlefield transformed under its owner's control with a finality counter on it. This gets the flipped 4/4 enchantment creature Saga Elemental half. Phase 1 is reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent card, put into your hand. Phase 2 is add 2 green mana. And phase 3 is other creatures you control get +2/+2 and trample until end of turn. Could be potentially a finisher if we have a lot of Defiled Crypt tokens out, or even some Azoni Spider tokens out. We could kind of go wide with those 2 cards, but otherwise I don't see us going super wide. 3 copies of the Keen-Eyed Curator is Graveyard Hate, and also is kind of a payoff for us self-milling. Like ideally, you know, we can get enough cards down there to turn this into a 7/7 without too much trouble. 2 Disruptive Storm Broods, early removal spell, late game enchantment artifact hate. I like it. 2 Corsi Revenants, again, kind of a payoff for self-mill. 3 mana, 3/3 flying, Death Touch lifelink. You can renew it from the graveyard, put that stuff on someone else. 2 copies of the Tranquil Frillback, just a generic, you know, answer to a couple different things. Maybe gain some life, maybe destroy a Steel Cutter, maybe exile a graveyard for some graveyard hate. 3 copies of Glissa, always a really good card. She doesn't really shine that much in general. I feel like she just dies a lot of the time, but if she lives, she is a menace to deal with. And then 3 copies of Urgent Necropsy, a mythic rare, 4 mana instant. Additional cost to cast a spell, collect evidence X, where X is the total mana value of the permanents a spell targets. That could be a lot of mana to target. This is probably the biggest payoff for self-milling aggressively, is we could destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target enchantment, up to 1 target planeswalker. It's potentially a lot. Of all the cards that I'm excited to have a big mill payoff for, like this is a powerful card against the right board. But it is expensive to get that much evidence X in the graveyard, and we're running 24 lands. Sideboard, Duress, Ghost Vacuum, Terra Thunder, Reclamation Sage, that's fun, Harvester of Misery, Cutdowns, the Corsi Revenant, again, Surak, the Elusive Hunter, another Harvester, and 2 Vivian Reeds. We are in a little bit of a rush today. I'm doing a big international move in 2 days. And so I'm going to try to pump out some quicker, I'm looking to do 30-ish minute videos instead of an hour, and just get as many as I can done today. My last apartment viewing is the 24th. So if I have videos through the 25th, maybe I'm stable by the 25th and I could, you know, film from my new setup 26th, something like that. So expect some quick and dirty videos for you guys over the next 6, 7, 8, 9 days. We'll be on the play. Seed of Hope. Looks good. Good mana. Been playing a lot of 20 land decks the last couple days, and have gotten got by the 1-landers. I guess yesterday was pretty good. The Gruul, we had some 1-landers, and they all just managed to work out. Fast land, go. What do we want here? It gets black. Probably just take the Treasure's Insight so far. But the Curator does survive cut down, so I think I'm down to do that here. On the play, a little 3/3 aggro. Rakdos. Rakdos go for the throat. Maybe just give him the Glissa here. I don't think we need to be too cute with it. See if they can line up another go for the throat. We don't have any removal to force her through, though. Tap land? They go for throw on their turn, but now they're doing nothing. We could draw a card here first. We don't have any protection. I don't think there's any reason not to attack here first. We could duress away something, but they're just casting response. Let's see if we can connect. Looks like not. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe we'll do a Cadaver Lab and get it back or something. Artifact, enchantment, creature, or land card. Alright, let's start with this. Land wouldn't be bad. We don't really know what they are yet. Throwback could be good eventually, but guaranteed land here isn't.
What's good, everyone? Hoping you're having a good day. Final Fantasy changed up the meta huge in the arena. A lot of people really like Vivi, but don't know how to optimize this card very well yet. As one of my favorite characters in Final Fantasy IX, I'm stoked every time I watch him steamroll my opponents into oblivion on MTG. He always had a massive MP reserve in the video game, and seeing MTGarena pay tribute to his abilities with his absurd mana ramp ability, it's just too fitting. I'll demonstrate some incredible combos that'll make your opponents so scared as they sit on the sidelines and watch you cast a bunch of spells before killing them. Or we just rush in with a huge Vivi that got pumped up out of nowhere, and then we swing in for the kill. As usual, I'll show you how to do it by winning 3 best of 1s in a row to showcase some good draw and win rates. So do consider subscribing to the channel if you enjoy deck lists and strategies. And tap that like button for Magic the Gathering. Let's go!
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time.
Alright, so Vivi is an extremely good card for keeping your turn going and casting spells for as long as possible. If we don't run into him during the match, we can smash our opponents down with Corey Steele and Slick Shot Show Off. This is a very fast deck that combos well with whatever your draw looks like, although Vivi will show up either at the beginning of the match or somewhere mid-game. We dig through our deck with the likes of Ren's Resolve and Haste Magic to help out. And when Haste Magic or Monstrous Rage is used on Vivi, it synergizes with him so well that you can pretty much run away with the game. We add some removal spells like Burst Lightning, Fire Magic for a global effect, and this Choco Comet is so good with this deck. It's a fireball that deals massive damage to any target if you combo it with Vivi and all your lands. It's pretty much a game-ending threat that gives you a bird with the landfall ability as the cherry on top. The only blue spells we have in here are 1 costs. Into the Flood Maw is super good for opening up the board. Magic Damper helps protect Vivi, buff and damage our opponent at the same time. And the untap effect is really underrated. I can't say this enough. Then Spell Pierce to help protect Vivi when he's casted. This deck will keep casting spells at low cost and refreshes your hand with cards in exile. There's a fair amount of control against your opponent in this deck, and while doing so, we buff and deal incredible damage with our Vivi through combos. Alright mages, enough talking, let's wreak havoc on the battlefield. Nice, we get to go first, 3 lands and a Vivi in hand. Let's go. Mist Rise, just in case we get countered. We got dual land and a mountain. This is actually a really good draw. Alright, Magic Man. You gonna show me some magic? Ooh, and a starting town as well. It's okay, we'll pay 1 life to spell pierce something if we have to. I mean, I could have just played Mistrise Village, but... like I said, that's worth 1 damage. It really didn't matter. Ooh, Corey Steel Cutter. No, we're gonna throw out Vivi just because we're confident that it's not gonna get taken out. Alright. Magic Man, show me what you're gonna do on your 3rd turn. Seizes the Spoils. I like that card. It was really good for the mutation deck a while back. Okay, nothing to bounce. Corey Steel Cutter. So we're gonna try to pump up our Vivi as much as possible first. Honestly, we'll just use the 1 mana here first, actually. Because we want to hold up 1 blue for Into the Maw. So yeah, we'll do it like this. Trigger, take action. Nice. Look at Izet go. 4 damage on 4 turns, pretty puny right now, but honestly, depending on our draw, we could have won probably on 3rd or 4th turn already. But we weren't that lucky this time. What's he want me to do? Oh, he cheats a card into play. See, this is what I mean. I'm glad we held 1 up, but... sacrifice 3 non-land permanents for its ward? That's beautiful. That is really strong. Okay, what do I do? What do I sack? I'm okay sacking the token. Maybe we'll actually do it on our turn. Okay. This kind of... we'll definitely want to play this one first. Corey Steel. Cool. Pop on the Prowess. Alright, so we need it into the Maw. And it looks like we actually have to get rid of 2 Corey Steel Cutters. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, we'll do it. So everything will trigger, but then his ward will resolve first. And there's no point in putting another one on the stack because we don't have any more we don't have any permanents to sacrifice. So we get rid of the token. 1 Corey Steel Cutter, 2 Corey Steel Cutters. Alright. At least we have 1 left. Man, that card was really strong. Hopefully they won't have another way to cheat another one into play. I think for now we can only do 6 damage. Yeah, because moving this onto another thing won't give... yeah, it'll just give 1 thing haste. It's okay. They have 1 turn. They have 1 turn to do anything. Our draw was actually only pretty... decent, but up against this Rakdos... actually, what color are they? 3 colors? We did pretty good. I'm just glad they don't have any creature removals. Oh, okay. Actually looks like they did. Not, they scoop anyways. They knew it wasn't enough. Let's go. Good first start. Next one.
Not the only thing I bought in here, I promise you. But I did say there would be a lot of islands. Alright, let's see what we got in this guy here. Oh, that's kind of sticky. Oh, alright, Demonic Pact. So a very fun Final Fantasy card came out. Oh yeah, there was a lot of alliteration in that. A very fun and fabulous Final Fantasy card recently became one of my favorite cards. And that is Shadow Mysterious Assassin. So Shadow has this unique ability where you can sacrifice a non-land permanent you control. I believe it's non-land. Yeah, I think it's non-land. And each opponent is going to lose life equal to that. You know what? Let me look up the card really quick. I read the card. Now here I am talking out my butt. 2 and a black. Death Touch. 3/3. Whenever Shadow deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. So, for example, this in a Shadow EDH deck, right? We're going to use these other modes other than this one. You lose the game. And we're going to make sure to sacrifice this before you lose the game goes off. So we're going to draw 2 cards. We're going to deal 4 damage to target creature or player in game for life. Target opponent.
What's up?
This episode is sponsored by Audible. Are you craving your next action-packed adventure? Why not dive into an exciting new audiobook? With Audible, they deliver thrills of all kinds, from gripping suspense to spine-tingling horror. And with over 1 million audiobooks, podcasts, and originals all in one easy app, you're bound to find something you love that will keep you on the edge of your seat. So whether you want to revisit an old story or find a brand new one, Audible has you covered. New members can try Audible now for 30 days when you visit audible.com/command or text command to 500-500.
Greetings, humans. You have entered the command zone, your destination for all aspects of Elder Dragon Highlander. Enjoy your stay.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Command Zone podcast. I'm your host, Rachel Weeks.
Hello, I'm Jimmy Wong.
How's it? It's Josh Lee Kwai.
That's right. We've got all 3 hosts in the studio today. That means
we're drafting.
We're drafting.
It is time. And we're not doing a Magic draft. We're doing a fantasy draft-ish with Magic cards. If this is your first time joining us for one of the drafts, we're going to go back and forth. We're going to take one at a time and basically wind up with 5 in a category. We let our patrons vote for the things that we draft, and this time, this was actually like voted on the last time. It was very close to the last one, so I was like, why not do both? And they voted for big, splashy sorceries.
Yeah.
So we're talking about big sorceries today. If you want to pick up any of the cards that we talk about in this episode, go over to cardkingdom.com/command to get all of the big splashy sorceries that we're talking about here today, or the commanders for the decks that they go into. Card Kingdom has a huge selection of cards, of singles, of sealed product. If you want to get a specific card in a specific printing, it's great to shop at a place that has a ton of cards because they all get put in one package. You pay shipping once, it arrives on your doorstep, and you get to start building that very day. Plus, while you're shopping there, you get to support the show at cardkingdom.com/command.
And of course, once you get those cards, you want to keep them protected and in the best condition possible. Ultra Pro is the game accessories brand that we trust our own collections to here at the Command Zone. If you go to ultrapro.com/command, you can find all kinds of cool stuff. One of the new things that Ultra Pro just came out with is the Mana 8 storage line. These are in the Mana 8 style that we have talked about for a long time now. We love, they're great for signatures and things like that. They look really sharp and snappy, but these are actually bigger sort of boxes and containers now. One of them can hold like over 1,000 cards. Looks like it can hold like a cube or many decks. ultrapro.com/command. We can't recommend them higher than we use them ourselves all the time.
And the last way to show is directly patreon.com/command zone. You get to watch extra turns, game nights a day early before the general public, ad-free. You also get to join our Discord and talk to Rachel, Josh, myself as we answer the plentiful multitude of questions that you may have for us when it comes to a new deck that you might be wanting to build or a question about Game Nights Live that's coming up. So join our Discord by joining our Patreon at patreon.com/command zone, and we shout out one lucky patron every single episode. So this week's episode is dedicated to Adam Garcia.
Adam, you rock.
Yeah.
Also, if you're a patron, you get to vote for what we draft in episodes like this one.
Yeah.
But without further ado, let's get into it.
Big splashy sorceries. Let's talk about what we mean by big splashy sorceries, right?
Yeah, I sort of skimmed through the rules really quick, but I want to make sure that we talk about it. So all of us have come up with a list of cards that we're going to draft in order. Our lists are a little different. Our strategies are a little different, but each of us is trying to end up with the best stable of 5 sorceries that we get to play with for the end of time. Because, of course, stakes are high on this one. If one of the other players drafts that sorcery, we don't get to play with it ever again. That's the truth.
That's how it works.
That's the way we want to frame it, that we're thinking about it. Doesn't mean that we'll literally never play these cards in an extra turn coming up or something like that. But yeah, draft has a connotation in Magic, but it's more like the NFL draft or the NBA draft in the way that we're doing it. We're also going to snake draft. So the person that picks third will also pick fourth. Yeah. But thinking about it in terms of like, hey, I'm going to draft as if whatever I end up with, I can't play the other ones until the end of time, sort of makes you think about it in a fun light.
Yeah, you're like, okay, well, if somebody else, like I'm drafting this because I'm definitely want to play with it. So you probably prioritize cards that you value.
And we've learned through this that it also, you sort of put cards into categories and you're like, I want at least one in this category. So sometimes it's like the NFL draft where it's like, well, I really want a linebacker. If somebody takes the one I want, I'll take the second linebacker on my list, maybe over another position. Anyway, that's not something we learned along the way, not something we thought would happen.
And just like the NFL draft, we use random.org to determine who goes first. I put our names into a randomizer, and this time, I'm going first.
All right, and
Jimmy
I'm going
will be drafting second. Josh will be drafting third on the wheel.
So we go 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
And this time we are drafting big, splashy sorceries. So we decided that big meant they're 6 mana or more, and that they were like, we didn't want to all wind up with board wipes. So
that's the first thing I said is like, are we doing board wipes? Because my list is going to be entirely board wipes.
Mono board wipes now.
Like, and then to which Rachel said, try not to do all board wipes.
But I mean, I think Splashy says something about the board wipe, or it's like, it says something about like it's worth spending 6 mana on.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to mix things up, but we're talking about board wipes, we're talking about game enders, we're talking about draw spells. There's a ton of cards that are all over 6 mana, and this is sort of the format to play them, right? When you think about Commander, you're like, this is one of the few places that you can really slam a 6 mana, 7 mana sorcery.
Yeah,
and
well, it certainly used to be.
At some tables, it still is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so X spells don't count.
Mm-hmm.
We decided that split cards, even though mana value wise, if you had like a 4 mana value on the one side and 2 on the left, would count technically as 6 mana value. We didn't count those.
But it's okay if they have some sort of cost reduction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everyone's thinking about the exact same one right now, I guarantee you.
Let's get into it. It is time for round 1 of the draft of big ol' splashy sorceries.
Hey, Rachel, how many creatures are on the board right now?
Yeah, we all know, I think, what's going to be number 1.
Hopefully 8.
Talking about cost reducer.
Yeah, we said 6 mana and up, but this first one costs 1.
Of course.
I have to draft Blasphemous Act. It goes into every single red deck. It is arguably the best creature board wipe in the game.
Certainly the best red one.
Certainly the best red one, but
in the contention for best overall for sure.
But if I'm playing Boros, I'm still playing Blasphemous Act.
Yeah.
If I'm playing Rakdos, I'm still playing Blasphemous Act. It's
good point.
If you're playing red, you're playing Blasphemous Act.
How many times has Blasphemous Act not killed everything on the board?
It's very rare. It's once in a while.
Very rare, right? Like sometimes it's like 1 or 2 indestructible things, but they're not that significant. But in
Pretty
general,
rare.
yeah, this thing wipes the board.
Every once in a while somebody has a sort of.
Right.
Right,
But,
yeah.
like, because it's damage based. But,
Mm.
boy, you're always, like, this card does what it, as advertised, right? Like, it does what it says it's going to do.
And you can rebuild right after.
They've actually said that Blasphemous Act has crossed the line into a bit of a pie break. Red is not supposed to be able to just kill all creatures, but because it so efficiently kills every creature on the board for a single red mana, it has, I believe...
Why they haven't done it again.
Yeah. We'll just reprint this one. This
Yeah.
one in Chaos Warp. The 2
Well,
color
they did it.
bends
They
get
sort
to
of
keep.
did it again, and then they gave it to black.
Yeah. And white
It's
has
a
one as
5
well.
mana spell. Oh, so
Yeah.
close. I really wanted to pick that one
White
too.
has Vanquish the Horde.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
right,
they're continuing to print more Blasphemous.
But they basically
Acts.
said, this
Not
is
for
not for
red.
red. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta take it. I don't know how splashy it is, but if we're drafting best big sorceries in Commander, I think it's gotta go Blasphemous Act first.
Yeah, it's like a hard number 1 for me. It's not even the other ones I looked at. I'm like, yeah, they're good, but man, just 1 red mana. You can rebuild right afterwards. It's so nice.
Is this because it was unquestionably number 1 for me? Like,
Yeah,
not
same
even.
here. Yeah.
Like, I didn't debate that in my head even at all. Just
Yeah.
that one's there. What's after that? Is this the first one of these we've had where it's been a very clear no among all 3 of us? That is number 1, no questions asked. I think there was
The
one.
Mana Rocks one was like Great Hench was the
Oh, yeah,
number
you're right.
clear number 1.
You're
I
right,
think
you're
for
right.
Mana Rocks over
I think there
3
was
mana.
one where we disallowed one too, where we were like, okay, everyone's gonna pick that.
Yeah, that was gotcha spells.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Blasphemous Act, it shores up the downside of board wipes, which is like, usually you board wipe, it costs enough mana that you're actually sort of helping the player to your left unless they were the one that was the farthest ahead because they're the first one to rebuild.
Yeah.
And you often board wipe, and then by the time it gets back to you, feel like you need a board wipe again because you're so far behind again. But Blasphemous Act costing only 1 mana most of the time means that you're the first one to redeploy and actually does flip the table in the way you want it to, where like you were behind and now you're the first one to act, and now you're the one when you untap that's ahead.
Yeah.
Not to mention there's tons of different tricks with like it being a damage-based wipe where you can redirect damage to face, and there's all
right.
sorts of cool things you can do. If you get Blasphemous Act lifelink, I've seen that.
Oh.
There's a lot of cool things you can do with Blasphemous Act. The coolest, of course, being wiping the board for 1 mana.
Yeah.
And you're red, you might be artifact based, so it's actually very much in your favor to be Blasphemous Acting. It's so easy to just wait to do and just play a little behind, sandbag a little bit, then Blasphemous Act.
Yeah.
It's wild how good this card is.
Card
All
good.
right.
Card good.
But it's
Jimmy?
not as good as my pick.
Yes.
Farewell.
Yeah.
Farewell. In the Doctor Who treatment specifically.
Sure.
Does that mean I could draft the non-Doctor Who treatment?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, white has always had great board wipes, but this one just like takes the cake. The only thing it doesn't have is Planeswalkers, but that really isn't relevant in Commander for the most part. But just the fact that it's exiling, and you get to choose 1 or more. It's not like choose 1 or 2, or it's like you can choose 3 out of the 4, you can choose 2 out of the 4, you can choose 1 out of the 4. No matter what, you are going to do the most impactful thing, and it is exiling it all.
Yeah. What's the black-white sorcery that we used to play?
Merciless
that you pick
Eviction.
Merciless Eviction?
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like we used to play a ton of Merciless Eviction.
Yeah.
And it was just you pick one and exile those, and Farewell really flipped it on its head.
And it's just one color, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that the other one's in Orzhov really limits it a lot. And it's also just kind of worse than Farewell, which is kind of nuts when you think about it.
And when you're in Orzhov too, you have so many other options to deal with things that you don't need the Merciless Eviction so bad. But Farewell this thing just takes the cake. I've never seen a card do more work outside of like the Blasphemous Act for 1 red man rebuild as the timely Farewell that goes, hey everyone, it almost feels like Shahrazad. It's like back to 0, everybody.
I actually didn't put Farewell on my list.
Wow.
What?
Because I just don't like casting it. It's because it's such a reset, and it's like I like to use my graveyard, so the exiling just really hurts most of the decks that I build.
That's why I play it for you.
And it wrecks me every time. So it's just not the kind of card I'd like to put in decks because I don't like what it does to a game, but I know what it does to a game is exceptionally powerful.
Yeah.
And if you're the player with the Farewell in hand, you know how to play around it. You can sandbag certain things to make sure that, whatever you pick doesn't hurt you the most.
Yeah, this is the board wipe that's borderline too good. And
Yeah.
you see a lot of chatter around, the community talking about it in that way, where it's like borderline a game changer level powerful card. People don't say that about Blasphemous Act. And I think because Farewell, it's the exile. There's a lot of things, dials that could have turned back just a little bit to maybe not make this fall into the too good part. Like, don't make it exile.
Yeah. Don't let you choose whatever modes you want.
Maybe choose only 2 or something like that. But this all adds up into like such a powerful card. I had it as my number 2 as well.
Pretty good. And here's the thing, I don't even like casting it myself, but I still had to put it on the list because I can just in my head immediately think of so many games where it's like, man, if I just had a Farewell at that point, everything would have been different.
Yeah, I actually am mostly fine with Farewell because I think games these days, we need more board wipes than you used to. You just so often, somebody gets off to a fast start, not because their deck's more powerful than you, just because they got their better draw than you got. And better draws now are just so much more snowbally than they used to be.
Yeah.
That we're just in a lot more games where like, really the only realistic shot I had without also having a nut draw is to board wipe at some point and just give me the good one then.
Yeah.
And also give me the one that like I can choose. If I've got more mana rocks than you, I keep those. But if I don't, you don't.
Yeah.
If the way you're snowballing is artifacts, cool. Or the way you're snowballing is this, cool, I can take care of it.
Yeah, if I'm playing white, I definitely play some version of Austere Commander or Farewell or just something that says like, okay, I can deal with an artifact deck, I can deal with an enchantment deck. You need something that says like, okay, all your stuff is hexproof, but I still got it.
Yeah. And the exile of graveyards is like the part
heartbreaking.
Yeah, the part that makes it, so bad. I think let's say it was destroy the other 3 and exile all graveyards, would probably be okay.
Yeah.
But just doubling up on that exile is so good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, because it's just silver bullet against certain decks, like absolute.
Yeah.
Like that deck cannot win now.
You're like, okay, all the work I've been putting in is just completely back to 0.
It's also probably the biggest game extender of all time.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to...
This episode is sponsored by Ridge. With Father's Day coming up fast, Ridge has the perfect gifts for your dad or yourself. Ridge wallets can take your wallet game to the next level. They're sleek, minimalist, and made with premium high-performance materials like carbon fiber, titanium, and stainless steel. Plus, a Ridge wallet is the best way to protect your own credit and debit cards with built-in RFID blocking technologies to stop digital pickpockets in their tracks. And right now, you can take advantage of Ridge's once-a-year Father's Day sale. Just go to ridge.com/command to get up to 40% off your order.
Greetings, humans. You have entered the command zone, your destination for all aspects of Elder Dragon Highlander. Enjoy your stay.
Whoa, Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Command Zone podcast. I'm your host, Rachel Weeks.
It's me, Jimmy Wong.
And today we are talking about more commanders from Final Fantasy. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, we did a episode together, and it was a great one, but there were too many Final Fantasy commanders to talk about, so we're here to address hopefully the rest of the really exciting ones to build around from this brand new set that's coming out.
Let's jump right into it. Today we're talking about what we're calling the most iconic commanders in Final Fantasy. So these are the ones that are really popular characters, but may not have made the list for most popular, or excuse me, for most powerful,
yeah.
Because
they're not Vivi.
There's some very powerful commanders in this set, but there's still some very powerful ones in this episode.
Yes.
Starting with this first one, which is a ton of fun, it's Choco, Seeker of Paradise.
Yeah, it's time for the Chocobos to make their
walk on in.
To wark their way on in. I think they wark.
They wark?
Wark is the noise they make.
Oh, that's the sound they make. I was thinking walk.
Well, they do walk. They also run, and they occasionally fly, I think.
Do they?
Some of them may do, not the fat one. All right, Choco Seeker of Paradise. 1 green, white, and a blue for a 3/5 legendary creature, Bird Wark. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, then put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest into your graveyard. Whoa.
Yeah.
This also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0 until end of turn, and that is as the case on all of the 2/2 Chocobo creature tokens that also get made from the set.
Right, they all have this landfall ability.
Yes.
So this is a typal bird deck that uses this very powerful attack trigger to dig really deep, ramp really hard, and pump your whole team, assuming you're really leaning into the Chocobo side of things.
Yeah, not just that, but it also fills your graveyard.
They go to the graveyard?
Yeah, so there's a lot of parts about this that are really interesting. One, Choco itself does not need to attack in order to have this trigger. It can be any birds. Choco doesn't have flying, notably, so sometimes it may not be a good attack, but fortunately, every single bird on the planet otherwise usually does have flying, even if they don't exist. You look at that many cards, one of them into your hand, and then you can say, hey, all the rest of the lands, so you can get multiple lands off of this. I built this deck, I played it. I would say that in general, don't Magic Christmas Dreamland this. You're not getting like a 10 bird trigger off of this thing. I think reasonably, you're looking at 2 to 4.
Right.
But even then, pretty darn powerful.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I played against this thing a couple of times now. It draws a lot of cards. It digs really deep, so it finds the perfect card for the situation and ramps you for the next turn.
Yeah.
So it's very snowball-y. The more birds you get into play, the more cards you see, the more lands you get into play, the more birds you can cast,
If you don't stop Choco early and it gets like 3 combats, it is going to be very hard to come back from,
It's
I
tough.
think. Yeah.
All right, let's get into the burbs. There are plenty of very good staple birds that you've, feel for fairly obvious, but we're going to mention them here. Birds of Paradise, of course, is the first card you add to this list.
Yes, this is an automatic, you must put this card in this deck because it can attack. It doesn't have Defender, notably, and it's 1 mana. Really important in Choco deck, you don't necessarily want to get this out on 3, but you do want to get as many birds on the battlefield beforehand so that when Choco lands, the birds that don't have something sickness can immediately trigger it.
Cheap birds, for sure.
Yeah, there's also Gilded Goose, which is a burb. Don't forget. Honk. Another really good one is SCR, Wardwing Familiar.
Yeah.
This is just great because it happens to be a bird, but it gives your commander essentially Ward 3 in a way. Spells your opponents cast that target warrior commanders you control cost 3 more to cast. And it's a 2 mana 1/3 bird.
Yeah.
That flies.
Another bird I like a lot is Mockingbird. This is one that I've thrown into a couple of decks. It's X and a blue for a 1/1 flying bird bard. It enters as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value less than or equal to the amount of mana spent to cast Mockingbird, except it is a bird in addition to its other types and has flying.
Yeah.
So you can clone your opponent's Esper Sentinel, you can clone your own Birds of Paradise, you can clone any little creature that's on the battlefield, but it's still a bird to trigger Choco.
Yep, and the X cost means you also can pay 0 for X and just have this be a 1/1 flying bird if you just want more Choco triggers.
Yep. Get it down fast.
If you're not going creatures that are cards, you can go creatures that are tokens. There's a wonderful Bant card that will probably go up in price, I would assume,
I would
because
think
of
so.
Choco. It's called Flurry of Wings. It's Bant, so green, white, blue. Instant, put X 1/1 white bird soldier creature tokens with flying into play or on the battlefield, where X is the number of attacking creatures. So you can do this for yourself. It won't add to the trigger for Choco, but you can just have more birds for the next turn, or just wait if your opponent is attack heavy and put, 3-4 birds in the battlefield, I think is what you're looking for here.
That's a pretty good rate.
Yeah, because especially that means 3 or 4 more cards with Choco the next turn.
Right. Migratory Route is the other one that I was looking at here. It's 3 white blue for a sorcery that puts 4 white bird creature tokens with flying onto the battlefield, but it also has basic land cycling too. You shouldn't have trouble hitting your land drops in this deck, but I would think you want a decent density of them.
Yeah.
So making sure that you can have a lot of lands that you can hit, but you also have alternate ways to make sure you're hitting all of your land drops. It is going to be a little mana hungry. You do want to hit those land drops so you can trigger all your landfall abilities.
Yeah, this deck plays 40 lands, right?
I think so.
40 plus even.
Because if you hit more lands off of your Choco trigger, that's only good. You just get more lands into play. So I would think upping your land count for this one makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, notably cards that are spells on the front and lands on the back will not work for putting them into play with Choco, but the other way around does.
Right.
All right, this is Final Fantasy. There are Chocobos in the set that actually go very well with this deck. Traveling Chocobo, 2 in the green for a 3/2. You may look at the top card of your library at any time, and of course, you may play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. It's almost as though this card was meant to be in this deck. If a land or a bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So 2X's on all your landfall triggers and anything else that happens to be with birds or lands specifically entering the battlefield.
Side quest Raise a Chocobo is a very powerful effect in a deck that is trying to dump birds onto the battlefield. This is a 2-mana green enchantment that when it enters, you make a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land enters the battlefield. This token gets +1/+0 until end of turn, the Chocobo text. And at the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment. And it flips into Black Chocobo, which basically gives all of your birds an additional instance of the landfall ability.
Yeah.
Turns all your birds into Chocobos.
And not just that, but when this transforms, you get to search for a land card. So it could be your Field of the Dead or whatever and put it on the battlefield tapped and shuffle. So it is a no restrictions land tutor. There's also Bart's and Boko, 3 green. It's got affinity for birds, so it costs 1 less for each bird you control for a 4/3. It's probably gonna cost green. It's a human bird. It's a
human and a bird.
Yeah, human,
comma
bird, yeah. When it enters, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent control. So it's just a removal spell on top of being a bird creature in the deck.
Seems good.
Yep, very good.
There is plenty of bird typal support that already exists. You can go all the way back to, what is this, Onslaught?
Yeah, Onslaught.
That's got the creepy spider logo. It's Airborne Aid is 3 and a blue for a sorcery. It says draw a card for each bird in play. Not that you control. If your opponents have a stray birds of paradise, maybe they've got changeling floating around.
Go, yeah.
You can draw off of theirs as well. But mostly it draws you a lot of cards for a lot of birds.
Yeah, and you have to play this because it's just so
Come on.
thematic. Yeah. Seaside Haven is a land that taps to add colorless, or white and blue tap, sack a bird, draw a card. Hooray! Winged Portent is a really fun one. It's a 1 blue instant with cleave. You may cast it for 4 green blue instead of 1 blue. Draw a card for each creature with flying you control. If you cast it for 6 mana, it's just draw a card for each creature you control. But for 1 blue, draw a card for each. That's almost as good as Airborne Aid in a lot of cases, as long as you don't have too many land grounded chocos.
Those chocobos are gonna won't count for this.
Yeah.
But you could, if you have a lot of mana from getting a lot of lands, you can of course draw a ton of cards off of your winged.
Unless you have Wonder in the graveyard.
There you go.
Choco's gonna get it there.
This is also a lands deck. You're putting a lot of lands into play all at once. You could lean heavily into the bird typal support, running like your Castrels and your Kangis, or you can sort of balance things with landfall type effects. So you could run your Tireless Provisioners that just are good in lands decks.
Yeah.
Or if you want to keep it more thematic, something like an Emeria Angel, which has landfall, make a bird.
Yep.
It's perfect.
It's perfect. Myriad Angel is very good in this deck.
Mm-hmm.
You also have Felidar Retreat, which just makes Cat Beast, or you can put 1/1 counters on each creature you control.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is a great card from the set called Chocobo Racetrack that's kind of like Zendikar's Royal, but this is Chocobos. So it's 3 green artifact with landfall. Whenever a land enters, you make a 2/2 green bird creature token with that nice +1/+0 landfall ability.
You can make a lot of birds with this thing. And like I said, very snowbally. The more lands you get into play, the more birds you get, the more birds you attack with on the next turn. That's Choco. I expect I expect this one to be very popular.
Yes.
It's powerful, it's cute, it's fun.
It's advanced, it's good. Yeah, good colors. You can guarantee to hit all your land drops in a deck like this.
We're going to be talking about a lot more beloved legendary creatures from Final Fantasy in this episode. But if you want to build any of the decks that we are talking about, you can support the show while you're shopping by going to cardkingdom.com/command. Card Kingdom has all of the cards for pre-order right now. You can get any of the precons, you can get any of the singles. If you're as excited about Final Fantasy as we are around the office, there's a lot of really powerful cards. Make sure that you know what cards you want from Final Fantasy. I know it was overwhelming. It was a long preview season, but you can start looking at picking out cards for your decks and making a big list, because then you can order at Card Kingdom all in one place and all of those cards will come to you all at the same time. It's nice when you've got a deck you're really excited about that you can expect those cards to show up on your doorstep all in one safe single package. Again, you're supporting the show if you use our affiliate link over at cardkingdom.com/command.
And then don't fly to ultrapro.com/command. They'll fly the cards to you. I mean, they may fly also their amazing protective gear at Ultra Pro. So we've got sleeves, deck boxes, binders, and more. Recently, product from Final Fantasy has been going around from Ultra Pro. I guarantee you these would be hot sellers on the Ultra Pro website. So make sure you have that website bookmarked, ultrapro.com/command, also on their newsletter to make sure that you're there on day one, minute one, second one, when those products come out, so you can order them, because Ultra Pro has the license for the official Magic art, the Final Fantasy art, all that good stuff. And I think this is, of any time to buy product from Ultra Pro, this feels like a very good one for a lot of players, especially new players getting into the game. There's no better way to get someone really excited, I think, especially someone that's excited for the Final Fantasy stuff, to also get them that matching awesome embossed binders or the cool deck boxes with Sephiroth or Cloud on them.
That's cool.
I'm excited for it. Even if I don't have a Final Fantasy deck, I just kind of want this product. ultrapro.com/command has all of that, and they also have great deals on old product as well, so you can find some amazing stuff there. Guaranteed there's going to be something on there that whets your appetite. So go to ultrapro.com/command for all of your Magic accessory needs.
The final way to support us is directly over at patreon.com/command zone. If you join our community, you can hang out in our Discord, talk to me, Jimmy, Josh, all of our members of the staff, or just members of our community who are talking about these precons, who are talking about Final Fantasy, what they're building, how they're building it. You can be a part of that conversation by joining our Patreon. Plus, there's additional perks at other tiers. Go check out patreon.com/command zone for all of that information. Plus, we shout out one lucky patron every single podcast episode, and this one is dedicated to Timothy Mayer. Timothy, you rock.
You are the true mayor of Value Town.
Hey, the mayor of this episode.
You've
that's
never
for sure.
heard that one either.
All right, we're moving on to Sid, Timeless Artificer. This one is a bit of a unique card.
Yeah, we have to read it kind of sucks that we have to read the same card 16 times in a row.
I know, we have to, well, there's 15.
Let's start it off. 15, sorry.
Yeah.
Let's start it off right. Here's Sid, Timeless Artificer version 1.
From Final Fantasy II, it's 2, a white and a blue from a legendary creature, Human Artificer. He's a 4/4. It says artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer in your graveyard.
Whoa.
A deck can have any number of cards named Sid, Timeless Artificer, and it has cycling for a white and a blue.
All right.
So if you have a Sid on the battlefield and a couple Sids in your graveyard, all of your artifact creatures, all of your artificers are going to get a little boost.
Yeah, so let's show all of the different Sids. Sid is the character that reappears in every single Final Fantasy. Typically, he's the airship engineer, the guy that builds the airship.
This is a very interesting card because he's a legendary creature that you can run any number of copies, but he doesn't solve his own legendary role.
Yeah, you
can't have multiple Sids in play at a given time, which makes sense. He's a specific guy.
Yeah.
So if you're going to build this deck, you do kind of need to either solve that problem or lean into that problem.
Yes, there's plenty of ways to solve it, fortunately.
Yeah. I do want to mention this. So there's 15 different arts. They're all from different Final Fantasies. They're very cute. They all range in prices. So if you're building a Sid deck, it may get a little on the pricier side, especially if you want one of each.
If you built a Nazgul deck, you know the same issue with the different arts and all that stuff. This is going to be one of those uncommons where you open it and you go, oh, wow, I actually didn't realize how rare it is to open one of these. So keep those around in draft and all that
Definitely.
stuff. Yeah.
All right, let's get into it. There's a couple different ways that you can build Sid. I think the first and sort of more obvious way to build him is with artifact creatures. So you build an artifact creature heavy deck that runs a couple of Sids, maybe just like the 15, and uses Sid to fill up your graveyard and as an Anthem effect. You can cycle them away when they're not relevant early, and then once you draw another one, you can play it and bump your
And then boom,
buff
your whole
your
team
whole
gets +5
artifact team.
+5 or whatever.
Yeah. And in the meantime, he's just cool and flavorful. So anything we talk about in this artifact creature type of section is also relevant if you're building around heroes. That isn't particularly well supported at this time. There's a couple of commanders that make hero tokens, like Grahatia, which we'll talk about a little bit later. I assume they will be more supported once we get into Marvel and that kind of thing.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like as a hero becomes a more relevant type.
Changelings also count for heroes, right?
They do, but that's a pretty niche build at this time. So we're going to talk mostly about the artifact creatures side of things. Commanders that I could expect to see in the command zone for this, because I don't know if Sid actually goes in the command zone.
I don't think so either, until again maybe more heroes and stuff come out.
Right.
But yeah, I could see Sid being a cool, like, otherwise also if it Sid's in the command zone, are you trying to run 30 of them or are you just trying to run the base 15?
Yeah, I mean that seems crazy to me. Like 34 drops that you're planning to cycle away is
so
like
great.
Unless you have a specific plan outside of this.
Sid.
Look, who knows? There's going to be some crazy builds around this card.
Actually, no, he doesn't even buff himself, right?
Is it other artificers?
Artifact creatures and heroes you control. He is just human artificer, yeah.
He does not buff himself.
He doesn't buff himself, yeah.
So I was looking at just like more classic artifact creature type of builds.
Yeah.
There's a couple of Urzas that work this way. Urza, Prince of Krug, just is an Anthem effect for your artifact creature, so that's sort of right in line with what we're talking about. Or Urza, Chief Artificer. This is the Esper one that has affinity for artifact creatures, so it's also trying to have a lot of artifact creatures on the board.
Gives them mass and gives you constructs, and those I've seen take over a lot of different games.
The other direction you can go if you're leaning into artifact creatures is, of course, vehicles. So you could do something with like Kotori Pilot Prodigy. I've seen people doing stuff with Shorkai because he can like loot Sids into the graveyard. And draw more cards. If you're building Shurikai like sort of more around vehicles, sometimes it's a control engine. It does a lot of different things.
Yeah, and I will say too, every single time that we do a Universes Beyond, we see more and more vehicles. And
yes.
With Death Race, the set,
Aether Drift.
It would appear that Wizards is very interested in to continue to just create more vehicles.
Right.
So vehicles is going to be a very supported archetype into the future. So I do like that direction as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of options. We're going to talk sort of generally about some powerful artifact creatures. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of different ways you can go. In these colors, you can talk about like Baleful Strixes and Esper Sentinels are obviously very good ones to be
Esper
buffed.
Sentinel pace 7, whatever.
Esper Sentinel buffed by various Sids seems very strong. Smuggler's Copter is just a ridiculous threat if it's buffed.
Yep.
So I think there's a lot of different things you can do. This will look more typical, like Urza Prince of Krug, I think is a great model for what to look at, what kind of deck list to look at if you're going in this direction.
Yeah, very good.
The other way you can build this that I think...
Hello everyone, Archangel Wedgio here at the Richmond Regional. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you did?
My name's CJ, and I got top 8 with Orcus Mitsuru.
All right. You got any shout-outs quick before we go into it?
Shout out to Well Played Games, Downtown's Cards and Collectibles, the 2 locals, and the 6 people in my car who got me here.
Actual clown car? All right, let's get into it.
Software engineering roles at brands like Instagram, Twitch, and Oracle. Huge names there.
These are 10 cards you should always draft in Final Fantasy. Now, always is a bit of a strong word, so let's just say you should highly prioritize these cards because they're fantastic and will help you win more games. First is Dragoon's Wyvern. For 2 and a blue, you get a 2/1 flyer that says, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. This common is fantastic. It plays offense well by giving you a 2-powered flyer for 3 mana. It plays defense well by giving you 2 bodies that can split up and block different things. And it overall is just a card that every single blue deck is interested in, no matter the archetype. You're always happy to play this on turn 3. When your opponent plays it on turn 3, you kind of groan a little bit because it provides a little bit of extra value and it's really hard to deal with cleanly with just 1 card because of that token, and it's quite cheap at just 3 mana. Overall, this little guy is adorable and fantastic, so you should be taking it highly in your drafts. Next is Saz's Chocobo. For a green mana, you get a 0/1 that says whenever a land you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This is a card every single green deck is interested in. It looks like it might just be for the red-green landfall or aggro archetype, but it's just a card that, because of the way the stats are lined up, if you just put this into a random green-black mid-range deck or a green-white tokens deck, really any green deck, you're ending up with, if you play this in your opening hand, a 1-mana 4/5 a lot of the time, which is just such a huge stat line for the mana that you're investing that any green deck is going to be happy playing this card and really wants to take it highly in the draft. So don't see landfall in this card and think that it's super narrow. It's really just a stellar green card no matter how you look at it. Next is Dragoon's Lance. For 1 and a white, you get an artifact equipment that says job select. So basically when it enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach Dragoon's Lance to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. And during your turn, equipped creature has flying, and then you can equip it to other things for 4 mana. So for 2 mana, you get a 2/1 flyer, which is already quite good. And then it's kind of a must answer threat in the late game, or just provides you some inevitability, because turning any of your creatures into flying creatures is really, really tough to deal with for a lot of decks, unless they have a big flyer of their own, or a bunch of reach, or like a reach creature that's sizable enough. They're going to have to use a removal spell on each creature that you put the Dragoon's Lance on. And if you play this on turn 2 and they don't have a kill spell or a way to deal with the creature, it can hit them for like 8 damage on its own before they're able to get their defenses up and running. So Dragoon's Lance, absolutely fantastic. And it's an equipment to fuel equipment synergies, an artifact to fuel artifact synergies, and overall just provides you with everything you're looking for and fits into any white deck and is just stellar. Next is Thunder Magic. This is just a amazing removal spell in red. It does the little removal roll, the middle-sized removal roll, and the big removal roll for a common, which is just absolutely incredible. So for a single red mana, you can get the Thunder mode, which does 2 damage to target creature. For 3 and a red, you can get the Thundara mode, which does 4 damage to target creature. And for 5 and 2 red, you can get the Thundaga mode, which does 8 damage to target creature. And having cast all of these modes multiple times, they all do come up and are relevant in the game, especially because oftentimes in the early turns, you're using the Thunder mode to deal with their early threat, get a little bit of a mana advantage, fuel up your draws. And then in the mid game, you're able to kill any of their mid-sized creatures, and in the late game, you can kill all of their big creatures. So it scales really nicely with the game, because by the time your opponent's playing bigger cards, you'll have more mana to deal with the threats that are of that size. So just a fantastic card. Every red deck wants this, and it's an absolute priority in the draft. Next is Cloud of Darkness. This is a multicolored card, so it's a little bit less flexible, but it's very splashable in something like a blue-green deck if you are in the need for extra removal and you have some fixing, which blue-green often has, so it's a little bit more flexible than maybe it looks. But basically, you get a 5-mana 3/3 with flying that says when Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Naturally, over the course of the game, your cards are going to trade off, but there's also in black-green quite a few cards that put cards into your graveyard directly from your library, so you mill some cards over, which makes fueling Cloud of Darkness very trivial in those decks and makes it just a stellar value engine. A 5-mana 3/3 that basically kills whatever you care about is just an absolute is a really strong card, as you've been hearing me say with all of these cards on this list, because these are all cards you should be really prioritizing in the draft because they are fantastic. Just keep in mind this is legendary, so if you get multiple of them, just don't play both of them at once unless you just need the removal spell mode. Next is Choco Comet. This card ends games. So in the early stages, you're going to be able to kill something small and get a bird, which is pretty reasonable. Like a 4-mana 2/2 bird that then did 2 damage to something is really nice. But in the late game, it absolutely just ends the game because you have X red, and you can deal the damage directly to your opponent. So if you're in top deck mode and you have like 9 mana in play, you can just deal 7 to your opponent with your Choco Comet, which is a really nice card to have access to. There are some cards that in the set that care about casting big spells. Choco Comet's going to trigger those. And it overall is just a card that scales well with the game and provides a lot of upside. You can also, if you really need to, cast it for X=0 to just get a bird right on turn 2 if you really need to curve out. But oftentimes this card gets better as the game goes on, because being able to deal X damage means that you can just deal your opponent a ton of life, kill one of their big creatures. Overall, it's a great card that you'll be happy putting into any red deck.
Get ready to elevate your shopping experience at Lulu. ADCB Lulu Platinum.
Next is Summon Fenrir. This card is really devastating to see in the early turns of the game. If this gets slammed on turn 3, you immediately feel very far behind. It's a 2 and a green 3/2 Saga Wolf, so it has 3 chapters. The first chapter, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle, so it ramps you up, can even fix your mana, and just helps you accelerate into the middle stages of the game very quickly. It also has chapter 2, when you cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it, so you can just get a giant threat into play ahead of schedule. schedule thanks to the ramp and putting an extra counter on that creature. And then the final mode, right as Summon Fenrir sacrifices itself, is to draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. Now, a lot of the power of this card comes from the fact that it is a Saga creature, so don't be afraid to trade this off in combat before it sacrifices itself, because that's one of the benefits of the card. You can play this on turn 3, your opponent attacks in with their creatures, you trade off with your Summon Fenrir. You don't need to trigger all 3 modes. Part of the value of this card is that it's able to trade with your opponent's creatures, and so that just gets you a nice little 2-for-1 locked up, because you get the land, and then you get the 3/2 creature that you can do stuff with for those turns. And when it does die, you will trigger that Ecliptic Growl, usually by having the biggest creature, and be able to draw an extra card to replace itself. So just a absolute, I'm saying it a lot, this card's a priority, it's really strong, and it's a one that you'll be happy to take for any green deck. Next is Samurai's Katana. This card is a little bit more narrow, though it's still good in any red deck, but in red-white is really where it shines, because that is an equipment deck, so it triggers all of your cards that care about equipments, fuels all of those synergies. It also fits really nicely into black-red, because it's a non-creature spell that you're casting, so it'll trigger any of your wizard pingers, and overall, it's really great, a just aggressive card. It basically comes into play as a 3-mana, 3/3 trample haste, and then you can equip it around for 5 mana. So in the late game, any of your smaller creatures will be able to gain +2/+2 and trample and haste if you have a bunch of mana. So if you get to 7 mana, you can play a 2-drop, give it +2/+2 trample haste, and just hit your opponent. So really threatening card to have on the battlefield in the late game, and also just a card that on turn 3 can account for so much damage. Because if it gets in 1 hit and then your opponent like scrambles to get a blocker, you kill that blocker, you get another hit in. It just, because of the haste and the trample, means it's really hard to deal with, and the fact that you can then equip it to other things, it's a really nice card that especially shines in red-white. So if you have this card, try to lean towards that archetype, but it's just going to be a good card in any red deck you have, as long as you're leaning towards being a little bit aggressive, which red likes to do. Next is Overkill. So premium removal spell, very straightforward. 2 and a black, target creature gets -0, -9,999 until end of turn. So basically you just kill whatever you want. Sometimes there are sets where this sort of removal spell isn't a high priority just because you want to be prioritizing threats instead of answers, but this card is so good and efficient and easy to cast that any deck is going to be interested in this card, and it's going to be a high priority as a result. Finally, we have Shantoto Tactician Magician. It only fits into blue-red.
Every day I experience hair fall and damage from styling. I wish I could get more than just Amla hair oil. Introducing Parachute Amla hair oil with vitamin E, with the nourishment of Amla and the power of vitamin E. Parachute Amla hair oil reduces hair fall, giving you beautiful hair. Parachute Amla. Now get the power of Amla and vitamin E.
Hello and welcome back to the Stronghold. I'm the Magi and welcome to Midweek Magic, where I want you to grow your collection by winning 2 free rare or better ICRs each and every week. This week's Midweek Magic is Final Fantasy Constructed, and what does that mean? Well, we don't know exactly, but we're going to explore the different avenues that they may take with this, as well how to approach those as budget players. But before we get into all that, this whole Midweek Magic thing has become a bit of a tradition here at the Stronghold, and it all started with our crack team of researchers discovering that we were the only YouTube channel making consistent, proactive, and timely Midweek Magic coverage. And here we are years later, and it appears that we're still the only ones out there doing it for the budget community. So be sure to subscribe to the Planeswalker Stronghold so that we can be here for you every chance we get. Now, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, right. Now, what I really expect and hope we get with this midweek Magic is an all-access event, meaning that you can play cards that you don't own. We'd still be building a 60-card constructed deck from only Final Fantasy's cards, but we wouldn't have to own those, and of course that is extremely budget friendly. The last time they did this, they did not allow cards from the bonus sheet to be used, but it's definitely worth checking just in case they do. And if we do get an all-access event, this is your opportunity to really kind of go nuts here and play the most expensive harebrained deck concept that is currently on your radar for Final Fantasy, because there's no better time to test your theories than when you don't have to pay for it. You know what I mean? With an all-access event, I highly recommend testing the Is It Blue-Red big non-creature spells or the red-white equipment aggro decks. Both of these look like they're going to be very wildcard intensive, particularly at the higher mana values. Now, of course, there is the possibility that we won't get all access for this event, in which case us budget players are going to be reduced to cobbling together a deck from whatever our limited efforts in the first week of the format have produced for us. This most likely will mean jump-in packs. And the jump-in packs give us a good basis for building a red-green landfall aggro deck, or the green-white that they classify as a go-wide, but I think is probably better suited as a Saga's Matter deck when it comes to a budget build. The Rakdos or black-red black mage aggro also looks very compelling thus far in the early onset of the set as a compelling budget deck. Certainly something I'm going to be keeping an eye on, and I fully encourage anyone to test lists in these areas. I will be putting together first attempt deck lists for all three of these archetypes over on my Ether Hub, and of course the link is down in the doobly-doo. A third option that they may present, which I think is probably the least likely of the three, is something that we saw recently in an On the Edge event, where not only cards from Final Fantasy would be allowed, but also cards from the baseline core set of the moment. So Foundations cards would also be legal. Again, I don't think this is very likely to happen, but certainly it's worth consideration. Sadly, it appears that the only Final Fantasy archetype that aligns productively from those of Foundations is the black-green graveyard deck. So if the event does go this way, this is probably the first thing you should look at within your collection. So hey, be sure not to tell anybody, but that's 6 different deck archetypes that we've got covered for you, potentially for this midweek Magic, because I've got the 2 all-access decks, what they might look like in a standard legal version as opposed to just Final Fantasy. So you will need to tweak those, of course, a little bit here and there, and have more opportunity to test other cards. But hey, 6 decks, that should give you more than enough of a starting point. Well, that's about enough of what I think. Now is your opportunity to get down in the comments and let the community know what you think. What did you end up running for this event, and what decks do you think have a viable future of converting over into standard based on what you saw in this week's Midweek Magic? Don't hesitate. The more
Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Today we are building Sinspar's Punishment, and this 7 CMC monster does exactly what you need a 7 CMC monster to do in today's day and age of Magic. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you get to exile a random permanent card from your graveyard and then create a token copy of that. If it's a land, you get to repeat the process, so you're guaranteed to get something good here. Now this build around is going to focus around weird stuff we can do with land tokens. Remember, we're building tokens, right? So if we can double up on those, we can do some really absurd stuff. So Second Harvest becomes a ramp spell that also has a couple combo-y things we can do, especially if we have something like an Eternal Witness that's a token copy. So now you cast Second Harvest, you get 4 lands that are tokens, and then you get an Eternal Witness copy that returns Second Harvest back to your hand. That's infinite mana, infinite tokens, infinite lands, right? We can do some really weird stuff here. Now we're not going to focus solely on combo. This is essentially just going to be a deck that utilizes a lot of weird cards that are not really all that good. Everybody hates exiling cards from their graveyard, but whenever we're exiling cards we don't want to reanimate, it's pretty good with this commander. For that reason, we get to use the escape mechanic, and it's actually really broken here. Get rid of that Birds of Paradise in your graveyard, that way we can for sure hit that Nyxbloom Ancient. If that sounds like a deck tech you guys want to get into, stay tuned. But don't forget to click on that Whatnot link and claim your free $15. Additionally, you guys can get 10% off all of your Tolarian Library proxies whenever you use code DT4D. And last but not least, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I know it's annoying to ask, but it really does help the channel, and I appreciate it. And to show my appreciation, everybody that comments on the first day, I will be sure to reply to those comments. Now let's get right into the deck tech. Let's talk about the draw of this commander real quick, right? What separates him from the Mudratha of the world? This guy enters the battlefield and creates tokens, which I think is pretty unique because that gives us the ability to populate some pretty broken things, like a doubling season, right? As long as we got a token of a doubling season, we can populate it, and now we have 3 doubling seasons. And then, you know, it just gets more and more insane from there. There's a lot of videos going over the math, but I think you get it. The mass draw to this guy is that broken attack trigger and ETB, and honestly, I think the fact that he makes tokens can be more powerful in some scenarios. So let's abuse that. Second Harvest becomes a commander unique combo piece to Sin. And honestly, I know combo gets a bad rap, but I just think it's so cool whenever there's a combo that's around a specific commander that's really hard to duplicate outside of the deck. So let's talk about how this works. Second Harvest is 4 CMC, and it says for each token you control, create a token that's a copy of that permanent. Now what we need in order for this to work and go infinite is a bunch of land tokens, which honestly it can create on its own. You can start this loop with just 2 land tokens, and then eventually you'll get 4, 8. You know, we're doubling it every time we're casting Second Harvest. And there's a couple ways we can return Second Harvest back to our hand. One of them is by casting Second Harvest if we have a token copy of Eternal Witness or Timeless Witness. Notably, Timeless Witness can actually eternalize from the graveyard, giving us a 4/4 token of her. So that gets rid of that barrier out of the gate. Another thing we can use is Deadeye Navigator. Since we're generating a ton of this mana, as long as we're able to blink our Eternal Witness with Deadeye Navigator, we're still able to return Second Harvest to our hand and recast it, and you're going to end up being net positive in mana at some point. From there, there's a plethora of different ways we can end the game. I personally went with Sir Conrad because this guy's just stupid in this deck. For 5 CMC, you get a legendary creature that says whenever another creature dies or a creature card is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield or a creature card leaves your graveyard, Sir Conrad deals 1 damage to each opponent. And then he has an activated ability, 1 and a black, each player mills a card. So you just mill everybody's library out and kill the entire table. This guy's not only extremely broken in this deck, but he's just really good as a finisher. And I hear you guys, infinite combos are lame, so give me a combo or something interesting that's not infinite. I got you. What if we have a token copy of Nyxbloom Ancient? Then we're able to copy it with something like Selesnya Eulogist. Now we can tap her for 3 mana, exile a creature card from a graveyard, and populate, and now we have 2 Nyxbloom Ancients that's going to allow our lands to tap for 9 mana, because remember, Nyxbloom Ancient allows all of our permanents to tap for triple the amount of mana we would originally tap them for. Now that we have 9 mana, let's exile, I don't know, 3 more cards from our opponent's graveyard or our graveyard, and then we're able to generate a total of 3 more Nyxbloom Ancients. Now we have 5. Now whenever we tap a land for mana, we're going to generate 243 mana. Not infinite, but it's gonna be enough. From there, we get to play some super unique cards you wouldn't play in any other Sultai deck because you don't want to actively exile cards out of your graveyard. But From the Catacombs is especially good in this deck. For 5 CMC, you get a sorcery that says put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control with a corpse counter on it. You take the initiative. If that creature would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. And then this card has Escape, which is an ability that says for 5 mana, the same as the casting cost, you get to exile 5 other cards from your graveyard, and you can cast this card from your graveyard. These cards are just going to be super synergistic with our commander. We're able to get stuff like Bloom Tinder out of our graveyard and ensure that we're going to get that broken Nyxbloom Ancient instead whenever we attack with our commander and get his broken ability. The Grim Captain's Locker is also going to be super broken in this strategy. For 4 CMC, you get a legendary artifact that taps and says Surveil 1, or you can tap it and say until end of turn, each creature card in your graveyard gains Escape, 3 generic and 1 black, and then exile 4 other cards from your graveyard. So not only is this a way to cheat cost because we're running a lot of very expensive creatures in this deck, additionally it does the whole escape thing that gets rid of the useless cards in our graveyard. Codis Sibsig Champion. Kind of the same thing here. He does 2 things that I like. He's 3 CMC in Sultai colors, a legendary creature zombie warrior, and says once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from your graveyard by exiling 3 other cards from your graveyard in addition to paying the cost. He also says whenever 1 or more creatures you control enter, if 1 or more of them entered from the graveyard or it was cast from the graveyard, put 2 1/1 counters on Codis. So he gets big and can cast things from the graveyard. I love this guy here because maybe we want to cast our Bloom Tinder from the graveyard. So we can cast our Bloom Tinder, we're not going to reanimate it with our commander, and then we're also going to get rid of 3 other cards that we didn't want to reanimate with him as well. So it kind of gets 2 birds with 1 stone. We get the value and we don't get a lackluster trigger from our commander. Titan's Nest has to be one of the best cards in the deck. For 4 CMC, 1 generic, and then Sultai, you get an enchantment that says at the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library, you may put that card into your graveyard. Then it has an ability, exile a card from your graveyard, add 1 generic, spend this mana only to cast colored spells without X in their mana cost. So now we can tailor our graveyard to reanimate exactly what we want. We exile every creature we don't want to reanimate, leave all the lands because we want those on the battlefield as tokens, and then we cast our commander super early, reanimating something like a Nyxbloom Ancient or I don't know, an AC to get a ton of advantage out of nowhere. Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath, 1 blue, 1 green, 1 generic, legendary creature Elder Giant, and says whenever Uro enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless it escapes. Whenever Uro enters the battlefield or attacks, you gain 3 life, draw a card, and then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield, and then its escape cost is 2 green, 2 blue, exile 5 other cards from your graveyard. I love playing Uro with all of our sacrifice effects like Ruthless Technomancer. This guy's a 6/6 for 3 mana. So if we escape him, we're sculpting our graveyard, and then we can just slam Ruthless Technomancer on the battlefield to generate 6 treasure tokens, because Ruthless Technomancer enters the battlefield, sacrifice a creature, you get that many treasure tokens equal to their power. We're also on Greater Good effects, we're on Altar of Dementia. I love to cast this guy, sacrifice him, and fill the graveyard, get a ton of advantage. Hogak does this just as well, if not better. This guy's an 8/8 for 7 mana that says you cannot spend mana to cast this spell. He has Convoke and Delve, which means we can either tap our creatures to cast him or exile cards from our graveyard. So not only can we cast this guy from our graveyard, he sculpts our graveyard, he's also just massive and really fuels the Power Matters value engines like our Greater Good, our Altar of the Wretched, our Altar of Dementia, and our Ruthless Technomancers of this deck. 6 hits it from the same area as Codis hits it from, right? But this guy's just way more flexible. He's going to allow us to not only mill whenever he attacks, he mills 3 cards, but also he says as long as it's your turn, non-land cards in your graveyard have retrace. So now we can discard land cards to cast permanent spells from our graveyard. Super powerful here. We're putting lands in the graveyard to get reanimated by our commander, and then additionally we're going to be able to cast our signets and our, little small creatures from the graveyard. That way our commander doesn't reanimate them and we still get the value from them. Mudratha does something very similar. For 6 CMC, you get a legendary creature Elemental Avatar that allows you to play lands from your graveyard and cast permanent spells from your graveyard, but only one permanent type per turn. So you can cast 1 creature, 1 artifact, 1 enchantment, you know, and this is very useful for the same reason 6 is useful. We're able to get those small things out of our graveyard, still get the value from them, and again, we're not going to feel like we whiffed off our commander trigger. Moving on to more synergistic pieces, we have Life Finds a Way. For 3 CMC, you get an enchantment that says whenever a non-token creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, you get to populate, which means you can create a token copy of a creature we control. Notably, we are on not only Displacer Kitten, but we're on Deadeye Navigator as well. That's going to mean we can blink our commander a ton. Displacer Kitten is going to allow us to blink our commander, or any permanent for that matter, whenever we cast a non-creature spell. Deadeye Navigator allows us to exile the creature it's paired up to, and we're going to soulbound it to our commander 9 times out of 10. This is going to, again, just get us a ton of commander triggers and get super broken whenever you pair it with Life Finds a Way, because we're populating while we're doing that as well. Parallel Lives and Adrix and Nev are going to be awesome in this deck. They're just going to double up on all of the token generations. Double the treasure tokens is also quite busted here. Tireless Provisioner and Lotus Cobra are insane here. We're putting a ton of lands onto the battlefield, but 9 times out of 10, whenever they come with our commander, they're going to be tapped. Now we can use the mana right away through Lotus Cobra and Tireless Provisioner effects. Notably, Tireless Provisioner is better because the attack trigger of our commander is going to make it to where we really can't utilize the Lotus Cobra mana unless we're blinking our commander. Portal to Phyrexia is just a giant artifact we can reanimate with our commander. Remember, he doesn't just reanimate creatures, he reanimates permanents, which is super busted because now we can get a Portal to Phyrexia that says when Portal of Phyrexia enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices 3 creatures. Then at the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It's a Phyrexian in addition to its other types. Pretty broken ability, right? But this card is 9 mana. Good thing we're not going to be spending that. Colossal Grave Reaver, another broken card for 8 mana. This is a dragon with flying and says whenever this creature enters or attacks, mill 3 cards. Then whenever one or more creature cards is put into the graveyard from your library, put them onto the battlefield instead. This guy's absolutely insane and will win you the game. Especially if you have Altar of Dementia on the battlefield. I found that as long as you're playing enough big bodies, which this deck definitely is, you can kind of just sack 1 creature, mill 5 cards, get another big creature off of those 5 cards you milled, and then keep going off. This will result in you finding the key pieces you need to win the game. Tevel the Balance Scale. Not only did this seem like some solid mill, because this guy says whenever Tevel attacks, mill 3 cards, then you may return a land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. He also makes a massive board state with this commander, because he also says whenever one or more cards leaves your graveyard, create a 2/2 black zombie druid creature token. Now normally this doesn't work in mass, right? If we reanimate 5 creatures all at once, Tevel will trigger once, but since our commander says exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tap token that's a copy of that card. If that card is a land, repeat this process. That means every time we resolve his ability, it's 1 trigger from Tevel, because if it's a land, oh, we gotta repeat the process. That's a second trigger. If it's another land, oh, we gotta repeat the process. That's a second trigger. So even though Tevel only triggers whenever we mass reanimate once, every single trigger from Sin is a single trigger, if that makes sense. So we're gonna get a ton of zombies off of this. It basically says whenever you get a land off Sin's trigger, just go ahead and throw a zombie on the battlefield. Hedron Crab is absolutely broken. It says whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you get to mill 3 cards. Pair this with our giant Colossal Grave Reaver, and you're basically going to win the game, especially if you're doing crazy stuff like, I don't know, making token copies of your lands. Shigeki Jukai Visionary has become a mainstay in my mill decks, and he's not going anywhere. You guys will get bored of this card. 2 CMC, legendary enchantment creature Snake Druid. You get a creature with a broken tap ability that's 2 mana that says return Shigeki to its owner's hand. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest into your graveyard. And then he has a channel ability that allows you to discard him and return cards from your graveyard to your hand. So not only does he get the cards that you don't need to mill, he also just mills cards, which I love. Ripples of Undeath is an insane card draw and mill engine. I love to see it in my opener. For 2 CMC, you get an enchantment that says, at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, mill 3 cards, then you may pay 1 and 3 life. If you do, put that card from among those into your hand. So now you're getting to put cards that you milled into your hand. I don't know how many times I've milled something off of Cemetery Tampering, which we're also running in this deck, and really just thought, shoot, I needed that in my hand. And now we get a card that does exactly the same thing for 1 less mana and allows you to put it in your hand. This card's just insane. If you guys were on the Ripples of Undeath train while this thing was $2, welcome to the club. Sadly, people are figuring it out, and yeah, this price has shot up. Out of the Tombs, one of my favorite combo pieces. It's 3 mana and says at the beginning of your upkeep, put 2 Eon counters on Out of the Tombs, then mill a card for each number of Eon counters on it. If you would draw a card while you have no cards in your library, instead return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, you can't lose the game. So all you need something is like Sir Conrad if you have no library, and then you can just keep reanimating a creature, keep throwing a creature to the graveyard with a sack outlet, and then you reanimate a creature again. As long as you have a way to draw cards in between there's like, I don't know, with a Elemental Bond that we're running in the deck, you're able to drain the entire table out. Overlord of Belmurk for 5 CMC, you get an enchantment creature Avatar Horror with Impending 5. This basically just means you can cast it for cheaper, and then in 5 turns it actually turns into a creature. But if you pay the full 5 mana, you get a creature that says whenever Overlord of Belmurk enters the battlefield or attacks, you get to mill 4 cards. Then you may return a non-avatar creature card or a planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand. Super useful. Hermit Druid is also in the house. This guy mills a ton of cards here because we are on a minimal amount of basics. For 1 and a green, you can tap this guy to reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a basic land, and then put the card into your hand and all the other cards revealed this way into your graveyard. Essentially mass mill that doesn't count as mill, pretty broken. Titania, Protector of Argoth, and Sylvan Safekeeper. These cards are amazing in this deck. Sylvan Safekeeper says sacrifice a land, target creature you control gains Shroud until end of turn. And then Titania is a 5 CMC legendary creature elemental that says whenever Titania, Protector of Argoth, enters the battlefield, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield. And then it says whenever a land you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, create a 5/3 green elemental creature token. This is insane because what we're going to do is we're going to get Tatiana and then Sylvan Safekeeper on the battlefield, cast our commander, and in response to his ETB, we're going to sacrifice all of our lands. This is going to make it to where our commander reanimates all of those lands and we're left with a massive board state. Notably, make sure you clear your board of creatures before you do this because you don't want to end up with no lands and accidentally get the creature on the first try. That would be messed up. It also works for his attack trigger as well, but on the attack trigger, you don't get to then attack with them because we are running some haste enablers like Finale of Devastation. It's not on the Game Changer list and it takes 10 mana to activate, so I went ahead and sent it. Super broken card, but hey, we needed haste, and running Concordant Crossroads here is so risky because if it ends up in our graveyard and we accidentally reanimate it, our opponents could kind of just run away with the game if we're not ready to have haste.
In this video, I'm going to teach you how to get more cards, enter more events, build more decks, and ultimately have more fun on Magic the Gathering Arena without spending any money. I'm going to cover the game modes I recommend for free-to-play players and how to maximize the different resources in the game. By the end of the video, you'll have everything you need to start building your collection and hoarding gems like a hungry dragon. So first, let's cover the different resources in the game, starting with gold. Gold can be used to enter events, buy packs, cosmetics like sleeves and avatars, and more in the shop. Gold can be earned from your daily wins and quests. Your daily win progress will reset every day and they always produce the same amount of gold. Your first win each day is worth 250 gold and some mastery XP, which we'll touch on later. The next 3 wins are worth 100 gold each. Beyond that, the rewards for wins trail off very quickly. You also have quests. These are usually things like cast X number of green spells, attack with creatures, destroy a certain number of your opponent's creatures, things like that. They earn you either 500 gold or 750 gold if they are harder to achieve. Each day you get 1 new quest added to your queue, but you can only have 3 active at any given time. So to maximize the gold you can earn from quests, you should complete at least 1 quest each day to make room for a new one the following day. You're also able to re-roll 1 quest per day. You should re-roll one of your 500 gold quests to see if you get lucky and can turn it into a 750 gold quest. And when completing your quests, try to target your 750s, leaving the 500s in your queue. This will leave you with a 500 gold quest you can re-roll the next day. So in summary, get at least 1 win per day, 4 if you can, complete at least 1 quest per day, and re-roll 1 quest per day, aiming to turn a 500 into a 750. The next currency type is gems. Like gold, gems can be used to purchase items in the store and enter events, but most importantly, it's the only currency that can be used to purchase the Mastery Pass. This is Magic Arena's version of a Battle Pass and is a system you are probably familiar with. As you earn XP from winning games, you'll gain levels on the pass, earning rewards as you go, like cosmetics, packs, individual card rewards, and more. The rewards do change slightly from set to set, so it's worthwhile to check in and make sure nothing has changed too drastically between passes. However, as it stands now, it's a pretty good deal if you can complete it. It costs 3,400 gems and nets you a lot more than that in value. The nice thing here is that you can wait until the end of the season to decide whether to buy it or not. I usually wait to make sure I actually finish the pass before I go ahead and buy it. And if you only get halfway through, it's really not that great a deal. So buying the Mastery Pass is a great way to build your collection fast, but you need gems to do it. The only way to get gems is either to spend real money in the store, which we are definitely not doing, or to win events. We'll circle back to which events to enter, but for now, let's jump into the different game modes, what Magic players call formats, that are great for free-to-play players. First things first, if you're completely new, play through the Color Challenge if you haven't already. This is a great way to learn the game or get a refresher if you need it. But playing through this will also get you the free starter decks, which actually include quite a few rares you may end up using in other decks going forward. After you have the starter decks, you can enter a free event called the Starter Deck Duel. You can play this event as long as you want, helping you finish your daily rewards and quests. And if you're looking for something a little less competitive from time to time, this can be a nice event to jump back into later. Another great event for free-to-play players that I still play all the time is Jump In. For 1,000 gold, the same price as a pack in the store, you get 2 themed packs that form your deck. You're queued against other players with a Jump In deck to battle it out. You can earn up to 2 individual card rewards, plus you get to keep the cards in your deck. The cards are from the most recent standard sets, and you have some control over which themes you choose. And like Starter Deck Duel, for 1,000 gold entry, you could just play that one deck forever, or re-enter if you want to try something new. This event is an incredible value and a lot of fun. The next event I recommend is Quick Draft. For 5,000 gold, you get to open 3 packs worth of cards, build a deck, and play against other players for prizes. There's also the possibility of rare drafting. That is, you just take every rare you see, so you could end up with more than 3 rares for your entry fee, and that's before any potential prizes. Now you do have to be very good to do so, but it is possible to get your entry fee back in prizes, plus some. This is called Going Infinite, where you enter the event, win enough to get your entry fee back, plus you keep all your cards and prize packs, then use your winnings to enter another draft, and so on. The community has done lots of math that says buying packs in the store, we'll get to that in a minute, has the same value as Quick Draft in terms of building a collection. But for me personally, I don't want to just open the packs. For my entry fee in a Quick Draft, I build my collection and get a few hours of gameplay. And draft is one of my favorite ways to play the game. Now, if you play enough draft, you can make massive progress for collecting all the rares in a set, and it doesn't take much time at all to get the full playset of every common and uncommon in the set. Now, Premier Draft is also an option, but you are spending more each time you enter an event, 10,000 gold instead of 5,000, and you need to get more wins to see a good return. A bad streak of luck can completely wipe out your account and set you back to square one. If you're an incredible drafter and have some cushion and gold built up, Premier Draft is technically better value over the long run, but I think you'll know if that's right for you. For most players, Quick Draft is a better value. Now to discuss buying packs instead of drafting for set completion. Ever since the introduction of what is called golden packs, buying packs in the store is a totally fine option for building your collection. Every 10 packs you buy in the store, which always include 1 rare, net you a golden pack as a bonus. This golden pack contains 6 random rares, all from current standard legal sets. This nets you roughly as many rares as an average player playing Quick Draft, accounting for prizes. However, this does not allow you to convert your gold into gems, and you will need to find another way to earn gems if you want to buy the Mastery Pass, which again I highly recommend trying to do. And again, you miss out on the fun of playing the best format in Magic. So although I don't recommend it, buying packs is a fine option if you really don't want to draft. And finally, there are always the queues for any given constructed format, which are always free to jump into. You just don't build your collection playing in the queue besides earning gold for wins and quests. There are plenty of other formats and events on Arena, but those are the ones I recommend for free-to-play players. Now is probably a good time to talk about ranked queues. Ranked is overrated. If you play somewhat frequently, getting to gold or platinum is not a difficult achievement. You do get a pack or two for achieving a rank in either limited or constructed, so it's worth trying to at least achieve bronze, but the rewards don't increase much for each rank beyond that, and it really can be quite the grind to rank up. Unless you just enjoy the challenge, the rewards from ranked are really not worth it. If you'd have more fun, just play unranked instead. You won't miss the one extra pack. There is one more resource in the game we haven't talked about yet, and that's wildcards, specifically rare and mythic wildcards. Rare and mythic wildcards on Arena are a very precious commodity. They are earned by opening packs, as they will sometimes replace your rare with a wildcard, about 1 in every 30 packs. And every time you open a pack, you fill this progress bar, earning you a rare with every 6 packs you open. But on the 5th time around, you'll get a mythic rare wildcard before it resets to giving you a rare instead, and so on. You can also earn rewards via the vault. Whenever you open the 5th copy of a common, 1 point is added to the vault. Opening the 5th copy of an uncommon earns you 3 points. Once you have 1,000 points in the vault, you can open it to earn 1 mythic wildcard, 2 rares, and 3 uncommons. This will happen naturally as you open packs, and in my experience fills up about once per set based on semi-regular play. Now, since they are so hard to get, we need to make sure we spend our wildcards wisely. First of all, when a new set comes out, avoid the flashy new mythics and rares like the plague. 99% of new rares and mythics see little to no play in competitive standard, and even fewer of those make it beyond standard into seeing play in extended formats like Explorer and Timeless. Now, jank can be fun, that is bad decks that do something silly, but eventually the novelty will wear off, and unless you're grinding constantly or putting money into the game, you won't be able to build very many of these types of decks before wiping out your account. I'd like to give it a few weeks after a new set releases to see what is playable and finding success before spending any wildcards. In the meantime, you can draft or play other formats while everything shakes out. I have a huge collection of decks on my channel that need 0 rare wildcards to build, and that should help you scratch the itch for something new to play with. Now, besides their level of playability, not all rares are made equal. First off, the format you choose will determine how much value you get out of a wildcard. A wildcard spent on a standard playable rare is just not as valuable as a rare that sees play in Explorer or Timeless. Once per year, the oldest handful of sets rotate out of standard and are no longer legal in that format. On the other hand, a rare that is playable in Explorer or Timeless could fall victim to metagame shifts or power creep, but you will definitely get a lot more play out of it in the long run. The next thing to consider when spending wildcards is what tier of usefulness it's in. I would rank rares in the following way. Tier 1 is dual lands. They are most definitely not exciting to craft, they aren't a splashy mythic planeswalker or flying dragon, but they are the most used cards in the game and will see play in every deck you build going forward. And it's hard to feel it when you have them, but try playing matches without your dual lands and see how often you lose because you're either forced to play common dual lands that enter tapped, or how often you are missing colors you may need early. Dual lands are absolutely essential if you want to compete in Magic. And same as before, staple dual lands in extended formats like Shocklands are some of the best wildcards you can spend on Arena. So if Tier 1 is dual lands, Tier 2 is staples. These are cards that are found in a wide variety of decks across multiple formats. A current staple in Standard is Sheoldred the Apocalypse, a very powerful mythic rare that is good to play in any deck that uses black mana. You won't regret spending 4 mythic wildcards on this creature. It even has become a staple in extended formats as well. And the nice thing about Arena is that if a powerful card catches a ban, Arena refunds you your wildcards, unlike with physical Magic cards where you would just be out your hard-earned money. Some more staples include Wandering Emperor and Fairy Mastermind in Standard, Thoughtseize and Brazen Borrower in Explorer, and Orcish Bowmasters and Brainstorm in Timeless. Now, Tier 3 is Role Players. These are cards that may be good, but really they only fit into one deck. Save these for last, when you're especially certain you want to build a specific deck. Examples of Role Players are cards like Knight Errant of Eos that are excellent in the Convoke deck in Standard, but don't really see play in other places. Be careful crafting too many cards like this. And a quick tip to try to get more out of your packs and wildcards is to take advantage of duplicate protection. If you have 4 copies of a rare or mythic rare card on Arena, instead of giving you the 5th copy of that card in a pack, the game will instead give you a rare you don't already have from the same set instead. By waiting as late in the season on Arena to crack any packs you've earned, it gives you time to build your collection via drafting and card rewards from your Mastery Pass, then opening packs will fill in the gaps in your collection. Now, a couple more quick tips to help you get more out of Arena. Every once in a while, the store will run deals on draft tokens or just straight up give you free gold. It's worth peeking in the store every day to see if there's anything good. If you weren't already aware, there's also a huge list of codes you can enter into the store for free packs. I've linked to an article with a full list of codes you should input right away to get tons of free cards and wild cards you can spend on any other card in the game, regardless of set. Last tip is to build a good budget mono red deck. There's a link to one I use in the description, since this will help you complete your daily wins and quests really fast if you don't have a long time to play or hit a losing streak and just want to get your one win for the day. And mono red is a viable archetype that can be easily upgraded if you choose to do so. And if you found this video helpful, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe for future Magic Arena videos just like this one. I'll see you next time. In this video, I'm going to get you ready for your pre-release and first few drafts of Murders at Karlov Manor, the newest expansion from Magic the Gathering. We're going to cover the mechanics, the top commons in each color, a quick guide for each of the 10 two-color archetypes, and finally the combat tricks to look out for when you're playing your matches. Let's start with the mechanics, and there are quite a few, so buckle in. First up is Disguise. This is a twist on the classic mechanic Morph that you may be familiar with and works much the same way with a few differences. You can cast a creature with Disguise face down for 3 generic mana, and it enters the battlefield as a 2/2 with Ward 2. Importantly, your opponent can't see its other side. And whenever you'd like, at instant speed, you can pay the Disguise cost to flip the creature over to its front half. Next up is Cloak. This is only present on a handful of rares and a single uncommon, so you won't run into it too often, but it's good to know. When you cloak a card, it simply means to put it face down as a 2/2 creature with Ward 2. Going forward, you may flip the card if it is a creature, again at instant speed. Just pay its normal casting cost to do so. Also, if it's a creature with Disguise, you may pay the Disguise cost, which might get you some additional benefits for paying that cost instead. If it's any other permanent type, you can't flip it. Next is Investigate, a returning mechanic. That simply means to create a clue token. This is an artifact that can be sacrificed at instant speed for 2 mana, allowing you to draw a card. There are a few cards that reward you for sacrificing artifacts, but otherwise pretty straightforward. Next up is Suspect. When a creature becomes Suspect, it gains Menace and can't block. This is a high-risk, high-reward, aggressive mechanic, mostly present on red and black cards. When you're the beatdown, you don't care that your creatures can't block, so giving them Menace is a nice bonus. You could also suspect an opponent's stabilizing blocker to get it out of the way. Next is Collect Evidence. This is present on a bunch of cards as an alternate cost for certain effects or to power up effects. It simply means to exile cards from your graveyard with mana value equal to or greater than the Collect Evidence value. For example, the Forensic Researcher. To activate its second ability, you would need to exile cards with total mana value 3 or greater from your graveyard. And finally, we have Cases, a new enchantment subtype with some unique effects. First, they usually have an enters the battlefield effect you get right away. The next block of text describes how to solve the case, which always triggers at the beginning of your end step. For example, with Case of the Gorgon's Kiss. To solve it, 3 or more creatures had to be put into the graveyard from anywhere this turn. That could happen on the turn you cast it, or on some future turn. Then the last block of text describes what happens if you solved the case. In this example, Case of the Gorgon's Kiss becomes a 4/4 with Death Touch and Lifelink. Okay, now that we know what's going on with the mechanics, let's get into my picks for the top commons in each color. A quick note here is that this is a Ravnica set, so of course there are a lot of multicolor cards. There are 2 uncommons and a single common in each guild, and they all seem quite a bit better than the average monocolored card. Don't be afraid to try and carve out your lane and commit to a guild early. These rankings coming up are for the monocolored cards only, so bear that in mind. Let's start with white. And in at number 3, Makeshift Binding, a staple removal spell that also gains you some life to stabilize or extend the game. It also exiles the creature, unlike pacifism style effects, so your opponent cannot sacrifice the creature for value after you've locked it down. Fantastic, staple white common. In at number 2, Inside Source. 3 power and toughness for 3 mana with upside. It's a detective for that deck, has a relevant activated ability to impact the late game, and helps you go wide for the many decks that want to do so. This looks like a card that will hold together the synergies for a wide range of white decks. And number 1, an easy choice in my opinion, Novice Inspector. This is a functional reprint of Thraben Inspector, an all-time great white common. This creates a ton of value for just 1 mana, crack the clue to draw a card, or sacrifice it or the creature itself to other effects. There will be lots of uses for this fantastic common. Now let's move on to blue. And number 3, Dramatic Accusation. A solid blue removal spell. Without the ability to shuffle it into your opponent's library, it would just be fine, but having that option does a lot to prevent your opponent from trying to target it with a sacrifice effect or something else for value, since you could just shuffle it away in response. And in at number 2, Reasonable Doubt. This would be a pretty solid card if it just countered something unless your opponent paid 2, but the additional line of text should be quite good in more tempo-oriented decks, giving your own creatures menace to keep beating down, or removing a key blocker your opponent is trying to use to stabilize. And my pick for best blue common is Cold Case Cracker, a solid body that replaces itself when it dies. It's also a detective, which is relevant in this set. This is a solid creature you'll be happy to play in any blue deck and always does what it's supposed to do. Now let's move on to black. And number 3, Slice from the Shadows. 3 mana to kill a 2/2 or a 3/2 is pretty good, but it also has the added benefit of getting to scale with the late game. Flexibility is worth a lot in a Magic card. It also can't be countered for when that's relevant, but since it's an instant, you can also just use it to win a combat. Number 2, Macabre Reconstruction. At 4 mana, this is fine. At 2, this is incredible. Make sure you build your deck to make it good, with lots of self-mill and a solid density of creatures, but once you do, this will be a great card. And number 1, Murder. Kind of an obvious choice for the best black common. This is the only unconditional removal spell. Take these highly. Now let's move on to red, and in at number 3, Shock. Another reprint for Shock. It's always good, and it will be good again. Cheap interaction is hard to come by, plus this one can pick off your opponent's life total. You'll be happy having a few of these. Number 2, Person of Interest. For 4 mana, you get 4/4 worth of stats across 2 bodies, and half of it with Menace, since it comes into play suspected. Besides being an excellent rate you'd be happy to play in any red deck, there are also ways to get value from the fact that your creature is a suspect, and going wide is a theme in multiple color pairs. Bread and butter red common. And number 1, Galvanize. 2 mana to deal 3 to any creature at instant speed is of course great, but you've got some upside to go with it. Take these highly. Finally, green. And in at number 3, Fanatical Strength. If this set is anything like recent ones, tempo will be extremely important and games will be relatively fast. These 2 mana green combat tricks have been very good lately. A well-placed combat trick will be devastating, and this one will help you win many games thanks to the trample. Number 2, Loxodon Eavesdropper. Think of it this way. It's a 6 mana 4/4 vigilance that lets you draw a card, but you can spread out the cost over 2 turns. A solid rate creature that replaces itself and provides some material for you to use in other ways. This should be solid in every green deck. And number 1, Bite Down on Crime, your go-to removal spell in green. It lets a creature really punch up since it gets +2/+0, and it's a bite, not a fight, so you can also attack after the spell resolves. Unfortunately, it is sorcery speed, but at either 2 or 4 mana, you'll be really happy to have 1 or 2 of these in your deck. Now, let's do a quick overview of the 10 two-color draft archetypes, starting with Blue-White Detectives, and its signpost uncommon, Private Eye. For 1 white-blue, we get a 3/3 Homunculus Detective. Other detectives you control get +1/+1, and whenever you draw your second card each turn, target detective can't be blocked this turn. I'm excited to play with this deck. It's a deck built around the detective creature type, but it looks like it'll play out like an aggressive tempo deck with flyers like Market Watch Phantom, Perimeter Enforcer, and Cold Case Cracker, while keeping your opponent off balance with cards like Unauthorized Exit and Out Cold. Up next is Blue-Black Clues Control, and its signpost uncommon, Curious Cadaver. For 2 blue-black, we get a 3/1 zombie detective with flying. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, return Curious Cadaver from your graveyard to your hand. Draw out the game with counterspells and removal, then take over the late game by grinding out your opponent with cards from your leftover clue tokens, generated by other cards like Case of the Filched Falcon and Deduce. Next is Red-Black Suspect Aggro, with Runebrand Juggler as the signpost uncommon. For black-red, we get a 2/2 Human Shaman. When it enters the battlefield, suspect up to 1 target creature you control. Pay 3 black-red and sacrifice a suspected creature. Target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. This is an aggressive deck that wants you to suspect your own creatures to give them menace and beat down. Then other cards pay you off for having suspect creatures like Clandestine Meddler and Deadly Complication. Next up is red-green Big Disguise, and its signpost uncommon, Tin Street Gossip. For 2 red-green, we get a 4/4 Viashino Advisor with Vigilance. Tap to add red-green. We can only spend this mana to cast face-down spells or to turn creatures face up. This deck wants to build its mana with cards like Tunnel Tipster and the Gossip, then use all that extra mana to flip your powerful disguise creatures like Riftburst Hellion and Culvert Ambusher. Next is green-white Go Wide Disguise with Sumala Sentry as its signpost uncommon. For green-white, we get a 1/3 Elf Archer with Reach. Whenever a face-down permanent you control is turned face-up, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and a +1/+1 counter on Sumala Sentry. Having a few copies of Inside Source will be essential to this deck, as it's the only way to generate multiple bodies in this color pair for cheap. Once you've built your board, use payoffs like Case of the Gateway Express and Greenbelt Radical to pump your team and get your opponent dead. Next is black-white Pint-Sized Disguise, and its signpost uncommon, Wisp Drinker Vampire. For 2 white-black, we get a 2/4 Vampire Rogue with Flying. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. Pay 5 white-black, creatures you control with power 2 or less gain Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. Play cards that care about creatures with power 2 or less, like Neighborhood Guardian and Market Watch Phantom, then find ways to generate tokens like with Leering Onlooker and Inside Source. Next up is blue-red Artifact Sacrifice and its signpost uncommon, Gleaming Geardrake. For blue-red, we get a 1/1 artifact creature Drake. It has flying. When it enters the battlefield, investigate, and whenever you sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Gleaming Geardrake. Generate artifacts with cards like Harry Dronesmith and Case of the Filched Falcon, then sacrifice those artifacts to other effects like Benthic Criminologist and demand answers. Next is black-green Gravebreak, with its signpost uncommon, Insidious Roots. For black-green, we get an enchantment. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color, and whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then put a +1/+1 counter on each plant you control. First, fill your graveyard with cards like Aftermath Analyst and Rubblebelt Maverick, then have creatures leave your graveyard with It Doesn't Add Up or Macabre Reconstruction, and collect evidence effects. Finally, get paid off for cards leaving your graveyard like with Chalk Outline and Soul Enervation. Next is Red-White Battalion and its signpost uncommon, Meddling Youths. For 3 red-white, we get a 4/5 Human Detective with Haste. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, investigate. Go wide with cards like Dogwalker and Person of Interest, then get paid off for attacking with 3 or more creatures like Karlov Watchdog, or just pump the team with On the Job. Finally is blue-green Collect Evidence and its signpost uncommon, Evidence Examiner. For green-blue, we get a 2/2 Merfolk Detective. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may collect evidence 4. Whenever you collect evidence, investigate. Play other cards that trigger when you collect evidence, like Surveillance Monitor, and then ways to repeatably collect evidence, like Sample Collector, alongside ways to fill your graveyard, like Aftermath Analyst. And finally, let's go over the common combat tricks you're going to see in your games. Knowing these spells can make or break games of Limited, so let's make sure you know what to look out for. I'm going to show you a mana cost, then you have to guess what card your opponent could be representing. Some of these you've seen already in the video, so feel free to pause if you want to challenge yourself. Here we go. 1 and a white. Auspicious Arrival. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Investigate. Blue. Behind the Mask. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence 6. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/3. If evidence was collected, it has base power and toughness 1/1 until end of turn instead. Black. Toxin Analysis. Target creature gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. Investigate. Red. Felonious Rage. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, create a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. 1 and a green. Fanatical Strength. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. And for a full list of all the instants in the set, I've provided a link to a Scryfall page down in the description. And if you found this video helpful, don't forget to drop a like and consider subscribing for future draft strategy videos just like this one. I'll see you next time.
Guys, I want to tell you something.
Today we are playing this zero rare mono blue tempo deck built around the extremely powerful common Tolarian Terror. It's a 5/5 with Ward 2 that normally costs 7 mana, but if we manage to fill our graveyard with instants and sorceries, it can cost as little as just 1 blue mana. So we're playing tons of cheap spells like Sleight of Hand, Consider, and Moment of Truth that give us card draw, selection, and sometimes put cards in.
What's up, everybody? I'm the Manador. I don't have a catchphrase, but what I do have is another standard 8 rare deck for you. Not a lot from the new set in today's build, but what is here is very impactful. 7 copies of the Water Crystal from the new set. 2 blue for a legendary artifact. Our blue spells cost 1 less to cast, but that's not why we're running it today. The second paragraph is why we're here. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards plus 4 instead. Water Crystal also has an activated ability for 4 blue and tap that each opponent mills cards equal the number of cards in their hand. Probably not going to use that last one as much. We're more here for the 4 additional, which means every time we activate River Churn Monument, that's going to be 6 cards. Every time they get hit with the Debunked Desperado, that's 7 cards. As well as 7 cards when we hit the Realmbreaker. It's real nice because that's going to give us a better shot of hitting their lands for the Realmbreaker to get back. Now we need to survive while we're doing all this. We got 4 Bounce Off, 4 Into the Flood Maw, 2 Unable to Scream, and 4 Aetherized to deal with whatever's on the board. Then we've got 4 Phantom Interference, 4 Long River's Pull, and 3 Negate to handle whatever's on the stack. The nice thing about the Long River's Pull, we don't mind gifting a card when we're trying to run the library as clean as possible. We got lands to fuel it all, 20 islands, 1 copy of Jador Aristocratic Capital from the new set. Enters tapped and taps for a blue. Also has the adventure side for 4 blue as a sorcery. Target opponent mills half their library rounded down. Don't know if we'll get to do that half of it, but we'll stick one in here just in case. Lastly, 4 Demolition Field to help deal with whatever creature lands that they have that we can't counter. Also nice because there's a good chance the opponent won't want to search when we blow up their land, because that's going to be 1 more card out of their library. And if they do search, that's 1 more card out of their library, so it's a win-win. And that's the deck. Alright, I'm going to go find an opponent. That'll give you a chance to find the like and subscribe, and I'll see you over there. We can try this. Not amazing, but we'll give it a shot. Mage in the red-black, so they are probably on the 0-1 wizard token plan. I'm grabbing the prize for you.
Man, this is already so great. This deck has only one weakness, is that you need to hit one of your 4 Sephiroths to get everything going like crazy. And it's always, can you hit it as soon as possible? Man, the art on this is amazing. This looks so cool. Alright, let's see. This could be mono black, it could be, you know, some multi-core. Knight, okay. And this is why we have Knight Errant of Chaos. So first we, I think, attack and see reaction, because once they see Voice of Victory, they probably will target something else. And here they can go for Voice of Victory. I think they have cut down. It looks like a cut down, but now they need to make a decision. Either they're wasting a turn, and I think this is the right choice, and now they can kill it main phase, but that probably means they cannot double remove, and we need to use this to our advantage. Here's the cut down from the turn before, and this is why we have Knight of Chaos, because we can start searching for Sephiroth super easy. Or easily. Let's hit. No. I kinda low-key expected second cut down, to be honest. It should not happen, but you know it happens. And I will chill. I don't have too much value, and I want all the value. So far it seems to be mono black, which doesn't have easy way removing so many small creatures. Preacher, definitely annoying one. I could go for this, but we cannot convoke. Okay. So we are going hard. Sephiroth, go! I need you, bro. I need you, bro. Yes, that's how. But this deck is so good at finding Sephiroth and then using Sephiroth. This might be the best Sephiroth deck so far I've tried. Like, everything is just so consistent, and you also have Rise the Pass. So this is a Demon Wall. This means they play Annex. If you want to spot if the deck plays Annex, check if it has swamps. If there are swamps, there is Annex. And of course the Demon Wall is entirely here just to fuel Annex, similarly like you had Rakshasa before. So this is the same slot, but this one can attack at some point, but also defend. So this is really good for us. They're attacking, so they will get a little bit of value. I don't want to show too much. Okay. I think we go absolutely crazy with Sephiroth right now. They can block one of the creatures, so maybe we just play it, get removed, and we see from there, you know? I think this might be the plan. We need to hit some... Literally this. I wanted to say, we need to hit something that can sacrifice all the creatures at once. Oh boy. Oh boy, how do we go about it? We can play it on the next turn and sacrifice the whole board if we want, and then write the past. Okay, this has to be the winning play. Okay, we assume they kill Sephiroth, so that means we need 5 mana on the next turn. I'm sorry, no value for you, but it's fine, because I'm pretty sure they're waiting with removal on Sephiroth, so we cannot expect that we will get, you know, freebie. We need to fight for the emblem. And I honestly think we will. Just please don't duress me. Don't duress me. Alright, Cecil. Our opponent is going hard on us, man. All the new tools. And I think we're kinda okay. But Sephiroth is the only legendary that I don't mind overdrawing. So what do we do now? They cannot remove it. We play a land. We go for this. Okay, I think I know. They have no flyers. I will go full control on this, and I'm not sure if we even have to. We swing call. We go for this guy, cause why not? We get the trigger. Yep, this is the opponent. Alright. Full control has so many triggers, because I want to make sure that they won't get to blocking part. And I need to sacrifice all those. Let's go for this one first. So this was the first creature. This is the second. I know, we will get there. This will be the third. And I guess we won't do much more. Alright. I think there is one more, but I want to make sure that we don't over-sacrifice. Okay, and this is the last one. Now we will have flying on this, and we can rise the pass and get everything back once we hit the emblem. And that means that even if they can block us, yes, one winged angel is already on the battlefield, and now we can go, you know, chill with the full control. By the way, this is a 5/4, cause why not? And that's a lot of damage. We already have the emblem forever. There's nothing they can do about it. And Sephiroth, I mean, they have different names, right? But maybe we just go Knight Errant of Chaos? No, it's just to... Bro, look at this, this is so fun. Let's draw more cards. Sacrifice... Bro, Sephiroth and one winged angel in one game? I actually didn't have both of them. Bro, this 2-life a turn does not matter. Lifelink? It's not enough, man. And this emblem is permanent. So moment we rise the pass, we sacrifice the whole board again, and we will drain them for like 20 damage directly. See? Oh no, no you don't. I told you, just don't duress me, bro. You know they will duress you, bro. But it's fine guys, it's fine. We have so much stuff that will continue the sacrifice until our opponent leaves the game. Pack leader, more than sacrifice victim. Okay, that was not fun. I had nothing better, right? We need to move further. This never happened. We go further. So let's see what they will do. They can attack with Cecil and try to...
यस ब्रदर 13 प्रो नहीं है 16 प्रो मैक्स मिल जाएगा मैट्रिक लॉन्ग.
But they are not getting too much value. So they want to live gain up to 12, and they hope that this will be enough. They will probably attack with lifelinkers, right? If they don't have removal for this, and Sephiroth, I think they're in some insane trouble, man. Yep, so they will get the lifelinker. Do we go with Bartholomew? This is our sacrifice engine, but we can just go with Sephiroth. They have no flyers. So I think it's worth it. No. Please, chill. To blockers. Do we even have to? I mean, yeah, let's go. I think this is good enough. We should get a ton of creatures. And of course, when this dies, we get all the triggers. They... Look at this! How will they ever recover? And of course, we live gain all of this, so they actually cannot even raise us. Man, I have to say, this emblem, One-Winged Angel and Sephiroth are on like a different league than the rest of the Sacrifice deck. Bro,
Fantasy's best new creature, and I'm saying that pretty confidently. In fact, I don't think it's even close. Guys, we've got an absolute beast of a list for you today, and that's because we are checking out the best card printed from Final Fantasy, and it's probably not even close. We're talking about Yuna today. We played Yuna in a Naya build when it first came out in the early access, but I wanted to fine-tune the best version of Yuna that I possibly could for standard to see if it was actually viable, and we ran it up the ladder today like 6-in-1, and you know, got to play some of the top players with it. So this card is absolutely a powerhouse. It's able to basically reanimate enchantments from your graveyard to the battlefield at the end step of your turn, giving everything Ward 2 and lifelink. It's just an absolute beast of a card, and the things we're going to be reanimating today, of course, are going to be things like the new summon, the Bahamut. It's a card that destroys, you know, other permanents on the battlefield for 2 turns straight. It draws you some cards. It's a 9/9 flyer, which is very, very lethal. But really what we're taking advantage of today are all the overlords. We've got 3 of the overlords today. We got the Hauntwoods, we've got the Mistmoors, and we've also got the Flood Pits. And that's because these things are going to be really big enchantments when they get reanimated, but they're also something we can cast very early on in the game for their impending cost for value, triggering things like the Beanstalk for card draw. Now, today we are going to be running 4 colors, and I feel like that's going to be the sweet spot for Yuna, because having blue in this deck is actually kind of a big deal. And I know a lot of people have been running the Abzan version of this deck, but having blue is kind of a big deal because we have things like Awaken the Honored Dread. This card is super important for the deck's consistency. It allows us to remove something off the battlefield of anything of our choice, but we also can mill ourselves out and also go pull the unit back from the graveyard if we need to. This card really does everything we, you know, want the deck to be doing. And this card is a very big synergistic piece for the deck, and it also allows us to play Overlord of the Flood Pits, which, you know, we can discard things from our hand which we don't normally have with the Abzan deck. So this deck was pretty awesome, guys. Like I said, it climbed the ladder very well for me today. We had a lot of wins. The video might be a little shorter than usual. I had to go to soccer. Actually, I have to go right after this. So, but thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys stick to the end of the video and check it all out, and we'll see you then. If not, peace out. All right, guys, today we're going to be checking out Yuna again. This will be the second time we're playing her since the early access. I think she's quite honestly the best card that came out of Final Fantasy. Ooh, that's a pretty good find. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. That might be necessary here, depending if this is like landfall or anything. I mean, it's mono green so far, so it's got to be landfall, right? Yep, it sure is. I don't have an answer yet for anything, so let's just hope Tifa doesn't kill me next turn. Sometimes, I mean, that does happen. Sometimes Tifa can pull that off. If I'm going with temporary lockdown next turn, though, I probably should go with the Overlord and not the Beanstalk here. All right. Pretty big mills there. I mean, we hit a ton of big enchantments and no lands, which is good. All right. Let's hope Tifa doesn't kill us. Like I said, Tifa on 2 is always a very, very serious problem that we have to work around. But a Golgari deck, okay. We're good. They didn't have any excessive pump spells or anything like that, so that's good. Let's go temporary lockdown for the win, baby. so far this deck's been playing extremely well. Like I said, I just think Yuna is way too powerful right now. It's got so many good support cards that you can get into the graveyard, not to mention a ton of really good enchantments to fill the graveyard, like the Overlord and our Soul Tie enchantments. Okay, so this will drop the cost of this to 3, so I should be able to cast it right now and take out that Tifa, assuming they don't have any protection spells for it. But I'd rather them play the protection spell this turn instead of on their own turn, because it could be a pump protection spell that could get it bigger, and so we want to try to avoid that if we can. So let's go Leyline Binding now. And is it protected? Let's find out. It sure looks like it. All right. Well, unfortunately, it leaves a roll token, which keeps Tifa's power much higher. And they might one-shot us here, guys. They're going to take it to 8. Guaranteed 8. If they have any ramp spells here to drop an additional 8. All right. And is it protected? Let's find out. It sure looks like it. All right. Well, unfortunately, it leaves a roll token, which keeps Tifa's power much higher. And they might one-shot us here, guys. They're going to take it to 8. Guaranteed 8. If they have any ramp spells here to drop an additional land, we are cooked. Nice. Go straight to the attack step. We love that. We love that. All right, let's go grab blue. Yeah, let's go grab blue source here.
To date, we've processed billions of dollars of payments for our clients and connected hundreds of thousands of bank accounts with our...
Making this a 2-drop. We might as well play... Well, this has ward 1, right? So I can pay the ward 1. Okay. It is what it is, guys. We got to give this a shot. All right, it looks like there was no priority sticks there. That's good. I think this hits. It sure looks like it. Beautiful. All right, we're back in this game. I got a little worried there. I thought Tifa was going to end us, but we're back in this. All right, another pretty big threat to worry about, though. Bristly Bill's no joke. No removal. Okay, so I think the play here is to get down the Overlord just to block. It might have to just chump block. I don't know how big this is going to get. There we go. We're finally getting some removal here. Awaken the Honored Dead is a really good card. Oh, nice. The Overlord ran out of impending counters. We got 2 blockers then. Oliver Siege is fine. Soul Tie? Soul Tie? Yeah, they're looking to draw some cards here. That is fine. I can blow that up with this, which is so good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And in the following turn, we got the summon. Can't really let that stick around, can we? Not really. Guess let's start by drawing a card here. Yeah, the opponent, I feel like, is pretty cooked here. We haven't found what we needed yet, which is, you know, gonna be our Yuna, but we might find it here on this attack. We'll see. We missed the Yuna. Tough. Now that's pretty scary to send that in as an attacker here to try to get a Yuna there, because I'm taking a little bit of a risk. You never know. They could get Bristly Bill trample somehow, and we might need 2 blockers instead of just the 1, but I doubt that's going to happen. All right, so they're going to draw another card here. And hopefully it's just another land. They might pump the Bristly Bill and double its counters here, which is totally fine. I'm going to lose the Overlord regardless, so not too concerned about that. All right. And here we go. We've got the summon. Oh my gosh, of course we milled out the Yuna now. We've got the summon though. Let's go. Summon down, Beanstalk triggers. We get another Overlord of the Flood Pits. Let's go. You're gone. Let's go grab our Yuna real quick. Thank you. All right, this game is pretty much over. I mean, Landfall just doesn't have enough for us here, I feel like, just because we have a ton of removal with these Awaken, the Honor Dreads and stuff, and the Leyline Bindings are super helpful. We also run Temporary Lockdown. It's really kind of a bad matchup for them. What do we have in the yard here? So we can get back A couple more overlords, but nothing crazy. A leyline binding would be nice right about now. Let's pull up one of these. Let's drop a land here to go get another unit just in case we lose the first one by chance. All right, takes care of one of those sieges. And yeah, let's just go ahead and get the unit down. Draw a couple cards. 20 cards left in the deck. We're looking fine. Ooh, temporary lockdown. That would take my beanstalks, but it would just shut down the rest of their game. I mean, they're dead here though. This has trample, so yeah, they're just dead here actually. A little bit of an overkill, to be honest. Let's go. GG's. All right. First game is a success. Let's go. We did extremely well. Up to 22 life. They're left with just a siege on the field, and we had nothing but, you know, a full grip of cards and a full battlefield. Looks good, man. Looks good. All right. Opponent's going first, but I do have temporary lockdown to kick us off here, so this will work. This will work. All right, we see a swap here. Thank goodness for no duress on turn one there. That could have been bad, losing out on some value, but I don't think temporary lockdown is going to be very good anymore. That's for sure. Is it deep cavern bat on two though? It's not. It's a Bilmer. Okay, so they're accessing their graveyard as well. Rakdos Reanimator. All right. Our best chance of beating Rakdos Reanimator is going to be having the Leyline Binding, instant speed magic to kind of exile like the Arden right as it comes into the battlefield. Let's see what happens. We know they're going to drop the Arden here, right? And then we just got to pray they don't have the Zombify on turn 4. Oh, it's an Atraxa. And there's the duress. Oh, brother. Good stuff. Man, we did have Leyline of the Void in this deck too, to kind of beat this deck and the Omniscience build. But we took it out because we stopped seeing it as soon as we put it into the deck. So just kind of savagery from the game here.
Get ready to elevate your shopping experience at Lulu. ADCB Lulu Platinum Credit.
Leyline of the Void wasn't doing too well for us, though. Let's be completely honest about that, too, is the fact that it wasn't doing totally great for us. All right. Fear of missing out's gone. I saved myself a little bit of damage here. Mana's a bit slow this curve out, so that's a bit of a bummer because I could have got down Yuna next turn. Another Yuna. I mean, it's not bad. I'll take it. I mean, the more the merrier. We know they're going to get taken out by Bitter Triumphs and stuff like that, so I'm happy to get more. Let's get another white source. Let's do this. All right, Yuna's ready to go next turn. What's their yard look like again? They got Atraxa, that's right. I knew it was something kind of not normal these days. Atraxa hasn't been seen from me in a while. Are we sending it on her? Is it time for an Atraxa to hit the field? Nope, going in with the 2-3. I mean, sure. And then that means there's no Bitter Triumph in their hand to be casted here for the Yuna. I think they made a bit of a mistake here by sending that in. That was a bit greedy. Here we go. Here we go. You got something for that? I would imagine they do, but at least Yuna sticks around, right? It's a pretty big W. Just gonna send in the vents, huh? I mean, do I double block this? It seems like I do. Oh, are they just trying to do this to get the discard on the Jumbo Cactar? I'm gonna double block. I mean, I don't have any reason not to. Nowhere to run, maybe, on the unit, I guess. I mean, that's not the end of the world. Zephyroth again with the Atraxa. These new Final Fantasy skins are really cool, but it's throwing me off a bit. All right, we're gonna blow up this. And temporary lockdown can go. Is there anything I can pull back? Okay, Awaken is good. All right, I mean, we're kind of just gonna sit here until we can do something else. There's really not much I can do. We're a little bit cooked here. All right, let's just destroy, because I have to choose one. Let's just destroy this so I can reanimate it next turn. what do you got for me, man? What do you got? I'm surprised the Atraxa hasn't made its reanimation yet. They have Zombify and they have Rakdos joins up. So typically about 8 reanimation spells in the deck. So pretty surprising that we haven't seen it yet. We're going to draw 2 off of this next turn and we're going to mill a bunch of cards. Hopefully giving Yuna another big hit. Looks like they finally found a Bitter Triumph. Okay. That goes to Exile, which is a bummer. Scratch what I said about drawing cards. But I do hit a Leyline Binding. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Swing in. We're at 35, so we're going to survive pretty easily here against any sort of nonsense. Alright, we're going to go with the Hotwoods here, get another land. Sounds good. Stop me if you can. Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright, cool. That was cool. That could have been bad. I think reanimation is definitely one of our worst matchups, so that was a big win. All right, we get to go first this time. Hand looks fantastic. A little bit of ramp into our way to the Yuna play. I do need some swamps here, but I have the Overlord, so we should be fine unless they somehow hit my hand here and take it out of my hand. But speaking of, I just had a really weird gut feeling that they were going to have some sort of duress there. Overlord is fun. I got double blue. Let's go ahead and keep that. And Tiny Bones, sure. Tiny Bones is very interesting. I am going to play the Overlord because I need to fill up my graveyard with stuff if we're ever going to get a good Yuna off here. So I'm going to go ahead and do this first. Guess I'll drop one of these. What is this? Dark Confidant. Oh, that's the new 2/1 Final Fantasy card, huh? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, I think I would rather... Okay, that's actually really good to get to the graveyard. All right, I got a good target for this now then. Let's go ahead and get this down then. I can't do the Overlord of Belmerk anyways. I was considering playing the Belmerk over the Hotwoods because we're going to get Yuna next turn anyways. But I can't even cast the Overlord anyways because we dropped our only swamp. All right, let's hope they commit all their mana here to something because I need them to be tapped out so Yuna doesn't get taken off the battlefield here. They might just take my own Awaken here. They do. I have 2 of them though, right? Or no, I don't. I don't have 2 of them. Okay. What are you going to blow up? No matter what you blow up, I can get back with Yuna. I don't really care. And they did pretty much tap out, so that's good stuff. Let's go. We got the Yuna and we've got a Leyline Binding, which is really nice. I could take my own Awaken, but I mean, do I care if they mill themselves out next turn? Not really. Not really. Let's just temporary lock down the field here. Takes care of that nonsense. No extra card draw for them going forward. Nice. Bitter Triumph goes. We like that. We definitely like that. And our Overlord of the Flood Pits is almost ready to go too, so we can start drawing some cards. Beanstalk, let's go. A lot of extra card draw for me. All right, so this says that they can get a creature or a land card from their graveyard. Is there anything worth caring about if they go for that? Not really. I'm just gonna go here. I'm gonna go for the full cost here on this. Oof, I wish that would have gotten milled and not, and landed in my hand, but that's fine. We get a big hit there with the, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say we got a big hit there with the Mistmore, so solid game right there, guys. GG's, we are climbing the ranks fast. All right, we are on a bit of a roll here. The hand looks fantastic. Got some early good removal here and a lot of good options for card draw or filling up my graveyard. And a Hauntwoods on top can go. It's a big enchantment that we can get back later with Yuna, so it can go. The Knight is a little bit scary. They're going to be off to a pretty fast start here. It looks like it might be some life gain stuff here. Not attacking is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I'm going to go ahead and take out the Knight here. I'm surprised they kept a 1-land hand too. That's going to... I'm guessing that's going to be the downfall of this game. Oh, they found one. Just kidding. They found a land. And another Knight. Makes sense. I would imagine they have a lot of 1-drops in the hand. Ooh, wish we had a second white source, which we will after this. I mean, they're kind of cooked here, guys. Temporary lockdown off the top is just overkill. Just straight up overkill. Oh yeah, give me more value. Why have they not attacked into us yet though? What in the world is going on? What in the world is going on here? They might have a get lost though. Let's not get too excited. They might have a get lost. This seems pretty easy though. I feel like this is just a bad matchup for them, unfortunately. I've been there. It doesn't feel good. Guys, the MTG convention in Vegas is happening this this weekend, which is pretty sweet. I'll be there. It's gonna be a good time. This guy is an interesting take. So whenever tokens enter, copy it and they get a token. That's kind of weird. All right, Beanstalk hit. Let's go. We got another temporary lockdown. I think we just absolutely destroyed this opponent, and I feel kind of bad. By the way, I don't know what's going on with me today. I don't know if like my brain is tired or something because I pulled a late night last night, but I can't seem to get my words out clearly. I've been stuttering quite a bit today, so my bad. I don't usually sound this mixed up. Another Cabal? Good game, yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty good one for us. Pretty easy, honestly. Little coaster right there. GG's. Okay, we've got... Man, this is actually a dicey start here. Beanstalk, but no green mana to use it. The Verge comes in as blue mana, so you're gonna have to take a mulligan on that one. This looks really good. Especially with them going first. I always love having the temporary lockdown as an option. Need double white, don't we? Double white. I think blue has to go. No, it's got to be one of these two. It's got to be you. All right, I want to make sure I put back the right card there because I need to make sure my curve looks good. Because I can go Beanstalk on turn 2 if I, if I choose not to go temporary lockdown. But it looks like it's going to be another deck using life gain, which unfortunately for them is just not the matchup because again, the temporary lockdown's too good here, man. It's just too good. So we can cut this cost to 3 with the island. I don't really want to play, I don't want to play my Beanstalk here because I'm going to temporary lock down the field. So we'll wait to play that. In case anybody's wondering why I'm slow playing those things. Wait, didn't this opponent go first? Did they keep a 1-land hand like the last opponent did? I completely missed whether or not they missed a land drop. I think they did. Man, these guys are crazy these days, keeping 1-landers. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Yeah, they're just trying to descend their way into another land here. They keep it on top. They found a land. Let's go ahead and just Overlord here, I guess. I mean, I don't really want to temporary the field just yet. We're only at 19 life. We're feeling pretty good. Feel like we can get a little bit more value out of it. And now we've got a 1-mana Leyline too for instant speed. That's going to be nice. I don't think they're willing to commit more to the board here. It looks like they're being pretty savvy and slow about how they're going to do this. Okay, so that Sheltered by Ghost is actually a problem because they can steal the temporary lockdown from me. But they throw it away. And they don't play any more onto the battlefield. Okay. Okay, pal. I can dig it. You know what you're doing. Ah. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's going to be, what, free next turn, or is it 2? It's 2 next turn. Okay, so they gain some life. They leave themselves open, though, for a Leyline Binding, which I will... I mean, do I take this? It feels like I take this, right? The Interrupter doesn't get taken by the temporary lockdown, though, which is making my life a little confusing here. But I think I can take 3 pretty easily here without any issues. The Interrupter is wild. I like it though. All right, we know they don't have another one. That's good. Because they tap themselves pretty much out here. At least not 3 mana, you know? I mean, why do that when you know I'm about to play my temporary lockdown though? That seems kind of odd, doesn't it? Like, why? I don't quite understand when you know for a fact that that's going to be the play? I don't know. I don't know, but you know what? We get a beanstalk. There's the Una. Okay, so we're going leyline binding here. We're going to take the interrupter. Say go. We're finally playing opponents in the top 1,000 too. A little scary. A little scary. All right, cool. They didn't have another interrupter. Thought maybe that was going to be the move there. And a Phyrexian Vindicator. Oh, that's a sick top deck. All right, so any damage dealt, but it's not indestructible. So, I mean, it can get taken out by this. All right. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me, man. We'll be seeing ya. And then we've got the Leyline Binding instant speed here. I mean, it's a wrap, right? Sure seems like it. Dark Confidant. People love this card, man. People are really in love with this card. I respect it. Another Vindicator. And here comes the Concede, I would imagine. Nope, not yet. They're sticking around. They want to see this through. Respect for that. How about Concede now? We conceding now? Not yet. Still sticking to it. All right, what are we hitting the yard here? I mean, we're firing on all cylinders, guys. Everything is a go right now. Just absolute go mode. And we're in. We create more mana. We gain a ton of life. We're back to almost the starting total here. And I'm gonna just grab you because I don't want to use this until I have a target to, you know, destroy here. I could cast it straight up too and just take it and put it in my hand, but all right, GG's. Let's discard you. Let's get back, I guess, you. Let's draw a quick card here. All right, you're out of here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and start. Actually, you know what? Let's play this. Let's start stealing their things. Okay, good. They scooped it up. GG's. We're on an absolute rampage right now with this deck. This deck might actually get us into the top 1,500 if we stuck with it, but my goodness, is this solid. All right, well, it feels like we can't lose. We've been going second a lot too and still hanging in there. This hand looks pretty good. I've got double white sources for the temporary. Yeah, this seems okay. This seems okay. I'm not in love with it. I hope we can find, you know, maybe a beanstalk. Uh-oh. Don't tell me it's Omniscience, man. I mean, they don't normally play that land if it's Omniscience, though, so I think we're okay. I do have the instant speed Leyline Binding, though. I could take the Omniscience from the graveyard. It's not what it is, though. Looks like the opponent is playing Soldiers, which makes me feel like the lockdown is good again. Give myself the 1 mana Leyline Binding here, potentially, but it might be a counterspell? Commando. Okay, so they're gonna probably sacrifice that to blow up my Overlord. That's fine. I thought it might have been Resolute Reinforcements there. Patchwork Banner, nice, okay. Definitely haven't seen anybody running Soldiers in a while, so this is pretty cool. So if I use this on this, they're just gonna sacrifice it to blow up this, which is totally fine. So I think we leave that alone and we're just gonna play the Mistmoors here. Can always flash in the Leyline Binding here, so let's pass the turn. I wish the Patchwork Banner didn't give them that extra mana there, but it does, so unfortunately we have to respect that commando. It's a pretty good card and pretty good piece against what we're trying to do with all these enchantments. All right, a veteran. Creatures you control get 1/1. Soldiers, exile, graveyard. Okay, that's fine. That's a-okay. Are you swinging it? All right, I'll double block. I will double block. As soon as you're gone, I'm gonna be much happier. Okay, cool. It's gone. They really gave that up. Nice. All right. That was our biggest pain in the neck. So glad that's gone. Beanstalk. Fantastic. Does that land? Okay. I'm gonna lose the virtue, which is kind of a bummer. I'm gonna be real with you guys. That was pretty rough. I have not seen this tactic done in so long, man. In so long. It's pretty cool though to see somebody going back to that weld though. All right, leyline binding on the sentinel here, maybe. I probably shouldn't have let them on tap here, man, because another sentinel could be a problem. Like a sentinel can keep bouncing itself, you know, between the two. If they have two of them, it's really tough to beat once they get going. Do you have temporary lockdown too, though? Just keep that in mind. Yeah, they have another one for sure. Yep, there it is. Whoop, there it is. All right, so another sentinel's down. I really don't want to eat up my own beanstalk here, but temporary lockdown's looking really good. But so does just taking taking this seems fine too. And draw another card with this. Flood pits, let's go. Yuna, we got the Yuna, guys. I hope that's GG's. What do we got in the yard here? We've got a Awaken, we got a Virtue, and a Leyline. All good stuff here. Not to mention all the lifelink I'm about to get too when Yuna comes in and I attack right away. A 5/4 soldier that does what? Returns an artifact. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. What are we blowing up here? Are we blowing up one of my overlords, or are we taking back your own? Taking back your own sentinel here. What's the deal? Looks like they intend to blow something up here. Maybe not. All right. Here comes the Yuna. Another Haunt Woods. Sure. Let's swing in here and see what happens. I'm sure the opponent's going to blow something up here. It can't be one of my overlords now, though, because they do have Ward. Ward 2. And give me something big here, man. Give me my summon. Give me my summon one time for your boy here, please. Yes, dude. All right. It's time to work. It's time to go to work. I'm willing to make any trade you want because all of these can keep coming back over and over and over again. So have at it, man. Blowing up the Leyline binding, I had a feeling that'd be the case. And they're probably going to bounce their veteran back to their hand too. Pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. Can't lie. They forgot it had trample though. I'm not going to lie. I forgot it had trample. So with the trample, it doesn't matter if they pull back the blockers and declare those. I mean, the trample's going to get over anyway. So GG's. Completely forgot we had trample. Nice. Let's go. All right, we're going second. Hand looks pretty bad, which is unfortunate. I really, really want to go perfect today, man. It's been so long since I've done a video where we just went perfect. And so I'm hoping that that's going to be today, man. Hand looks good. Let's go. We take the mulligan. It pays off. Oh man, the opponent though on potentially mono red here. I really need to get temporary lockdown going here, but I have no white sources anytime soon. Okay, is it cutter just as bad? Just as bad. Come on, we need something big here, man. I mean, all I can get back is a Yuna, but I'm just like, yeah, this isn't gonna work, man. I think we're gonna be dead here, unfortunately. They're just a little too fast. They're going first. We don't have temporary lockdown. We have no removal at all. All right, VV's kind of scary too. VV gets going pretty fast. All right, let's get down the Overlord. That's all I got, really. I don't know why I'm saying it like it's a surprise or I had a choice. All right. Oh man, we're 2 turns away. I just don't see a world where we get 2 more turns. I mean, maybe they don't have a cutter down yet. Maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud though. They might find it. All right, VV's at a 4/5, which means they get basically unlimited mana this turn. Dang. I mean, imagine we open up this game with like, you know, the leyline bindings, the virtues of persistence, the temporary lockdowns. This would have been a whole different story. We could have easily won this, but sometimes you just get the wrong hand for the wrong matchup, you know? Dang, we almost went perfect too. I wanted to go perfect so bad. That's all right. Top 700. Is it Cutter? Going second. We not a lot of decks are gonna win that match, you know? Not a lot of builds are gonna come out of that with a W. And how much damage is that? We're down to 3. Nice. We're down to 3, and that'll do it. That'll do it. All right, GG's. That one's unfortunate, man. That was super unfortunate. Maybe we should have taken one more mulligan. I don't know. I don't know.
Hit him 3 times like a hat trick. The name is Fizzy, no Patrick. If you play him, then it's tragic. Hit him with the mythic, yeah, that's magic. MTG, that's what you'll see if you like and subscribe. With the upload, man. Man, all of the time. Coming with the best decks, this is the meta. This ain't cheap, yeah, it's custom to cheddar.
Today we're going to be running up the mythic ladder with Final Fantasy's best new creature, and I'm saying that pretty confidently. In fact, I don't think it's even close. Alright guys, we've got an absolute beast of a list for you today, and that's because we are checking out the best card printed from Final Fantasy, and it's probably not even close. We're talking about Yuna today. We've played Yuna in a Naya build when it first came out in the early access, but I wanted to fine-tune the best version of Yuna that I possibly could for standard to see if it was actually viable, and we ran it up the ladder today like 6-in-1, and you know, got to play some of the top players with it. So this card is absolutely a powerhouse. It's able to basically reanimate enchantments from your graveyard to the battlefield at the end step of your turn, giving everything Ward 2 and lifelink. It's just an absolute beast of a card, and the things we're going to be reanimating today, of course, are going to be things like the new summon, the Bahamut. It's a card that destroys, you know, other permanents on the battlefield for 2 turns straight. It draws you some cards. It's a 9/9 flyer, which is very, very lethal. But really what we're taking advantage of today are all the overlords. We've got 3 of the overlords today. We got the Hauntwoods, we've got the Mistmoors, and we've also got the Flood Pits. And that's because these things are going to be really big enchantments when they get reanimated, but they're also something we can cast very early on in the game for their impending cost for value, triggering things like the Beanstalk for card draw. Now, today we are going to be running 4 colors, and I feel like that's going to be the sweet spot for Yuna, because having blue in this deck is actually kind of a big deal. I know a lot of people have been running the Abzan version of this deck, but having blue is kind of a big deal because we have things like Awaken the Honored Dread. This card is super important for the deck's consistency. It allows us to remove something off the battlefield of anything of our choice, but we also can mill ourselves out and also go pull the Yuna back from the graveyard if we need to. This card really does everything we, you know, want the deck to be doing. And this card is a very big synergistic piece for the deck, and it also allows us to play Overlord of the Flood Pits, which, you know, we can discard things from our hand, which we don't normally have with the Abzan deck. So this deck was pretty awesome, guys. Like I said, it climbed the ladder very well for me today. We had a lot of wins. The video might be a little shorter than usual. I had to go to soccer. Actually, I have to go right after this. So, but thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys stick to the end of the video and check it all out, and we'll see you then. If not, peace out. All right, guys, today we're going to be checking out Yuna again. This will be the second time we're playing her since the early access. I think she's quite honestly the best card that came out of Final Fantasy. Ooh, that's a pretty good find. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. That might be necessary here, depending if this is like landfall or anything. I mean, it's mono green so far, so it's got to be landfall, right? Yep, it sure is. I don't have an answer yet for anything, so let's just hope Tifa doesn't kill me next turn. Sometimes, I mean, that does happen. Sometimes Tifa can pull that off. If I'm going with temporary lockdown next turn, though, I probably should go with the Overlord and not the Beanstalk here. All right. Pretty big mills there. I mean, we hit a ton of big enchantments and no lands, which is good. All right. Let's hope Tifa doesn't kill us. Like I said, Tifa on 2 is always a very, very serious problem that we have to work around. But a Golgari deck, okay. We're good. They didn't have any excessive pump spells or anything like that, so that's good. Let's go temporary lockdown for the win, baby.
I thought we'd done all this. We have, but that was the cologne. This is all new here. Smell.
What's up, gamers? It's Magic Monday! I got the new set of Magic. Ladies and gentlemen, Duskmorn has arrived, the House of Horror. Am I selling any? I will be selling some, not this week. This week's just for me. This is gonna be a degenerate stream where we're gonna start slow, looking at all the cards, appreciating the art and the new mechanics, and then it's gonna get really degenerate as we hunt for our chase cards. Before we get into Duskmorn, let me show you what we're looking for, and I did open some off stream. We are looking for Valgavoth, Terror Eater. We will read these cards as they come up. Tyvar, the Plumber, Overlord, Screaming Nemesis, and Enduring Tenacity. Now, let me show you this black card, So these cards, I didn't know about these cards, but I pulled one. In fact, I pulled the one the other day. Now, these are, I don't know if you can tell, it's kind of coming up on camera. These are textured, similar to how like Grief and Solitude and were textured. Let me describe it to you. So it's like a fingerprint texture on the art, and then there's like a embossed, is that the term? A raised border on all the text boxes. Debossed. Like when you get fired. If we pull any of these rare black versions of the cards, huge. I also pulled another one. This is the first one I pulled, and I was like, what the f? Why is it like so alternate? And then there's an alt here of these types of cards. There's, I think, 5 of them in total. They come in all different versions. So Enduring Tenacity that you see on my screen here, the snake, comes in all these different versions. It also comes in Japanese. And then it comes in one final printing that is very rare. I've opened 6 boxes, and it looks like it is less than 1 per 6 boxes. Or I wasn't sure how I felt about these, but seeing them in person, I kind of love them. It's insane. It is very Pokemon, but I kind of love it. I think it looks way better in person. It's probably going to be the brightest card at your table when you pull one of these. I think that when they showed it off in the spoiler stuff, I was like, ew. And then I opened one, I'm like, whoa, it's a cat. Also, I do feel like this is their way of trying to get like Pokemon people to enjoy it more. It is very Pokemon. But regardless, that's what we're looking for. We're gonna go slow. We're gonna look at every card. We're gonna read a bunch of cards at first. And then if you guys have watched stream before, it's going to devolve. And I'm going to be going for the big pulls and disregarding everything else. So without further ado, let's get cracking, boys. Duskmorn starts now. Say hi, YouTube, everybody. Say hi, Rye. Rye is shirtless. So we'll start with the first pack. We'll start slow. Also, opening them gives me a good idea of the pack order. It's Hori! Hori? It's horror! It's time to kick off Shriek Week with Strangled Cemetery. Strangled Cemetery enters tapped unless a player has 13 or less life. These are cool. What is this land cycle even called? Like, when will this happen? Standard lands? Yeah, I guess so. I guess good and standard. Innocuous rat. Dude, so there was a comment when I was playing the Daniel Larson song. Someone was like, he just looks like an albino rat. If I cut to this, is he still... When Innocuous Rat dies, Manifest Dread. Okay, Manifest Dread. I don't know if I'm fucking stupid. I've read what Manifest Dread is like 15 times. An hour will pass and I don't remember how it works. Manifest Dread when this rat dies. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature and the other into your graveyard. Turn it face up anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature. Can I ask a question? When is that good? Block it, then flip it? Oh, can you? Okay, wait. Can you flip it at instant speed? Ooh. And it can't be countered. Ooh, okay. Thank you. You're educating me. All right, next we have Abandoned Campground. 13 or less life. There's also, well, let's talk about rooms. These are rooms. And by the way, chat, I have become very familiar with rooms because the deck I built, I don't have it in front of me. It's currently getting flattened. I made a room deck. I made an enchantment tribal, nearly, room deck. It's very fucking cool, and I really want to play it on mulligans. You may cast either half. That door unlocks on the battlefield. As a sorcerer, you may pay the mana cost of a locked door to unlock it. So when you cast this, you choose one side. That counts as unlocking that side of the room. At sorcery speed, you can pay the other side to unlock the other side, and then both are unlocked. Grand entryway for 2. When you unlock this door, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token, or you could pay 3. When you unlock this door, put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. That's whatever. Literally flattened? Yeah, I'm flattening my deck. You guys don't flatten your decks? You guys don't flatten your newly sleeved decks? What are you talking about? Okay, we have Conductive Machete. When Conductive Machete enters, manifest Dread. Lot of manifesting Dread. Then attach Conductive Machete to that creature. The creature gets +2/+1. Who cares? 8 to do that? Yikes. Untimely malfunction. Choose 1. Destroy target artifact. Change the target of a... Ooh. Is this not strictly better a braid? Or am I misremembering what a braid does? Ooh. Change the target of a spell or ability with a single target. That is fucking crazy for an uncommon. This is a good card, dude. It's a deflecting swat, a braid, and 1 or 2 target creatures can't block. Oh my god. Power creep. Ghostly Keybearer. Cool. Flying, whenever Ghostly Keybearer deals combat damage to player, unlock a locked door up to 1 target rooms you control. Yeah, so I'm doing a room deck, and this would be good. That's 4, though. Once charged with watching over every room in the original Vendrel house, it doggedly surveys the... Oh, I want Costco pizza. Or a hot dog. Oh. Ride of the Moth. Return target creature card from graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. That's poop. Why would you play this? Whatever. Oh, the lands! How do we feel about them? I like them. All right, our first rare now. Costco Caramel Clusters. What? Leyline of Transformation. Leyline of Transformation is in your opening hand. Okay, you can play it for free. As Leyline enters, choose a creature type. Creature you control the chosen type in addition to other types. Whoa! That's fun. I like it. That's good. All right, next. Oh, the Master of Keys. He's in my new deck. Also, not seen here. There's a room I'm looking for. I'm missing 1 room. It's what is it called? Hidden Arcade or something like that. If we pull that, I'm going to freak out, even though it's not worth anything. Put a room on. Looks sick. It really does. When Master of Keys enters, put X +1 counters on it and mill twice X cards. Each enchantment in your graveyard has escape. So you can cast them from your graveyard. Entity Tracker, and it's in the retro TV, or when enchantment you control enters, and when you unlock a room, draw a card. Fully unlock a room. We're Costco guys. Of course we walk around eating the double chocolate or the chicken bake. We're Costco guys. Of course we eat the double chocolate. Dude, my TikTok is such a fucking disaster right now of, we bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring the boom. I feel like the kid looks like he's in fucking pain when he's dancing like that. Rye, if this makes it in the video, can you put it up? It's got to be the worst dance move I've seen in years.
Hey, Wubby, could you explain?
Yeah, looks like he's boom. That's what we mean when he's dancing like that. Rye, if this makes it in the video, can you put it up? It's got to be the worst dance move I've seen in years.
Hey, Wubby, could you explain to the class how you flatten your decks? I have a couple triple-sleeved decks that are ridiculously tall.
I got you. So I phone up your mom, and I have her come over, and just after a few minutes of flattening my face, I send her to the board game table, and I have a bunch of decks laid out. No, I use a stack of D&D books that I'll just literally flop on top of. That's it. All right, next. Boom. Oh, Leyline of Hope. If you would gain life, gain that much life +1. As long as you have 7 or more life than your starting total, creatures you control get +2/+2. That's not bad. Overlord of the Mistmoors. This is one of the... There's a bunch of overlords that all have impending costs, so it's a cheaper way to cast them. When Overlord of the Mistmoors enters or attacks, create 2/1 white insect creature targets with fly. I believe impending, how it works, chat, I think, is you cast it for this cost, but it has 4 impending counters on it, and it's not a creature until the impending counters get removed, and they get removed once till you're... Or no, wait. Something like that? It's like suspend, but isn't it on the battlefield still? All right, we made it through the first pack. And what did we learn? We learned a lot about new cards. It comes in as an enchantment. When the impending counters get removed, it becomes a creature. Who is your room deck commander? That one bitch. When we pull her, I'll show you. All right, Haboom. Hand that feeds. Hey, guys. Hey. Don't let the hand that feeds you bite you. It has Delirium. Whenever hand that feeds attacks while there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+0 and the game's menace till end of turn. Cool, I guess. Cult Healer. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, Cult Healer gains lifelink till end of turn. That doesn't seem very good. Erratic Apparition. Flying Vigilance. It's eerie. So whenever an enchantment or a room, whatever, it gets +1 to 100. That doesn't feel very good. Fear of Surveillance. Whoa. It has Vigilance. Whenever Fear of Surveillance attacks, you surveil.
Well, well, well. Look what we have here. A collector booster box of the new Final Fantasy set. This is the newest set in the Universes Beyond. It like right now you can only get it for like, I think like $750 or something crazy to get a box. I was lucky enough to get this, I think back in February, online for about $500. But it is one of the, wow, that was bad. It is one of the Universes Beyond sets. A lot of people don't necessarily like the Universes Beyond in general, but this set I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy, right? Everyone likes, well, I say everyone, I've never even played a single Final Fantasy game, so I'm going to be mispronouncing cards the whole time. These cards, you know, they're going to be great if you like the Final Fantasy series, or if you just like Magic. I know a lot of people, I think the goal of the Universes Beyond is to kind of get more people into Magic with like this, you know, cross IP kind of thing going on. If you're looking to play Magic with your friends and you know, you're interested in the Final Fantasy set, but you've never really...
Today, I've got 10 more Pokemon thieves that were caught on camera.
Stop right there, criminal scum. You violated the law.
These are wild stories of the worst Pokemon thieves on the internet. First up, we've got a culprit who thought he could get away with it, but he picked the wrong place at the wrong time.
Tied together, so he ended up taking both of them.
And all...
Get ready to elevate your shopping experience at Lulu. Get 8% back as Lulu points on all your purchases. Only with ADCB Lulu Platinum Credit Card.
Hey guys, this is Donner, and today we're going to be going over the top 5 underrated precons. So these are precons that, in my opinion, are quite underrated. They are often overlooked, but in my opinion, are also quite fun, decently built, and are decently strong. These are all precons that I would definitely suggest getting as well. By the way, you know, people may not know about these precons, or they may not have experienced them, but honestly, some of them are absolutely baller. Now, you may have seen this video before. It's because I had some audio issues previously, so hopefully they are gone now. So let's go through it. First up here, we got Desert Bloom. So this is my absolute favorite precon, and I absolutely love it. So it's a Naya Lands Matter deck that is built around deserts and utilizing the graveyard, which is something that's very unusual for a Naya based deck. Usually when you're thinking of like graveyard based deck, you're thinking of, you know, more black, but you know, no black in this color scheme. It's quite fun to play, very unique. It's specifically around like, you know, self-milling yourself or discarding or otherwise getting the lands into the graveyard and then bringing them back, getting a whole bunch of value from it. So our commander here is Yuma, Proud Protector. He costs 1 less for each land in your graveyard. Specifically, this does bypass the command attacks as well if you get enough lands in there to make him really, really cheap. Whenever he enters or attacks, he's going to sacrifice a land, and then if you do, you draw a card. Whenever a land is put into the graveyard from anywhere, whether that's from your hand, from the battlefield, from your deck, wherever, you go on to then create a 4/2 green plant warrior. The other commander here is Kiri. I don't know. I've never really used Kiri. In fact, I think Kiri was one of my first cuts from the deck. They're very interesting in regards to buffing up like your plants, but I don't know. Unless you kind of specifically went more that route, I just don't think that they're worth it. We've got Sati Wayfinder. So this is like a couple examples of ways to get those lands into the graveyard, whether it's milling, whether it's looking at the top and then choosing a land, put it into your hand, and then putting the rest into your graveyard. You've got stuff to be able to bring your lands back as well. Vengeful Regrowth, chuck out a whole bunch of lands back onto the battlefield. Or Titania here lets you return something from return a land from your graveyard to the battlefield. We've also got stuff like Ancient Greenwater and a Scoot Swarm, because this is very still like, it's still a lands based deck. So, you know, doubling those lands triggers, doubling, you know, your Scoot Swarms is really great, right? You're going to get a whole bunch of value from it. It is technically like got a bunch of landfall stuff in it. It's a great theme that works really well alongside it. Next up, we've got Ahoy Mateys. So this is a pirate themed deck. The focus around theft and treasures, while it does say put pirates in the graveyard.
Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Today we're building one of my favorite mono red commanders that they have ever printed. And this is a pretty strange build, but it's also pretty broken, so hear me out. What we're trying to do here is we're using Clive to generate a ton of value. We're going to use duplication effects to create token copies of him that are legendary, so we're going to instantly have to sacrifice those. But what's good about this is we're still going to get his broken ETB that allows us to discard our entire hand and then draw cards equal to our devotion to red. So this is a mono red devotion wheels deck that plays almost no wheels, and then we're trying to kill people with Glinthorn Buccaneer effects. We're also on some weird proliferation tech, because once we flip this guy over, not only is he going to fight something and becomes a 9/9, additionally we can go ahead and proliferate twice. That's going to generate 8 mana, and then we can instantly flip him back over and get his will ability again, because he exiles and comes back in. So we're on some weird proliferation tech, we're on a lot of clones, and then at the end of the day, this deck is just going to abuse the legend roll, because we're also on sagas like Clive, or sorry, not Clive, Smog. This is going to allow us to proliferate using our proliferation tech, get a Smog token, that's a legendary 6/6 that says whenever it dies you generate 14 treasure tokens, and then we're going to use our duplication effects to clone the Smog, and then boom, now all of our 2 CMC duplication effects become cards that just generate 15-14 mana. I don't remember. This is also going to be the first deck where I'm implementing the Game Changers rules for bracket 3. I'm going to be including Underworld Breach, the One Ring, and also Jeska's Will. All of these are amazing in the deck, especially in a monocolored deck. Sometimes they need a little oomph to make them really viable and really broken, and Underworld Breach does exactly that in this deck. Resolve this with the right cards on the battlefield and you will just see yourself winning the game. Not only is it really broken with our commander, because we're able to exile 3 cards and flashback any of those duplication effects to draw more cards, and then again, our deck's a ton of rituals. It also allows us to just flat out win the game if we have the right cards in our graveyard. So it's very important for me to include a win con outside of the commander, and Underworld Breach is exactly that. If you do get blown out, your commander gets removed and he's almost non-castable, you can at least bet on resolving a breach late game and still being able to put a win on the stack. So with that out of the way, let's get into this weird tech we're running and what the deck is trying to do overall. After you guys click on that whatnot link in the description down below and claim your free $15, you guys can also get 10% off all of your Tolarian library proxies whenever you use code DT4D. And last but not least, if you guys would like, comment, and subscribe, it really helps me out. I know it's annoying to ask, but it's super free, and to help give back, I am going to reply to almost every comment in the comment section down below. In the first 24 hours at least, I'll be sure to hit all of you. Now, again, let's get into that deck tech. I want to kick it off by talking about the weird jank this deck gets to utilize to make sure we get his ETB consistently. The first thing I noticed is that if we flip this guy over, he's going to not only fight something, but additionally he's going to net us up to 8 mana as long as we can go through both of those saga chapters. So we need a little bit of proliferation. Staff of Completion is going to be perfect here. It has an option to pay 3 life and proliferate. Then if we double it with something like Rings of Brightheart, it allows us to proliferate twice, instantly netting us 8 mana and flipping our commander. Another thing that's great about Staff of Completion is even if we don't have Rings of Brightheart on the battlefield, we can pay 5 mana to untap Staff of
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle.
Welcome back to Deck Tech for Decks. I'm your host Caleb. Yesterday I built a Clive video and you guys absolutely blew it up. I mean, over 9,000 views in less than 24 hours, which is my best performing video on the channel by far, and I can't thank you guys enough. And to thank you guys, I am going to release a more budget friendly version of the Clive deck. I saw a lot of you guys in the comments down below asking for that, and to show my appreciation, I'm going to give back and give you an $85 version of the deck. Usually I like my budget list to be around $45 to $75, but since I wanted to keep the core strategy in mind and still use some of the cool tech that I talked about in the non-budget version, we're going to spring a little bit and go for an $85 budget instead of the normal $75 top end. So I hope you guys understand there. You can also go ahead and take what I'm taking out and what I'm adding in to help upgrade my decks in the future. Now, that being said, if you guys ever blow up any of my other deck techs and I see a lot of demand for a budget list, you can better believe, like this video, you're going to get a follow-up and you're going to get a budget version. I'm going to take some expensive cards out, add some inexpensive cards in, and you're gonna get a budget version. Just, you know, I like to give back to the community that we're growing here. So if you guys scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And again, I can't thank you enough. Let's get into what I cut and what I'm adding. That way we can make this a little bit more budget friendly, but keep the punch of the deck. I am going to recommend that you guys actually check out yesterday's video. That way you get an understanding of what the deck is trying to do. But for those of you that just want to see the upgrades and just want a gist of what the deck is trying to do, what we are trying to do is we're trying to double up on our commander's ETB through clone effects. We don't really care that the clone's going to die to the legendary creature. We just want his broken ETB that allows us to draw cards equal to our devotion to red again. And then we're looking to end the game with something that allows us to deal damage whenever we're discarding our hand, like Glinthorn Buccaneer. There's a lot of incidental burn in this deck as well. So the goal was to stay true to the main game plan while making it a budget deck. So let's get right into it. The first thing we lost right out of the gate was mana generation. We took some big hits here, so we're going to have to hit back hard. Jaya Ballard seemed perfect here for 5 CMC, 2 generic, and 3 red notably, so that's 3 devotion to our red devotion. We get a planeswalker that has +1, we can add 3 red mana to our mana pool, but we can only spend this to cast sorcery spells. That's not going to be a problem. We can also +1 her to discard up to 3 cards and draw that many cards. So we're also going to get a discard draw effect as well that triggers all of our discard effects. And then if we're able to get to 8 loyalty, which is actually not super crazy since we are on some proliferation tech in this deck, we get an emblem that says you may cast instant and sorcery spells from your graveyard. If a spell cast this way would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead, which is also pretty useful. Koth is also going to be pretty solid here. It's another planeswalker. His +1 is untap target mountain. It becomes a 4/4 red elemental creature token until end of turn. And then his -2, which is notably probably the only one we care about, allows us to add red mana equal to the amount of mountains we control to our mana pool. So he's essentially a ritual. Again, if we do get this guy to 5 loyalty, we get an emblem with mountains you control have tap. This land deals 1 damage to target creature or player, so that's also pretty useful with our damage doubling effects. Glittering Stockpile is not my favorite, but it does work in a pinch. It's one of those 3 mana rocks that I like trying out, and it has worked for me in the past. For 3 CMC, you get an artifact treasure that says add 1 red to your mana pool, put a stash counter on Glittering Stockpile. Then you can sacrifice Glittering Stockpile to add X mana to your mana pool, where X is the number of stash counters on it. So essentially, early game it's just a mana rock, and then late game you sacrifice it for a ton of mana all up front. Hit the Motherlode is also pretty insane here. It's a sorcery for a total of 7 mana that says discover 10. If the discovered card's mana value is less than 10, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the difference. So you're going to want to cast this spell the turn before you go off, and then you will be able to have a crazy storm turn and hopefully discard enough cards to kill the entire table. Speaking of discarding cards and killing the entire table, we have Decaying Time Loop. For 4 CMC, you get an instant that says discard all cards in your hand, then draw that many cards. It also has Retrace, which says you may cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a land card in addition to paying its other costs. This card pairs amazingly with our other cost reducers in the deck. We did keep the Fire Crystal and we are keeping Ruby Medallion. Additionally, we're adding Stormkiln Artist to the deck and we're already on Runaway Steamkin. Shirley Badgesaur is also still being included in this budget version, and it allows us to generate a treasure token whenever we discard a land. So this is the card that's going to allow us to keep churning through our library. That way we can find something to clone our commander, and once we have something to clone our commander, we're going to be able to get his broken ETB again and instantly refill our hand, because Decaying Time Loop will eventually run us out of cards, because remember, we do have to keep discarding a land card to keep casting this from our graveyard. This card is just going to be perfect here though. Mirror March is also a pretty fun include to the deck. It's an enchantment for 6 CMC that says whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, flip a coin. Until you lose a flip, for each flip you won, create a token that's a copy of that creature. Those tokens gain haste, exile them at the beginning of the next end step. This card can either win you the game or do absolutely nothing, and I'm here for it. We're in mono red, so we might as well send it. Jax's is also going to be a solid slot in since we did have to cut our more expensive clone effects. Jax's is 4 CMC, a legendary creature human warrior that says pay 1 red and tap him, discard a card, create a token that's a copy of another target creature you control. It gains haste. Whenever this creature dies, draw a card, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step, activate only as a sorcery. This is obviously just another solid way to copy our commander to get his ETB, and it's also going to draw us an additional card due to that blitz ability. It can also do that cool thing where it creates a token copy of Smog, and then Smog has to instantly die to the legend rule, and now we get a free 14 treasure tokens. Reforge the Soul is going to be a solid include. It has Madness, it's 5 CMC, and its Madness cost is 1 and a red, and then it says each player discards their hand, then draw 7 cards. This is another solid way to refill our hand while also being a solid game ender if we can copy this a couple times. Surge to Victory, this is going to be our new game ender. We did have to cut Underworld Breach due to the budget options, but this is a very good card that has won me games. For 6 CMC, you get a sorcery that says exile target instant sorcery card from your graveyard. Creatures you control get +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is that card's mana value. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player this turn, copy the exiled card. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. What's amazing here is we have several targets here that just win us the game. There's a ton of options here that just win us the game. Maybe we can copy a ton of duplication spells that are just going to duplicate our Buccaneer to deal a ton of damage whenever we cast our commander. We can even choose something like Reforge the Soul that allows us to draw a ton of cards and discard a ton of cards, again dealing a ton of damage to the entire table if we have any of our discard outlets that deal damage on the battlefield. Finally, just discarding something like Hit the Motherlode not only buffs our board +7, remember we're still getting that buff, additionally it's going to discover a ton, generate a ton of tapped treasure tokens, and the next turn I don't see a scenario where we don't untap and win the game, if we haven't already won, because our creatures are going to hit like a truck at that point. Bonus Round is also a solid new win con in this new version of the deck. It's a 3 CMC sorcery that says until end of your turn, whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell, that player copies it and may choose new targets for the copy. So as long as you have something like a Stormkiln Artist on the battlefield, you're going to generate a ton of treasure tokens whenever you're casting your spells. All of your duplicate spells get doubled up, all of your wheel effects get doubled up. This can kill the table incredibly fast, especially if you have the access to your graveyard with something like a Past in Flames. Mizzix's Mastery does something pretty similar. We're filling our graveyard the entire time with this deck, so casting a Mizzix's Mastery can also win us the game. It's 4 CMC, but we're really looking at its overload cost for 8 CMC. It says exile target card that's an instant sorcery card from your graveyard. For each card exiled this way, copy it. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Or, you overload it and choose every single instant sorcery card in your graveyard. With the right graveyard setup, this can just allow you to win the game. Warstorm Surge is going to see an include here. I cut Terror of the Peaks out, add this in, easy swap out. It costs more mana, it's not a creature, but it kind of does the same thing, so we're here for it. Seize the Spoils, Big Score, and Unexpected Windfall, all very good card advantage cards that not only work with the discard synergies in the deck, but they're also going to net us treasure tokens. Not to mention, they kind of go insane whenever we have Bonus Round out on the battlefield and active. Gratuitous Violence is going to be a solid swap out for Fiery Emancipation. Now instead of doing triple damage, we're doing double damage, but we still get 3 red pips, which is pretty noticeable, and it's super budget, so we take those. Nullspine Dragon is going to add a ton of card advantage to the deck. For 7 CMC, you get a dragon that says when Nullspine Dragon enters the battlefield, you may discard your hand and draw cards equal to the damage dealt to target opponent this turn. Don't forget we are playing some pretty massive creatures, so dealing a ton of damage to one player just to cast a Nullspine and refill your entire hand feels good every time. Sunset Strike Master is a mana dork in mono red, which is kind of unheard of. It's 2 CMC, it adds to our devotion, she taps for 1 red mana, and then for 3 mana we can tap and sacrifice this creature, and then it deals 6 damage to target creature with flying. So it still adds utility to the deck past its mana. I love it. Or Rich Stalactite is a pretty unique card I've never seen before, but I'm adding it to this deck. It seems awesome. It's 2 CMC, it's a mana rock that says add 1 red to your mana pool, spend this mana only to cast instant instant sorcery spells, and then you can craft with 4 or more red instant sorcery cards. Then whenever it flips over, you get an artifact that says pay 1 and 1 red to tap it and choose an exiled card used to craft Cosmium Catalyst. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. That's going to be super useful to this deck, especially since we added more high cost instant sorcery cards to this deck that outright win us the game. Brash Taunter seemed super funny as well. For 5 CMC, you get a creature goblin that has indestructible, and whenever Brash Taunter is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to target opponent. Then for 3 mana, you can tap Brash Taunter and have it fight another target creature. So we flip our commander, it fights Brash Taunter, we deal 9 damage to an opponent, and then we're able to tap Brash Taunter to fight our commander to deal another 9 damage for a total of 18, and then if we double that damage, that's going to be a total of 36. We can kind of just start killing players that way, so I thought that was kind of cool. That's going to do it for all the notable adds. I'll leave the deck list in the description down below. I'll leave all the cuts and adds in the description down below as well, so you can kind of see the rationale. Oh, he took these cards out and then added these cards, and you can kind of see how whenever I take card advantage out, I'm adding more card advantage, because I don't want to mess with the ratios of the deck, because I was already happy with the ratios of the deck. I also just wanted to thank you guys again. There was a ton of really nice comments in the video from yesterday, and that really again just made my day, so I appreciate you guys. And here's a little update on a budget list just to show my appreciation.
you